trusted, including consular officials, he wondered how he could carry on with no one to consult. Ambassador Francis was in Murmansk, and all communications to Washington were cut. In desperation, he decided this was the end, and the next day burned his codes, closed his office, and placed himself and other Americans under the protection of the Norwegians. On August 9th, the Bolshevik panic abruptly ended upon learning how few Allied forces had landed in Archangel. The relieved Soviets released the consulate officials. Even so, the Allied diplomats realized that their position was helpless. A new crisis could erupt at any moment. They all lowered their flags and, like Poole, turned over representation of their interests to neutral colleagues. Relieved of immediate concern over foreign invasion, the Bolsheviks concentrated on the internal menace. That same day, Lenin ordered a ruthless mass terror against kulaks, priests, and white guards. The campaign was accelerated a week later by an article in Izvestia calling for slaughter of all white wounded. In civil war there must be no trials for the enemy. If you don't break him, the enemy will break you. So smash him before he smashes you. It was a declaration of terrorism aimed not only at the white menace, but at those who were trying to overthrow the Bolsheviks by conspiracy. The most dangerous of the myriad conspiracies was being plotted by the Right Social Revolutionary Party. At their recent 8th National Council meeting, they had passed a resolution that the Bolshevik policies threatened the very independence of Russia, and that this danger can be removed only by the liquidation of the Bolshevik government. The task of removing the Bolshevik leaders, Lenin and Trotsky, was turned over to a compact battle organization in Petrograd. There were about 10 in this group, and they had been in Moscow all July, placing Lenin under surveillance. He had discontinued his walks in the streets and would wander within the confines of the Kremlin, which was guarded by Latvian soldiers. The only times he could be shot were while making speeches in public. The group learned that he might address the workers of the Mikkelsen factory on the night of August 30th, and Fanya, familiarly called Dora Kaplan, was selected to be on hand just in case. She was one of 4 executioners. The 28-year-old daughter of a Jewish teacher, she had spent 11 years at hard labor under the Tsar. Now she felt impelled to kill Lenin since he was a traitor to the revolution, and his very existence discredited socialism. Lenin did make his speech at the factory, a bitter denunciation of the Allies. In conclusion, he exclaimed that the battle lines were at last drawn between the parasitic banditry of the bourgeoisie and the British and French Allies, masquerading under the slogans of freedom and equality, and the proletariat. There is only one of 2 ways out for us, either victory or death. As he walked out of the building toward his car, adulatory workers pressed around him. In the excitement, Vanya Kaplan squirmed her way up to Lenin and fired twice. One bullet struck his left shoulder, the other pierced his neck, grazing the left lung before lodging near the right collarbone. Kaplan was captured. Refusing to be taken to a hospital, Lenin ordered his chauffeur to drive him back to his apartment in the Kremlin, and according to communist legend, he walked the 2 floors up to his lodging. General Bonch-Bruyevich put iodine on his shoulder wound, and a few minutes later the general's wife, a physician, treated him. He complained of pains in his heart, but was told that he was only wounded in the arm. He fell asleep, then suddenly wakened and said, "Why are they tormenting me? Why didn't they kill me right away?" He was convinced he was dying and kept repeating, "When will the end come?" He was given morphine. A surgeon found the second wound in his neck. By this time, Lenin's lungs were filled with blood, and in great pain he began to cough and spit. His wife sat near him all through the night, though she herself was ill. 3. By morning, numerous messages, resolutions, and telegrams poured into the Kremlin. German Foreign Secretary von Hintze expressed his sympathy and the hope that Lenin would recover quickly. The Eastern Front telegraphed that the wounds of Vladimir Ilyich were their wounds. Red Army Socialists adopted a resolution calling for death to the counter-revolutionaries. To your white terror, we will reply by a blood-red terror, blood for blood. Scores of similar resolutions came in from peasant and worker organizations. An extraordinary commission for combating counter-revolution was hastily organized, and within hours it was announced that they had shot over 500 people from the hostages. All during August 31st, the headquarters of the Moscow Soviet was besieged by representatives of labor organizations seeking hopeful news of Lenin's condition. And even when a council of doctors discovered that his wounds were not serious, the anger against the counter-revolutionaries continued. Newspapers throughout the land expressed the common outrage in unbridled terms. Each drop of Lenin's blood must be paid by the bourgeoisie and the whites in hundreds of deaths, declared the Krasnaya Gazeta of Petrograd. The interests of the revolution demanded the physical extermination of the bourgeoisie. They have no pity. It is time for us to be pitiless. Putting such words into action, an armed Petrograd mob led by Cheka agents stormed into the British embassy at 5 p.m. The naval attaché, Captain F.N.A. Cromie, the senior official in the building, courageously barred the way. "Stand aside or be killed like a dog," someone shouted. He drew his pistol, killing one Cheka agent and wounding 2 others, before bullets killed him almost instantly. In fury, the marauders horribly mutilated Cromie's body, then marched off the entire staff of the consulate and missions, along with a few civilians who happened to be there, to Cheka headquarters. Later they were all imprisoned in the fortress of Peter and Paul, already crowded with Russian prisoners, 20 to a small cell. Bruce Lockhart was another target of the Cheka, which had recently uncovered a hair-brained plot by another British agent, Sidney Riley, to bribe members of the famed Latvian bodyguard to kidnap Lenin. The Cheka was convinced that Lockhart was the real brains of the conspiracy, and orders were issued for his immediate arrest. He was sleeping soundly at his flat in Moscow when he was wakened by a rough voice at 3:30 a.m. September 1st. He opened his eyes to see the barrel of a revolver. About 10 armed men were in the room. Recognizing the man in charge, Lockhart asked what this outrage meant. "No questions. Get dressed at once. You are to go to Lubyanka number 11. Lockhart was taken to Cheka headquarters, and after a long wait in a small room, was led into a long, dark room lit only by a hand lamp on a table. Behind the table in white Russian shirt was Jakub Peters, better known as Jake. He was a slight, curly-haired young Latvian with a snub nose who, while living in political exile in London, had married an English girl and acquired a Cockney accent. After the revolution, he left her in England and returned to Russia to become assistant to the Cheka chief. "I'm sorry to see you in this position," said Peters sympathetically. "It is a grave matter." Lockhart demanded to speak to Chicherin, but Peters ignored this request and asked, "Do you know the Kaplan woman?" Lockhart did not, but protested as calmly as possible that Peters had no right to question him. "Where is Riley?" asked Peters. Lockhart repeated his protest, and after Peters brought out a piece of paper, Lockhart knew that he was in trouble. It was a pass he had recently given to 2 Latvian soldiers who wanted to surrender to the British. He had then put them in touch with Sidney Riley. "Is that your writing?" asked Peters. Once more, Lockhart politely insisted that he could answer no questions. Peters made no attempt to bully the prisoner. "It will be better for you if you speak the truth." Lockhart said nothing. Obviously, the Cheka was trying to link him to the attempt on Lenin. He had nothing to do with it, but the mention of Riley's name and the past did concern him. Perhaps the 2 Latvians were agents provocateurs. Although Lockhart knew that Riley wanted to stage a counter-revolution in Moscow, He himself had turned down the wild idea. At 6 a.m. a woman was brought into his room. Her hair was black, her eyes, set in a fixed stare, had great dark shadows under them. He guessed that she was the would-be assassin, Kaplan, and the Cheka had put her in the room hoping she would recognize him. Her composure was unnatural. She went to the window and, leaning her chin upon her hand, looked out into the daylight. And there she remained, motionless, speechless, apparently resigned to her fate, until presently the sentries came and took her away. 3 hours later, Peters told Lockhart that he could leave. It was a rainy Sunday morning. He took a droshky home and found the flat in chaos. The servants had disappeared. Mura had been taken to the Cheka. He was greatly agitated and, with a sinking feeling, sought out Robbins's replacement at the Red Cross. This man promised to try to secure the release of Mura and the servants, and Chicherin, he said, had promised to see him the next day. As I walked back to my flat, Lockhart recalled, I was struck by the emptiness of the streets. Such people as went about their business did so with quick steps and furtive glances. The street corners were guarded by little groups of soldiers. A new fear was abroad. In 48 hours, the whole atmosphere of the city had changed. The next day, a proclamation was issued by the Cheka, virtually converting Russia into an armed camp, whose defense was entrusted to a revolutionary council of the army headed by Trotsky. Cheka reprisals were spreading through Russia. Their weekly bulletin listed 105 executed in Moscow, 9 in Archangel, 12 in Kimry, 17 in Zebej, 14 in Vologda, 9 in Kursk, 31 in Pochekony, including entire families, 8 in Penza, 3 men who happened to be in jail for embezzlement in Chernij, 8 in Volodyanovsk, 8 in Novgorod, 34 in Smolensk, and on and on. The Moscow papers were full of the shameless, base Lockhart conspiracy, and much was made of his pass to the 2 Latvians, who were described as vicious counter-revolutionaries. An official statement was released boasting that the conspiracy was liquidated, and charged that it had been led by Anglo-French diplomats, at the head of which was the chief of the British mission, Lockhart, the French consul, General Grenard, French General Lavergne, and others. American Consul Poole informed Washington of the wave of terror, recommending that the Allies and neutral nations jointly condemn the present inhuman and purposeless slaughter, and threatened to deny all members of the government future asylum unless the executions ceased. The other and truly efficacious course is a rapid military advance from the north. Our present halfway action is cruel in the extreme. Our landing has set up the Bolshevik death agony. It is now our moral duty to shield the numberless innocents who are exposed to its hateful reprisals. As he was sending off this advice, a decree was signed by Petrovsky, People's Commissar of the Interior, accelerating the terror. It called for widespread arrests and mass shooting. The measures even repelled some Bolsheviks, and it was whispered that if Lenin were not still recovering from his wounds, he would have stopped this legalization of the Red Terror. Once put into motion, it could not be controlled, and the peasants, whom Lenin truly loved, suffered. In some villages, the Cheka imprisoned them in cold warehouses, stripped them and beat them with gun butts to get confessions for crimes they knew nothing of. Local officials excused such brutality. They told us at headquarters, better to oversalt than not to salt enough. On the evening of September 3rd, the diplomatic corps in Petrograd met to discuss a united protest of the unprecedented actions taken against foreign subjects. Surprisingly, the German and Austrian consuls general appeared and marched with them to the residence of Grigory Zinoviev, an old comrade of Lenin and currently chairman of the Council of People's Commissars of the Northern Commune. After a wait, Zinoviev reluctantly listened to the diplomat's protests and a demand that a neutral representative be present at the examination of any accused foreigner. Zinoviev said that he had to consult his colleagues and then was astounded by the German consul general's protest in the name of humanity against the terrorism now entered upon by Bolsheviks. He also vigorously condemned the sanguinary speech that Zinoviev had recently made, adding that even though the French and English arrested belonged to nations at war with Germany, yet it was impossible not to unite with neutral representatives in a strong protest against the course now adopted by Bolsheviks. The next day, international unity at Petrograd was dramatized by the state funeral of Captain Cromie. As the impressive procession, which included the German and Austrian officials, slowly crossed the bridge across the Neva, red sailors loafing on the decks of destroyers rose in respect. In Moscow, the indignant Poole was writing a personal letter to Chicherin. "It is impossible for me to believe that you approve of the mad career into which the Bolshevik government has now plunged. Your cause totters on the verge of complete moral bankruptcy. There is only one possible means of redemption. Words and discussions will no longer avail. You must stop at once the barbarous oppression of your own people." The Dutch minister, Oudendijk, felt that such appeals were useless. He informed his superiors that the entire Soviet government had sunk to the level of a criminal organization. He had warned Chicherin, he said, that the moment would soon come when the Soviet authorities, man by man, would have to pay for all the acts of terrorism which they committed. But in spite of persistence with which I drove these facts home, I could not obtain any definite promises from Chicherin, but only a few evasive replies and some lies. Bolsheviks have burnt their boats and are now ready for any wickedness. Lockhart was still trying to free Murat. At the Foreign Ministry he found Karakan in a friendly mood. He laughed good-humoredly at Lockhart's protest that the story in the Soviet press about the so-called Lockhart conspiracy was a tissue of lies. "Now you know," he said, "what we have to put up with from your newspapers." But he was not hopeful about releasing Murat. In despair, Lockhart decided to approach Peters, who had shown some sympathy. He walked to Lubyanka prison, formerly an insurance company's office, where his appearance caused a stir among the guards. After a long wait, Peters received him. Lockhart swore that the conspiracy story was a fake, and even if it were true, Murat knew nothing about it. He begged for her release. Peters listened patiently and politely, promising that he would consider Lockhart's assurance of her innocence. "You have saved me some trouble," he said. "My men have been looking for you for the last hour. I have a warrant for your arrest. Your French and English colleagues are already under lock and key." 4. Despite participation by Americans in the Archangel landings, Moscow still hoped that they would not play a major role. And Chicherin had explained the previous day to the Central Committee that American citizens were not being interned with those of the other Allies, because although the United States government was compelled by its allies to agree to participation in intervention, so far only formally, its decision is not regarded by us as irrevocable. No sooner had these words been broadcast to party members through Pravda than 3 British transports began landing 4,500 American troops at Archangel. Many of the men came from Detroit and Milwaukee with no idea why they had been issued skis and snowshoes. Were they going on some sort of vacation? 24 hours later, on August 5th, 1 combat battalion of Americans was packed into boxcars and sent off to Oberzersskaya, 75 miles to the south, where British and French troops were battling the Soviets. Another battalion, along with a battalion of Royal Scots, was loaded on riverboats to sail up the Dvina 100 miles and join a small British force. Together they would try and seize Bereznik for a winter camp. Perhaps the Soviets had not yet heard of the landing of the Americans. when orders were issued on September 6th for the arrest of Allied officials in Moscow, again no United States officials were included. The Cheka did not even force their way into the former American consulate, where Allied officials happened to be meeting with Poole. Their agents merely waited on the street to seize the visiting officials as soon as they left. Poole rushed out, dragged his colleagues back through the gate, and ordered the Cheka not to enter. They obeyed but set up a guard, cut off water and electricity, and prepared for a siege. Fortunately, the basement was filled with Red Cross supplies and had one faucet which for some reason still flowed. To fool the guards, the besieged officials would tote bathtubs into the courtyard whenever it stormed to catch rainwater. While Lockhart was reading in his cell at Lubyanka that afternoon, the Cheka's second-in-command, Peters, came to chat. They talked about England and the girl he had married there, the war, capitalism, and revolution. He told me that he suffered physical pain every time he signed a death sentence. I believe it was true. There was a strong streak of sentimentality in his nature, but he pursued his Bolshevik aims with a sense of duty which was relentless. That day, Chicherin finally felt the cold fury of British reaction to the killing of Captain Cromie. Balfour demanded immediate and severe punishment of those responsible. Should the Russian-Soviet government fail to give complete satisfaction, or should any further acts of violence be committed against a British subject, His Majesty's government will hold the members of the Soviet government individually responsible, and will make every endeavor to secure that they shall be treated as outlaws by the governments of all civilized nations, and that no place of refuge shall be left to them. This was no mere threat. The British had recently decided, as a gesture of goodwill, to send home 25 Russians selected by Maxim Litvinov, the Soviet plenipotentiary in London. Now they not only cancelled this order, but placed Litvinov and his staff in preventive arrest until all British representatives left Russia. Chicherin retorted by issuing a statement the following day accusing the chief of the British mission, Lockhart, of conspiracy, and declaring that the British embassy in Petrograd was practically turned into conspirative headquarters of conspirators. Behind the blustering language was the offer to return all Allied prisoners, including Lockhart, once Russian citizens were allowed to leave England and France. 5. Early in that month, General William S. Graves at the Kansas City railway station had been given a 10-minute briefing of a new assignment. Secretary of War Baker explained that Graves was to lead an American expedition to Siberia. Then he handed over the President's aide-memoire of July 17th in a sealed envelope. "This contains the policy of the United States in Russia, which you are to follow," he said. "Watch your step. You will be walking on eggs loaded with dynamite. God bless you and goodbye." Graves was an intelligent officer, but knew almost nothing about Russia. He set off with misgivings. He arrived in Vladivostok on Labor Day with the first contingent of an eventual force of 9,000 men. 48 hours earlier, the Czech relief force from Vladivostok had joined with the main body of the Legion, which was fighting its way east, thus eliminating Graves's primary task of rescuing the embattled Czechs. Now his only legitimate object, according to Wilson's instructions, was to guard military stores which might subsequently be needed by Russian forces. But which Russian forces, the Bolsheviks or the Whites? "I could not give a Russian a shirt without being subjected to the charge of trying to help the side to which the recipient of the shirt belonged." A few days later, Major General Alfred Knox, head of the British military mission, arrived. He spoke Russian and, as military attaché, had followed the fate of the Tsar's armies from the Battle of Tannenberg to the Red Revolution. He had seen so many Russian friends butchered that he detested the Bolshevik regime and from the beginning had urged Allied intervention. He vigorously favored backing the white forces of Admiral Alexander Kolchak, former commander of the Tsar's Black Sea Fleet, against the Siberian Bolsheviks. Graves just as violently opposed setting up a reactionary regime in Siberia. How could he cooperate with his allies, who were so eager to fight the Bolsheviks and still carry out the president's instructions? I have often thought that it was unfortunate I did not know more of the conditions in Siberia than I did when I was pitchforked into the melee at Vladivostok. At other times I have thought that ignorance was not only bliss in such a situation, but was advisable. Despite British pressure and pleadings, he refused to go beyond the limits of Wilson's aide-memoire, following to the letter a neutral position. American military intervention would not come in the East unless Graves got definite orders from Washington. On the other side of Russia, Ambassador Francis had returned to Archangel once the Bolsheviks were driven out. He had received the same vague instruction as Graves to guard military stores, but interpreted this as an invitation to intervention. In default of instructions, he wrote Washington a few days before the attempt on Lenin's life, I shall encourage American troops to proceed to such points in the interior as Kotlas, Sukhona, and Vologda, as at those places, as well as in Petrograd and Moscow, are stored war supplies which the Soviet government, in violation of its promises and agreements, transferred from Archangel. In other words, he took Wilson's words to mean not only sending American troops into battle against the Reds several hundred miles along the Trans-Siberian Railroad, but mounting a drive on Moscow and Petrograd. The reply to all this from Secretary of State Lansing started reassuringly and ended by confusing Francis. Department approves your action fully. Determine your future course by careful compliance with policy communicated to you in Departments Number 253, September 9th, 6 p.m. Practically a paraphrase of Wilson's aide-memoire, this directive was even clearer about limiting the use of American troops, for it stated that the government had no reasonable expectation of being in a position to take part in organized intervention in adequate forces from either Vladivostok or Murmansk and Archangel. This clear-cut admonition drew the line against intervention. Yet Lansing's instructions to Francis continued with a sentence that could be taken to mean just the opposite. You appreciate, of course, that in military matters Colonel Stewart is under the command of General Poole. In other words, the American military commander in northern Russia was required to obey instructions of the British commander to intervene. It was not surprising that the bewildered Francis concluded that Lansing wanted him to keep supporting intervention as usual, no matter what was said for the record. Sporadic action, except on the Western Front, but in the Balkans, where the Allies had done little except suffer boredom and die of various diseases, combined British, French, Serbian, Greek armies were about to launch an offensive designed at knocking the Bulgarians out of the war. Allenby's forces were also poised for their all-out attack on Palestine. Chapter 13. And we won't be back till it's over there. August 27th to October 5th. 1. On August 27th, Haig sent Foch a letter urging him to put the 1,400,000 Americans now in France into the battle at once, in order to enable an important advance to be made without delay. He also wrote Pershing, who had just thanked him for turning over so promptly 5 American divisions which had been training with the British. Haig had bitterly opposed losing soldiers who could have been so useful in his present drive, and noted somewhat caustically that he hoped events would justify Pershing's decision to withdraw over 150,000 men at the height of the battle. For the present, he wrote in his diary, I am convinced that if they had taken part in this battle, they would, owing to the present tired and demoralized state of the Germans on this front, have enabled the Allies to obtain immediate and decisive results. Pershing, of course, was anxious to launch his own attack against the Saint-Mihiel salient. the first true test of American leadership. 2 days later, Haig saw Foch, who had been pressing him to attack a position the British commander felt could only be taken with heavy casualties in men and tanks. "I am responsible to my government and fellow citizens for the handling of the British forces," Haig had declared so categorically that Foch wisely backed down, and by the time they met on August 29th, they were on better personal terms. But there was still tension between the two men, and Haig noted in his diary with a slight shade of satisfaction that the French attack on his left was not progressing well. Very few French divisions are said to be in good heart now, but most are war-weary. Haig's problem with his allies was soon aggravated by one with his own superiors. On September 1st, the day after the attempt on Lenin's life, he received a personal telegram from General Wilson cautioning him to avoid heavy losses in the coming attacks on the Hindenburg Line, lest the War Cabinet become anxious. General Davidson had brought in the message, half expecting some sign of disgust. Haig merely laid aside the dispatch, raised his eyes, and calmly asked what the devil Davidson was waiting for. Inwardly, the field marshal was boiling. How could Wilson, as chief of staff, possibly send a telegram like this to a commander-in-chief in the field as a personal one? The cabinet were ready to meddle and interfere in an underhanded way, but dared not say openly that they would take no responsibility for any failure, only credit for every success. The object of this telegram is, no doubt, to save the Prime Minister, Lloyd George, in case of any failure. If his attack on the Hindenburg Line were successful, Haig would remain as commander-in-chief. If I fail, or our losses are excessive, I can hope for no mercy. What a wretched lot of weaklings we have in high places at the present time. Despite all the wrangling, Haig's troops were still attacking, and the Germans were slowly falling back toward the Hindenburg Line. During the day, the Australians captured Mont-Saint-Quentin, thus turning the enemy line along the Somme. After dark, the Anzacs moved most of their field and heavy artillery over the river, while an entire division crossed by the causeway south of Péronne to support their 14th Brigade, which was in the town. While the Australian artillery was getting into position for a morning barrage, further north, east of Arras, the British First Army and the Canadians were preparing an assault on the Drocourt-Quéant position, a northern extension of the Hindenburg Line. Private Howard Cooper's unit had been trucked down to this area in London buses. He was now a runner. Even at 2:30 a.m., no one knew definitely when the attack would begin. No guns were firing except some big German howitzer, which about every 4 minutes sent a shell into the nearby village of Éterpigny. Now there was a great silence over everything. A horrible silence, men's dark forms showing up in the moonlight, men in suppressed excitement gathered nearby dishing out rum. All spoke in hushed, hurried voices like those a sick man hears outside his bedroom in the night. Men came here quickly, took several boxes of bombs, and disappeared into the night. Then, as though objecting to the hush, the great oncoming roar of this howitzer shell, followed by a tremendous explosion in Éterpigny, echoing and re-echoing with a hollow sound. By 4 a.m., everyone had disappeared to take up positions in the line. All was ready by the time word finally came that the barrage would commence just before dawn on the stroke of 5 a.m., September 2nd. The men would go over 10 minutes later behind the creeping curtain of fire. At 4:45, everything was still, and Cooper comforted himself by thinking he would be safe in the runner's dugout. Then the adjutant told him to take some men to a trench mortar section. He glanced at his watch. 5 to 5. A thrill went through him. If he wasted a second, he would be out in the open just as the British barrage started. He winced at the realization that a German counter-barrage would surely reply. Some friendly shells might also fall short. Cooper led the newcomers. Their officer seemed frightfully excited. "How far is it?" he asked nervously. "The bloody barrage will open in a minute." Seeing crouching forms in Macintosh capes at the post, he exclaimed in a whisper, "They're Boche," and drew his revolver. "No," said Cooper. "Ours." A gun fired from behind. The signal. At that moment the intense barrage awoke, a thing of dreadful clamor and violent lightning. The sky was filled with a blaze of shimmering blue flashes behind us. North to south, hundreds of shells screamed and roared over my head. Explosions broke as one roar as Cooper started to run. Towers of smoke hung in the air, shrapnel shells flashed like stars, and from over the ridge enemy rockets shot up, summoning German reserves and artillery support. I was deafened and lost as I ran on towards the dugout in the open. Crash! Earth flew over me, our own shells. Hell had broken, our guns thundered more relentlessly. "I cannot stop it, it won't stop," my brain rang. Shrieks and rushes of shells, deafening explosions, the glaring showers of uncanny lights. The thunder was deafening. Still the sky was aglare with the flashing of hundreds of guns. The crackling of machine guns was incessant. Streams of bullets were swishing overhead. I ducked, fell flat, got up again as shells burst only yards from me. At last I reached the dugout. How, I don't know. From inside I heard the frightful boiling and thundering barrage. German guns were answering. Soon big shells crashed outside the dugout entrance, blasts of hot air coming on our faces. Dawn was just breaking, and he could see the officer he had just led to the post come slowly toward him. One eye was out, an arm wounded. Suddenly, some 200 captured Germans came over the ridge, escorted by a few Tommies. More shells crashed down, and Cooper heard his colonel shout, "Runner!" then ordered 2 men to take a message to A Company. Cooper and Burbage set out just after another shell landed outside. They dove over the bank. Sloping bare ground lay ahead. Planes screeched overhead toward the Germans. Shells boomed and burst all over the plain ahead where 4 great tanks lumbered forward. A bullet pinged past. Sniper. They leaped into a shell hole and found 4 Tommies in firing position on their stomachs, all dead in a row. "Let's get out," said Burbage. They scrambled out, flopping down as a machine gun burst swept overhead. "Keep away from the tanks," Cooper shouted as he saw the black bursts of shells creep closer to them. Our poor dead men lay every few yards in horrible positions, their white faces staring glassily to the sky. We passed the German posts. In one, 2 Germans lay on the edge as though they had been trying to escape. One had the whole of his chest out, the other his head off. Later I passed just the naked back of a man, no other limb, and even now it was steaming. They finally found A Company and were sent on to D Company. As we passed the dead lying about on this desolate plain, I thought of their poor mothers who would have the news soon. At a gap in the great barbed wire entanglements, 6 men lay in a line dead, all caught by a machine gun, I should think. The huddled gray forms of Germans also bespattered the ground. The 2 runners picked up a badly wounded comrade in a shell hole and helped him back. The man's trousers were soaked with his own blood. It was now about 11 a.m., with the 2 main lines of the Drocourt-Quéant position overrun, but Cooper heard the colonel remark that the limit of the planned advance had not been reached, and they must keep on the attack. He and Burbage were sent out to C Company and again were bedeviled by a sniper. Just as they thought they had escaped, they heard the boom of a gun, a swish, then the crash of a small shell as it landed just behind them. The sniper could not down us, so they were trying a whiz-bang gun. Again they heard a shriek that seemed to skim over their heads, and almost simultaneously the crash of a shell several yards past their prostrate bodies. Burbage shouted, "They're going to get us!" Cooper could only silently repeat a prayer to be kept safe. Again and again the whiz-bang shells burst in front of them. As the two runners zigzagged, the constant shelling unnerved and tired them. Finally, they reached B Company's trench, where several German bodies sprawled. It was the first main trench of their second line. No one knew where C Company was. Burbage was too tired to go on, so Cooper kept moving out front by himself. He came to a blown-up light railway track that looked like the skeleton of some prehistoric animal. Beyond was an empty jerry trench. Were they still holding it? Hurriedly, he got rid of German buttons, badges, coins, and other souvenirs in case he was captured. He followed the trench, but found no one. Coming to a roadway which blocked the trench, he jumped out and rushed across the road. A machine gun spat furiously, but he leaped safely into a continuation of the trench. I had been luckier than others, for here lay a veritable pile of dead khaki figures, just on top of each other as they had fallen in after being caught by the gun. There must have been 8 or 9, long ways, upside down, their deathly faces and hands sticking out in various directions. Small, drying scarlet rivers of blood showed the bullet had done its work. I paused to look at them a minute and realized I might have now been with them. Even their very legs looked dead. I cannot explain, but a dead man's very limbs somehow look like models dressed in clothes. On the soles of their boots was the mud and chalk on which they had so recently trodden. Their wide-open eyes seemed to stare into the beyond. The hands, so white, were soiled with the work which I could hardly imagine they had done even an hour or so ago. At least he knew he was not in a German-occupied trench, and after hurrying a minute came to Company C. Just outside the dugout lay 5 dead Boche, some only half out of the entrance. One young boy was still grasping a black and white kitten. It looked up at Cooper. A man standing there said that when they took the trench they called down the dugout for the Germans to come up and waited for them with bayonets at the top. This un-British cold-blooded act turned me. They said the captain had told them, "Stick all the bastards." At the bottom of the next dugout I found the captain in a crude bunk, and he seemed half drunk. The crucial Drocourt-Quéant position was at last broken, and this meant that the Hindenburg line to its south was seriously compromised. This, along with the Australians' conquest of Mont-Saint-Quentin further south, meant that the Germans would have to make a general withdrawal. The whole great salient won by Ludendorff in March would have to be abandoned. Upon learning that many Germans were surrendering without putting up a fight, and many others would not obey their officers, Haig wrote in his diary, "If this is true, then the end cannot be far off, I think. Today's battle has truly been a great and glorious success." 2. The German Supreme Command was already preparing the nation for the worst, and that day of September 2nd, a manifesto from Hindenburg was being relayed to the people by newspapers and placards posted in every city and village. "We are engaged in a severe battle with our enemies," it began. "If numerical superiority alone were to guarantee victory, then Germany would long since have lain crushed to the ground. The enemy knows, however, that Germany and her allies are not to be vanquished by arms alone. Therefore, the enemy was trying to break the will of the civilians. He wants to poison our spirit and believes that the German arms will be blunted if the German spirit is corroded. Hindenburg told of the pamphlets that Allied planes were showering onto the troops along with bombs. Hundreds of thousands of these poisoned arrows were telling lies about the course of the battle. Many of these enemy pamphlets were making their way into the homeland itself and were being passed from hand to hand. It is discussed at the beer table, in families, in workrooms, in factories, and in the streets. The enemy was also attacking the home spirit with the most insane rumors sent out from Switzerland, Holland, and Denmark. These were spreading in waves through the land. This poison takes effect on men on leave and flies in letters to the front, and again our enemies rub their hands. Therefore, German army and German home, if one of these poisoned morsels in the form of leaflet or rumor comes to your ears or eyes, remember it comes from the enemy, and that nothing coming from the enemy is of any service to Germany. Be on your guard, German army and German home. The news of the British breach of the Drocourt line that day could not be kept from Schloss Wilhelmshöhe. That evening the Kaiser slammed his fist on the table. "Now we have lost the war," he exclaimed. "Poor fatherland!" He rushed into the dining room to tell his guests that he had serious, shattering news. "The 17th Army has suffered a heavy defeat and is being harassed on both flanks. The salient has had to be smoothed out. The political effect of such a defeat and the loss of so much ground is disastrous." Distraught, he began carping at his generals over past defeats. "I don't know what they are doing at Avesnes. When the offensive on the Marne began on July 15th, I was assured that the French had no more than 8 divisions in reserve and the English perhaps 13. Instead, the enemy assembled a number of divisions unobserved by us in the Villers-Cotterêts forest, attacked and forced us to retire after piercing our right flank. Since then we have suffered defeat after defeat. Our army is at the end of its tether. The senior officers have all gone." He was almost hysterical. "It means nothing more or less than that we have lost the war." The company was stunned. There was a deathly silence. A few tried to console him. Admiral von Müller, believing little of what he had heard, mentioned that they had been in far worse positions. For example, in the autumn of 14, they had no ammunition, and the Dardanelles was about to fall at any minute. But His Majesty sat down glumly. He tried to eat, but could swallow scarcely a mouthful, and, what was even more unusual, could utter hardly a word. The next morning he stayed in bed. Although the people did not yet know the extent of the defeats on the Western Front, rumors were circulating of widespread collapse. To counteract public distrust, Crown Prince Wilhelm issued a statement to the press on September 4th. "The war is one of annihilation only for the enemy, not for us. We want to annihilate none of our enemies. We mean, however, to hold our own. The word victory must not be understood to mean that we want to annihilate the enemy, but only that we mean to hold our own and not let ourselves be vanquished." At Schloss Wilhelmshöhe, the Kaiser was suffering a nervous collapse, and fears were voiced that he might decide to abdicate. Although the Empress Augusta Victoria had scarcely recovered from her own breakdown, she rushed to his bedside and succeeded in reviving his strength and confidence. On the morning of September 6th, His Majesty was well enough to go out for a walk with Admiral von Müller, just returned from Berlin. "I have had a slight nervous breakdown as the result of the Empress's illness and the news from the Western Front," he said. "But I retired to bed, slept for 24 hours, and am a new man once more." 3 days later he felt well enough to visit the Krupp works in Essen and address 1,500 steel workers. His adjutant, Captain Sigurd von Ilsemann, handed him a speech, but he ignored it and began to talk extemporaneously. His first mistake was wearing a field-gray uniform, the symbol of all that the workers detested. His second was to address them as "my dear friends." On their glum faces was the question, "Since when?" For the next 30 minutes he spoke so excitedly that his brow became wet with perspiration. Ilsemann squirmed. How much better it would have been if he had not said some of the things he did. He talked of the suffering and starvation of the people, but it was obvious that he knew nothing of such suffering, and when he said, "To every single one of us his task is given, to you your hammer, to you at your lathe, to me upon my throne," the adjutant noticed sarcastic smiles. The Kaiser went on and on about the courage of the men at the front, the noble cause of Germany, the Bible, and even tried to squeeze some sympathy by mentioning the grave illness of "my dearly loved wife and mother of you, her people." The workers' scorn became embarrassingly obvious when he chided those who doubted the outcome of the war. Doubt is the greatest ingratitude toward the Lord. And now I ask you all quite simply and honestly, have we then really ground for doubt? Just look at the 4 Years' War. What immense achievements we have behind us. He called upon them to be as hard as steel, then passionately asked all of those present determined to fight to the last to shout out yes. According to the printed speech, the assembly answered with a loud yes, but those present heard only a few ayes, a number of furtive laughs, and a general embarrassing silence. 3. Haig was so convinced that victory was within grasp that he wrote General Wilson on the 7th that he wanted to come to London in a few days to explain the sudden change in the military situation in our favor, as this must alter the arrangements for providing men and material for the future. He was franker in a note to his wife. Too many men are being sent to air service, tanks, and such fancy jobs, and not enough to infantry who can win the war. The next day, Churchill, who delighted in spending as much time as possible at the front, arrived at Haig's headquarters during a rainstorm. The field marshal told him bluntly that the Allies should aim at getting a decision as soon as possible. This month or next, not next spring or summer as the cabinet proposed. Predictably, Minister of Munitions Churchill agreed, and in his enthusiasm suggested that they set men free from his own munitions factories. Later in the day, after a meeting with Foch, Haig motored to Calais, where he boarded the destroyer Douglas. In 50 minutes, despite heavy weather, the ship crossed to Folkestone. But it was not until Tuesday morning, September 10th, that he had his important talk at the War Office with Lord Milner. His presentation was vigorous and impassioned. The Cabinet must reconsider all their plans and methods after the astounding victories of the past 4 weeks. 77,000 prisoners and nearly 800 guns captured. There had never been such a victory in the annals of Britain. He assured Milner that the discipline of the German army was fast deteriorating. It seems to me to be the beginning of the end. The character of the war had changed, and what he needed now were the means to exploit their successes to the full. All reserves in England should be rushed to France at once. If we act with energy now, a decision can be obtained in the very near future. Fully agreeing, Milner promised to do his best. General Pershing was still preparing his offensive at the other end of the long, twisting front line. Since 1914, the Saint-Mihiel salient, some 25 miles south of Verdun, had been a blunt-headed spearhead pointing toward Paris. It remained an affront to French military prestige as well as a hindrance to all communications in that area. And that July, Foch had suggested that the Americans try to eliminate it. From the beginning, Haig objected to wasting so much energy in that area. Victory, he argued, would come from a series of converging attacks launched from Flanders to the River Meuse. But Pershing was as stubborn as Haig and insisted that his troops operate independently. The field marshal was overridden. On August 30th, Pershing assumed command of the entire Saint-Mihiel sector and met with Foch, who presented a master plan for operations all along the front. "Tout le monde à la bataille," he exclaimed. "Everybody fights." The Germans were in disorder on the British front and weak in the Aisne area. They were on the run, and the Allies must exploit their successes, the French at Mesnil and the British in Cambrai and Saint-Quentin. Gesturing dramatically, he spoke of the wonderful prospects if these drives went well, then, to Pershing's consternation, proposed limiting drastically the Saint-Mihiel attack. Pershing should hit only the southern face, pinch it quickly, then switch some of his divisions to the French Second Army between the Meuse and the Argonne. At the same time, an American army could form between the French Second and Fourth Armies for a combined assault through the Argonne. Pershing could not hide his distress, and Foch quickly said, I realize that I am presenting a number of new ideas and that you will probably need time to think them over, but I should like your first impressions." "Well, Marshal, this is a very sudden change. We are going forward as already recommended to you and approved by you, and I cannot understand why you want these changes." All that he had been fighting for, an American army operating independently, was at stake. Foch argued that the fate of the 1918 campaign would be decided in the N region. Pershing bristled. "But Marshal Foch, here on the very day that you turn over a sector to the American army and almost on the eve of an offensive, you ask me to reduce the operation so that you can take away several of my divisions and assign them to the French Second Army and use others to form an American army to operate in the N in conjunction with the French Fourth Army, leaving me little to do except hold what will become a quiet sector after the Saint-Mihiel offensive. This virtually destroys the American army that we have been trying so long to form." Responding sympathetically, Foch said that he would agree to anything as long as the new operations were executed. He sincerely wished there were some way to keep the Americans together. Did Pershing have a better solution? Neither man could reach the other. To Foch, the American seemed blind to reason. After all, he was in supreme command and was insisting on a concentric attack for the good of the cause. Pershing simply had to agree. On his part, Pershing was furious at the idea of splitting his forces. Why, he asked, couldn't the Americans simply replace the French Second Army? "I don't want to appear difficult," he said, controlling himself, "but the American people and the American government expect that the American army shall act as such and shall not be dispersed here and there along the Western Front." Outwardly courteous, he boiled inside. Every time he had pointed this out, some proposition had been put forward to prevent it. Foch became livid. "Voulez-vous aller à la bataille?" he asked sarcastically. It was an insult to ask another general if he wished to take part in a battle, and the French translator was embarrassed to put it into English. "Most assuredly," said Pershing, who had understood it in French, "but as an American army and in no other way." "That means it will take a month." "If you will assign me a sector, I will take it at once," was the polite but firm answer. And after Foch asked a bit testily what sector, Pershing quickly replied, "Whatever you say." At Foch's protest that the Americans lacked artillery and auxiliary troops, Pershing reminded him that the French had insisted on the United States only shipping over infantry and machine gun units, with the promise that auxiliary troops would be supplied by their allies. The American insisted that these promises be kept. "It is now August 30th, protested Foch, "and the attack must begin on September 15th. It is a question of time." Again he pressed for shifting American units into the French Second Army. Again Pershing resisted, and when Foch persisted, lost his temper. "Marshal Foch," he said, "you have no authority as Allied Commander-in-Chief to call upon me to yield up my command of the American army and have it scattered among the Allied forces where it will not be an American army at all." Taken aback to see the usually controlled Pershing speak so sharply, Foch rose from the table and said angrily, "I must insist upon the arrangement." Pershing also stood up. "Marshal Foch, you may insist all you please, but I decline absolutely to agree to your plan. While our army will fight wherever you may decide, it will not fight except as an independent American army." Foch knew as well as he how the critics back in the United States had been carping about the parceling out of American troops here and there. And, added Pershing, President Wilson's message to the embassies in Washington stated specifically that the American army should fight as a unit. As he picked up his maps and papers, Foch muttered that he would do what he could for an American army. Pale and exhausted, he started to leave, then turned and handed Pershing a memorandum of his earlier proposal. "Study it carefully," he urged. If so, Pershing would surely agree with it. The American promised to reply quickly, and the next day he sent a long, courteous rejection of the Foch plan. That same afternoon he sought out Pétain at his headquarters train. The two field commanders were beginning to like each other, and the Frenchman sympathized with Pershing's predicament. He admitted that Foch had no right to interfere in tactical arrangements by an army commander. It was Foch's job to order the strategy, theirs to carry it out. He suggested that Pershing take over the front from the Moselle to the Argonne, leaving the French Second Army in place but under Pershing's command for logistical and staff help. Later, an American Second Army could drive west toward the Argonne and a third toward Reims. Foch should be made to understand that the American divisions would fight only under their own commanders. The three met on September 2nd at Bonbon. This time there was harmony, for Foch had become resigned to American rigidity. Did Pershing mean to cancel the Saint-Mihiel operation? He asked. No. Pershing was confident that he could wipe out the salient and move his main force without much delay to the Argonne and be ready to attack there on September 25th. After thanking Pershing for his splendid expression of goodwill, Foch expressed the hope that the Americans could hit the Saint-Mihiel salient on September 10th. Then there would be time for both complicated operations. This gave Pershing only 8 days to launch the first, and he faced, in his own words, a gigantic task. After Saint-Mihiel, he would have to extract some 300,000 men and shift them to the Meuse-Argonne sector, along with another 300,000 men and 2,700 guns. In other words, we had undertaken to launch with practically the same army within the next 24 days 2 great attacks on battlefields 60 miles apart. 4. It was impossible for the American commander to begin on September 10th, so H-hour was set at 5 a.m. on the 12th. After dinner on the eve of the battle, 25 American correspondents were ushered into a room of the Hôtel Angleterre in Paris. They sat on beds on a table on the window-sill to hear General Dennis Toland describe the Saint-Mihiel operation. He warned the newsmen that this was only a limited push, but it was an all-American show. Secretary of War Baker had arrived for the occasion and would watch the rolling barrage from old Fort Gironville. It might even be possible for correspondents to see some of it from the roof of the Angleterre. The newsmen, still a little dazed to have been taken so fully into the Army's confidence, left at midnight. At the front, the artillery was in place, and doughboys and a regiment of Marines were marching in the pitch dark through drenching rain. Before midnight, most of the infantrymen reached the jump-off trenches, which had been abandoned for a year and were in bad condition due to lack of care and to shells and rain. The men sloshed through the mud, and even though the Americans put up flares, it was raining so hard the Germans never saw them. At 1 a.m. the rain turned into a savage storm. Almost at the same moment, the preparatory artillery barrage of almost 2,800 guns began. The Germans were caught by surprise, although they had been expecting a major attack for days and intended evacuating the salient once it came. 2 divisions, in fact, were already in the process of moving to the rear. Wherever George Tomek of the 33rd Division Field Artillery looked, all he could see were lurid flashes. It was indeed a spectacle to behold, he wrote his parents, and some miles in back of our lines were stationed the big French railroad guns of tremendous caliber. And when each of them fired at about 10-minute intervals, and although they were miles behind us, we could plainly hear and see the thunderous booming and the lightning-like flashes of these monstrous guns, which alone lit up the entire sky. Lieutenant Colonel George Patton, commander of 144 American and 33 French tanks, was watching from a hill in front of the main line. When the shelling first started, I had some doubts about the advisability of sticking my head over the parapet, but it is just like taking a cold bath. Once you get in, it is all right, and I soon got out and sat on the parapet. Sergeant William L. Langer of the 1st Gas Regiment had been carrying heavy loads of ammunition up front for hours and didn't return to his dugout in town until 4 a.m. Just as Langer, a young instructor of modern languages in a New England boarding school, was about to start back to the trenches, the Germans began to bombard the town. For a moment he and his mates were undecided, then set out on the run, reaching the trenches without mishap. The first wave was about to go over the top, and friendly machine guns had just opened a rolling barrage to precede it. For green men it was a novel experience, the stuttering, breathless chatter of the machine guns behind one. The trenches were in places so congested that to get through would have been impossible had we not struck on a rather clever idea. "Heads up, men! High explosives! Watch these sacks!" Shouting words to that effect worked like magic, and we secured an easy passage. He watched the infantry go over, following each other through the fields of barbed wire, over the enemy trenches, and towards woods where the Germans had artillery. Pershing was at a high lookout on Fort Gironville, but the rain and mist prevented a clear view. He could follow the progress of the troops only by the barrage that preceded them. There was a chill breeze blowing, and he couldn't hear the artillery in his immediate front, although the more distant artillery bombardment on the western face was distinct. The sky over the battlefield, aflame with exploding shells, star signals, burning supply dumps and villages, was a scene picturesque but terrible. The exultation in our minds that here at last, after 17 months of effort, an American army was fighting under its own flag, was tempered by the realization of the sacrifice of life on both sides, and yet fate willed it thus, and we must carry through. From the top of the Hôtel Angleterre in Paris, Fred Ferguson was watching with other correspondents. They could see flashes on the northwest horizon and hear the low growl and grumble of guns. Most of them wanted to hurry up front and get the story firsthand. As dawn broke, Douglas MacArthur, now a brigadier general, led his infantry brigade of the Rainbow Division forward. They were followed by a squadron of tanks, which soon bogged down in the mud. From his vantage point, Colonel George Patton could see his tanks getting stuck in the trenches. It was a most irritating sight. He started forward on foot, passing dead and wounded. I saw one fellow in a shell hole holding his rifle and sitting down. I thought he was hiding and went to cuss him out, but he had a bullet over his right eye and was dead. The Marines followed the 23rd Infantry. It was a sight that Major Denig would never forget. Shells were bursting in front, phosphorus fire blazing on all sides. The edge of the wood they would have to cross was on fire. The ruins of a village ahead reminded him of decayed teeth. He was hit in the left hand by a piece of shell, which cut his cigar in two just as he was taking it from his mouth. His adjutant, Willard Smith, found the lighted half and returned it to Denig with a great flourish. Moments later they got their first prisoners, 5 gray figures resembling big rats in their gas masks, emerged from a shelter in the village. The Marines kept moving, and before long Denig's adjutant, walking 10 feet ahead, was killed. Denig jumped to his side, yelling, "Willard!" but saw his brains pouring out. Denig covered the adjutant's face and led his men into the wood. To those Marines who, like Captain David Bellamy, had fought at Belleau Wood and Soissons, it was a walk away, with slight casualties and very little opposition. Up ahead, the Rainbow Division and other doughboy units were advancing without pause. As far as the eye could reach, recalled Major Walter Wolfe. West and east, the waves of assault rolled steadily forward with a power and irresistibleness that made this scene more resemble an especially staged spectacle than an important operation. It was just like a picture. By 7:45 a.m., Major Denig's men had cleared the Bois de Four, reorganized, and set out across an open field, 100 yards behind their own shell fire. Machine gunners holding them up were wiped out. The Marines found huge shell holes every 100 feet. Suddenly a gray hunter dashed across the open field, and Denig sent his orderly to catch the horse. Others had the same idea, but the orderly, claiming him on the grounds of seniority, brought him back proudly. The hunter turned out to be a gold mine. He carried 2 good blankets, a raincoat, butter, a box of cigars, a dozen compasses, cigarettes, sugar, a porcelain pipe, and other gear. American airmen were ready to take off at dawn, but the weather was almost impossible, with solid clouds and mist at less than 100 feet. Even so, a dozen planes in Harold Buckley's squadron went out, patrolling as low as 50 feet. No enemy aircraft were encountered, but we had an exciting day flying just over the heads of Germans, shooting into trenches, at retreating columns on the roads, troop trains, and whatever targets we could find. At 9 a.m., Pershing, back at his headquarters, began getting reports. All along the 25-mile battle line, everything was going well, with losses light. War Secretary Baker, returning from his observation point, was elated at the success of the Americans. It was a proud day for him to realize that his directing hand had led to such results. George Patton was still looking for his tanks. We passed through several towns under shell fire, but none did more than throw dust at us. I admit that I wanted to duck and probably did at first, but soon saw the futility of dodging fate. Besides, I was the only officer around who had left on his shoulder straps, and I had to live up to them. It was much easier than you would think, and the feeling, foolish probably, of being admired by the men lying down is a great stimulus. They came to Saint-Bosson, where he found one of his French units stuck in a pass under shell fire. He talked to their major, who was working on a disabled tank, and went on. Before he had gone 20 feet, a large shell struck the French tank, killing 15 men. Patton continued toward Essay, in front of which infantrymen were pinned down. But he strolled on ahead, puffing his pipe as shells flew by. Everyone was huddled in shell holes except one man standing on a rise. It was his old friend Douglas MacArthur. I joined him, and the creeping barrage came along toward us, but it was very thin and not dangerous. I think each one wanted to leave, but hated to say so, so we let it come over us. They stood and talked, but neither was interested in what the other said, as we could not get our minds off the shells. As Patton continued on to Essay, 5 of his tanks came up from behind. He told their commander to cross the bridge ahead and enter the town. Some damned Frenchman at the bridge told them to go back as there were too many shells in the town. The lieutenant in command obeyed. This made me so mad I led them through on foot. Both he and MacArthur crossed the bridge, even though it was supposed to be mined. In the town, some Germans came out of their dugouts to surrender personally to MacArthur. Others were surrendering to Patton, who then asked his friend if he could attack the next town, Pan. The answer was affirmative. The road to Pan was so strewn with dead men and horses that Patton could not induce infantrymen to enter the town. The sergeant commanding the only tank nearby was also reluctant. He was nervous at being alone, so I said, "I will sit on the roof." Patton climbed on top of the tank. This reassured him, and we entered the town. At 11 a.m., General Hunter Liggett, commander of 1st Corps, got a message by carrier pigeon that his divisions had already reached their final objective of the day. A little later, they were at their second day's objective. Apparently, the dazed enemy was offering little resistance, since his men were close to the base of the salient and approaching the last German defense position, the Michel Line. At noon, the German commander, Lieutenant General Fuchs, ordered the complete evacuation of the Saint-Mihiel salient. He did this not only to save the remaining German troops from capture, but because the American 2nd Division was already dangerously close to a weak point in the Michel Line, and Fuchs feared there was danger of a breakthrough. After directing the seizure of Pan, Patton walked along the battlefront to see how Major Brett, commander of the left battalion, was doing. Having lost his sack containing food and brandy, Patton took crackers from a dead German and pressed on until he found Brett. He was crying because he had no more gas. He was very tired and had a bullet through his nose. I comforted him and started home alone to get some gas. Tired and thirsty as he was, Patton was entranced by the trip back over the battlefield. Like the books, but much less dramatic, the dead were about mostly hit in the head. There were a lot of our men stripping off buttons and other things, but they always covered the face of the dead in a nice way. Then he saw something he would have liked to photograph. Right in the middle of a large field where there had never been a trench was a shell hole from a 9.7 gun. The hole was at least 8 feet deep and 15 across. On the edge of it was a dead rat, not a large healthy rat, but a small field rat not over twice the size of a mouse. No wonder the war costs so much. That afternoon, Pershing, upon learning that the roads leading out of the salient were filled with retreating enemy troops and artillery, seized a field telephone and urged the commanders of the 4th and 5th Corps to move forward faster. By dusk, the salient was all but wiped out. For 4 years it had been a great thorn in the flank of France. At last it had been removed, and in a single day. I have experienced a good many things in the 5 years of war and have not been poor in successes, recalled General von Gallwitz, but I must count the 12th of September among my few black days. A colleague told Admiral von Müller that, upon being informed of the American-French breakthrough at Saint-Mihiel, Ludendorff was stunned. This rout, coming on the heels of the August debacle, had transformed him into a completely broken man. Friday the 13th was another lucky day for the Americans, and by noon the bulk of the defenders had already fled. The victory was a fitting birthday present for Pershing. By dusk of the next day, the main action was over. The Americans had taken 16,000 prisoners, 443 guns, and great stocks of material. More important, they had given notice to the Germans that they were at last ready to fight as an army. Fresh, spirited, and in overwhelming numbers. Even their inexperienced style of combat was unsettling. They would rush in where wiser troops feared to tread, willing to take heavy losses to gain an objective. American airmen were fighting with the same daring. Eddie Rickenbacker, commander of the Hat-in-the-Ring Squadron, and now a captain, shot down one of the Richthofen circus, commanded by Hermann Göring, and Frank Luke, having learned the knack of exploding enemy balloons, had destroyed 3 in 3 days. Billy Mitchell's bombers were also wreaking havoc behind enemy lines. The first task of the American army was completed, and Pershing now had the task of disengaging front-line troops and swinging them along with new units to the east across the Meuse, then northward for the main operation in the Argonne. The problem was to get the mass of men and supplies into position in 11 days. 5. The coordinated attacks on the Western Front were at last joined by operations in Macedonia and the Middle East. On September 15th, the British, French, Serbian, Greek forces on the dreary Salonika front in northeastern Greece launched their assault on the Bulgarians. It easily smashed through their lines, for the German troops strengthening them had been withdrawn to the west. Left to their own resources, the Bulgarians put up little resistance, since they were already convinced that Germany's cause was doomed. Within 4 days, they were in full flight. Disaster also faced the Germans in Palestine on September 15th. Early that morning, Allenby opened his assault on the Turks, commanded by Liman von Sanders. 1,000 shells a minute shattered the Turkish positions, and the infantry assault by French and British troops smashed through the defenders' first lines. Surprised and dazed, the Turks put up little fight. Many prisoners were taken. By noon, remnants of Sanders's forces were retreating in confusion as the RAF bombed and machine-gunned the jammed roads. The next dawn, the 13th Cavalry Brigade under Brigadier P.J.V. Kelly, an Arabic scholar, climbed up to Nazareth to catch Zanders's headquarters completely by surprise. His staff and clerks fought courageously in the streets, allowing the general to escape. In the meantime, the 4th Cavalry Division and the Australian Mounted Division cut off the Turkish retreat except for one road over the Jordan. They might have escaped as well, except for British airmen who espied the long column. There followed 4 gory hours of bombing and strafing, which reduced the 7th and 8th Turkish armies to scattered fugitives who were rounded up like cattle. There now remained only the 4th Army east of the Jordan, and there was little likelihood that these troops would last very long. Deep depression was settling over Germany. On the morning of September 19th, someone asked the Kaiser if he had slept well. "Very badly," he replied. "I haven't had a wink of sleep since I left Wilhelmshöhe. I'm gradually cracking up." And when someone else asked what news there was from the front, he said, "The troops continue to retreat. I have lost all confidence in them." By now there was a chancellor crisis in Germany. It became so acute the next day that the government unofficially sounded out the majority socialists on their willingness to join a coalition. The matter was discussed 2 days later at a joint conference of the socialist deputies in the Reichstag and the party's executive committee. They decided to abandon the cardinal tenet of their party, voting 4-1 to participate in a coalition because of the unprecedented crisis facing the empire. But conditions were laid down. The new government must be willing to enter a League of Nations which would peacefully adjust all future conflicts. Belgium must be rehabilitated as well as Serbia and Montenegro. Autonomy must be granted to Alsace-Lorraine. All occupied territories must be evacuated. Equal, secret, and direct right of franchise must be granted in all German federal states. All decrees limiting the right of assembly or freedom of the press must be abrogated, and all military institutions serving to exert political influence must be abolished. Most Germans would welcome such a program, even though the conservatives and one wing of the National Liberals would surely oppose it bitterly. On September 24th, at a committee meeting in the Reichstag, Chancellor von Hertling revealed the desperate situation facing the nation. He frankly admitted that there had been serious reverses on the Western Front, but there was no need to lose heart. Their soldiers continued to show spirit, and the enemy had suffered frightful losses. "The American armies need not frighten us," he said. "We shall take care of them." His attempts to inspire some hope were unconvincing and elicited no applause. Once he began to talk about the Belgium question, a National Liberal deputy shouted, "We have not come here to listen to that kind of thing." Someone else called out, "Grandfather is telling stories." As the weary Hertling continued, there were many shouts of "Ole Kamelen," old stuff, and an indignant Social Democrat deputy named Landsberg urged everyone to leave. That's the only right answer to the speech. The heckling increased when Hertling spoke of Germany's policy toward the border states, and the army representative, General von Frisberg, describing the German retreat as a defeat of the enemy, was met by a storm of derisive laughter and mocking shouts. Ironical jeers drowned out the Navy representative, who said, "Our case is favorable," and as he tried to finish a sentence beginning, "Submarine warfare is the best means," someone added angrily, "to bring America into the war." All in all, recalled Deputy Hans Hansen, it was a bad day for the government. Dissatisfaction and misunderstanding are widespread within the ranks of the majority parties. After the meeting, criticism at the tables in the restaurant was merciless. The following day, General von Frisberg, seeking to justify the War Ministry's criticism of the left's peace resolutions, was again greeted with laughter and catcalls, and there was vigorous resentment voiced against the entrance of the military into politics. The government bench was in a state of confusion, and many of the deputies, bored with the speeches, began to collect in groups to discuss the situation. "We will experience a complete military collapse in November and December," a colleague confided to Hansen. "If the whole thing were not so tragic, we might rejoice, because our predictions are approaching fulfillment." That day, the Kaiser assured all U-boat officers at Kiel that Germany would bring the Allies to their knees. "We know our goal, our rifles cocked and traitors to the wall." Admiral von Müller gave instructions that the address was not for publication. 3 hours later on the train carrying the retinue to Wilhelmshöhe, news arrived that the Bulgarian army had completely collapsed and their king was requesting an armistice. The Kaiser's warlike manner evaporated. "This can bring the war to an end," he said, "but not in the way we wanted it." 6. In Russia, the relations between the United States and the Bolsheviks were still ambiguous. A few days earlier, American Consul Poole, ordered to abandon his post in Moscow, had crossed the border into Finland 10 minutes before orders for his arrest arrived. And from Archangel, a very confused Ambassador Francis cabled Washington, "Can department advise me whether a state of war exists between the United States and the Bolshevik government?" This question was resolved 48 hours later, on September 25th, at a meeting in the White House of the President, Secretary Lansing, and General March. They decided to announce definitely to the Allies that America would send no more troops to any part of Russia. Among the first to get the news was Francis. The next day, Lansing cabled him that all military effort in northern Russia would be given up, except the guarding of the ports themselves and as much of the country round about them as may develop threatening conditions. That ended the problem of American intervention. Or did it? Could those American troops already at both ends of Russia carry out simple guard duty, while their allies were bent on overthrowing the Bolsheviks by force of arms? By this time, Bruce Lockhart was a prisoner in the Kremlin, ensconced in an apartment that once housed a Tsarist lady-in-waiting. The British secret agent was treated well, and Muro was even allowed to visit him occasionally. Within a few days he was set free and allowed to return to England, without Muro. And so the last of a long line of fascinating innocents from the West left the Russian scene. Of a colorful gallery including Ambassador Francis, Albert Rees-Williams, and Raymond Robbins, Lockhart was perhaps the most interesting and enigmatic. Each was intelligent, well-meaning, vital. Flung into the birth pangs of a new philosophy, religion, and way of life, not one could comprehend clearly the complexities, diversities, and problems of Bolshevism, any more than brilliant men like Lenin and Trotsky could fully understand the complexities and problems of capitalism. The Western innocents often opposed each other in the struggle for intervention. Lockhart fought on both sides, and at times on neither. It had been a year of lost opportunities, and now the Allies, including the reluctant idealist Americans, were at war with the new regime. It was an undeclared war, and the Americans, in their continued naivete, imagined they were well out of it. Hadn't they announced as much? But it is far easier to announce that you are really a neutral in the midst of a brawl than to make a peaceable exit, particularly with your allies grasping your coattails. 7. Pershing's operations officers estimated that they would need 9 divisions in line with 4 in Corps Reserve for the Meuse-Argonne offensive. The burden of the planning was assigned to Colonel George Marshall, who not only had to place 600,000 American soldiers into the attack sector, but to remove 220,000 French troops. The problem of transporting ammunition, gasoline, and oil, as well as signal, medical, motor, and tank supplies, seemed insurmountable. While Marshall's plans were shrewd and practical, they broke down almost from the beginning. Thousands of the 90,000 horses that were hauling supplies through the waterlogged country near the Meuse collapsed or died in their traces, causing monumental traffic jams. In the almost constant drizzle, engineers worked tirelessly with rocks and gravel, mud and logs to repair mired roads. American road discipline was so bad that staff officers had to constantly patrol the lines, urging division and brigade commanders to untangle the chaos and keep their men moving. Marshall himself roamed the roads, as did Pershing, who persistently barged into division headquarters demanding organization. Somehow the traffic was kept moving, and on D-Day -1, the line divisions were almost at their positions. They were to attack along a 24-mile front between the Meuse and the western edge of the rugged Argonne forest. Few places along the western front afforded greater advantages to a defender. On the right were the heights of Montfaucon, Cunel, Romagna, and Baricourt, rising to 1,000 feet and providing natural strong points, as well as all-around observation. On the left, the Argonne forest, itself 1,000 feet above sea level, was thickly wooded and marshy in wet weather. Only 3 roads led into an area replete with deep ravines and dense thickets. And the Germans in the past 4 years had not only emplaced many concrete machine gun posts, but sited thick entanglements of barbed wire. This was the nightmare that Pershing faced, and Pétain thought the Americans would do well to take strategic Montfaucon before winter halted the fighting. Only 5 German divisions held the entire 24-mile line, but these could be reinforced by 15 more within 3 days. Pershing's plan was to swamp the enemy front-line troops with 250,000 assault troops before these enemy reinforcements could come into action. So he set as the first day's objective the entire formidable Rocky Ridge defenses centering on Montfaucon. Colonel T. Bentley Mott, the American representative at Foch's headquarters, met the marshal returning from daily mass. As Mott saluted, Foch unexpectedly stopped and stared at the American, who in embarrassment mumbled something about how well things were going. Weren't they? Seizing the colonel's belt with his left hand, Foch dug his right fist into Mott's rib, then quickly followed with a feigned cross to the chin and a punch on the ear. It was a pantomime of his theory of battle. Then, still without a word, the ebullient marshal brought his stick to shoulder arms and marched off triumphantly. To ensure surprise, the French held the front-line positions until the night of September 25th. All American reconnaissances had been carried out by officers wearing the helmets and blue overcoats of the French. Fortunately, there was no rain that night, and the last of the American assault troops moved up into place before midnight. Probably only Pershing among Allied commanders would have dared to take the risks he faced. Since the operation was mounted so hurriedly, his most seasoned troops were still tied up at Saint-Mihiel, and the majority of Americans were going into action for the first time. Only 4 of the assault divisions had seen any fighting at all, and many men, drafted in July, had spent their 6 weeks in the army mainly in traveling. Some newcomers did not even know how to insert rifle clips. Enterprising old-timers were getting $5 apiece to instruct them. They at least had no prejudices to overcome, recalled one company commander about his 72 replacements. After Major General Robert Alexander, commander of the 77th Division, briefed his officers, a French liaison officer asked permission to make an observation. "Sir, I have no doubt that your men are brave and that you have made every preparation that will give them a chance for victory tomorrow. But permit me to say that, in my opinion, the line in your front will not move. It has been in place for 4 years, is solidly established, well wired in, and the Boche is a good soldier. I fear that you will not be able to make the advance you hope for." The commander assured the Frenchman that the line would move. George Patton was impatient for the battle to begin. "Just a word to you before I leave to play a part in what promises to be the biggest battle of the war or world so far," he wrote his wife, Beatrice. I will have 2 battalions and a group of French tanks in the show, in all about 140 tanks. I'm always nervous about this time, just as at polo or at football before the game starts. But so far I have been all right after that. I hope I keep on that way. It is more pleasant. At 2 a.m., September 26th, General Alexander was wakened. He mounted a little knoll near his dugout to watch the bombardment. A half-hour later, 3,800 guns ranging from 75 millimeters to enormous American-made 14-inch railroad guns opened fire with a crash. More ammunition was expended during this preparation fire than was used by both sides during the entire Civil War, and at a cost estimated at $1 million a minute. The infantry, awed and expectant, waited in their jumping-off trenches. In 3 hours they would go over the top, an exciting, terrifying new experience for almost all of them. At 4, Captain Eddie Rickenbacker was wakened by his orderly, who told him that the weather was good. They would need it. Mitchell had ordered all squadrons to attack enemy observation balloons along the entire front. The safety of thousands of our attacking soldiers depended upon our success in eliminating these eyes of the enemy. Attacking a balloon hanging only 1,500 feet above anti-aircraft was a terrifying business. Rickenbacker routed out 5 of his best pilots. Their squadron was assigned 2 balloons, and at early breakfast he explained that 3 men would go after each target. Day would break at 6, and the 6 flyers took off at 5:20, so they could attack at first light. Once they lifted into the darkness, the airfield ground flares were extinguished. And then Rickenbacker beheld the most marvelous sight that his eyes had ever seen. Through the darkness, the whole western horizon was illumined with one mass of jagged flashes. Millions of guns seemed to be shooting along the entire front, for the French were also attacking on both American flanks. The picture made me think of a giant switchboard which emitted thousands of electric flashes as invisible hands manipulated the plugs. He was so fascinated by the fireworks that he was startled to peer over the side and discover Verdun below. He set his course above the dim outline of the Meuse and followed its windings downstream, occasionally taking shortcuts across little peninsulas, since this route was as familiar as the path to his own home. At 5:30, the preparation shelling stopped, and the rolling barrage opened up. The doughboys started forward through heavy mist. Special units slung chicken wire bridges over enemy barbed wire, and those behind recklessly plunged toward the German front line. At first, the defenders were so stunned that only a few machine guns opened up, and there was good progress all along the line except in the center, which was dominated by the heights of Montfaucon. By now, Rickenbacker's men had destroyed their 2 gas bags, and he was searching for another one. Glancing to the right, he was almost startled out of his senses to see a Fokker flying alongside him not 100 yards away. The next instant, he saw the German was heading straight at him. They both began firing, and it was still so dark that their 4 streams of tracer bullets cut brilliant lines of fire through the sky. For a moment it looked as though our 2 machines were tied together with 4 ropes of fire. Rickenbacker's ammunition was incendiary, the Germans part tracer, part incendiary, and part plain lead. As they drew closer, Rickenbacker wondered if they were going to collide, but the Fokker abruptly dipped under him. Rickenbacker made a renversement which put him directly behind the enemy. He pressed both triggers. The Fokker fell over on one wing and plunged down. Rickenbacker's own engine began to vibrate violently. One blade of his propeller had been shot in 2. He throttled down to reduce the pounding, and being only 1,000 feet above ground, he just cleared the German lines and made it to the Verdun aerodrome. He soon had a new propeller on his Spad and was back at his own field. There was great news. Their group had shot down 10 balloons in addition to his Fokker, 11 victories in an hour, without the loss of a single pilot. At about 6:30 a.m., George Patton was walking behind his tanks, accompanied by a signal officer and a dozen runners, some carrying field phones and others pigeons. They were heading up the east side of the Aire River toward Montfaucon. He stopped several groups of disorganized infantrymen heading for the rear, who explained that they had been separated from their units by the fog and machine gun fire. Ordering them to join his group, Patton led them to the reverse slope of a hill. He ordered everyone to spread out and lie down just before machine gun fire swept the area. Moments later, he learned that his tanks were being held up by a French Schneider, which had become bogged down trying to cross two enormous trenches. Its crew had started to dig away the banks until shells and bullets drove them into a trench. In a fury, Patton started down the slope. He ordered the French crew to get back to work, then went to the blocked American tanks, removed the shovels and picks strapped to their sides, and routed out the tankers from inside to help tear down the sides of the trenches. He stood on the parapet directing the work, although warned periodically to find shelter. Each time he yelled back, "To hell with them! They can't hit me!" Once a passage was dug between the two trenches, Patton and another officer chained several tanks together for better traction in the mud. Ignoring the storm of bullets, the two men gave hand signals to help the drivers cross the quagmire. At last all but the French tank were across. Waving his walking stick, Patton shouted, "Let's go get them! Who's with me?" and started forward, followed by 100 men. As the group came over the crest of the hill, they were met by heavy machine gun fire. Patton flung himself to the ground. It was undoubtedly at this moment that he had the vision he later described in a letter to his father. Once in the Argonne, just before I was wounded, I felt a great desire to run. I was trembling with fear, when suddenly I thought of my progenitors and seemed to see them in a cloud over the German lines, looking at me. I became calm at once, and saying aloud, "It is time for another Patton to die," called for volunteers and went forward to what I honestly believed to be certain death. Waving his stick and shouting, "Let's go! Let's go!" he started forward. 6 men followed. 5 were felled. "We are alone," said the 6th, PFC Joseph Angelo. "Come on anyway," said Patton. Something drove him onward. Seconds later, he felt something strike his leg. He tried to keep going, but crumpled to the ground. Angelo helped him into a small shell hole and bandaged his bleeding wound. The battle was over for Patton, but his tankers had taken both Varennes and Chepy and were waiting for infantrymen to come up and support them so they could assault Montfaucon. As the infantry arrived, they pushed on toward the day's final objective with the remaining tanks. To Americans used to real mountains, the ridge on top of which nestled the village of Montfaucon seemed puny from a distance. But the closer they came to the base, the more awesome it became, and as they dug into the sides of its ravines at dusk, the infantrymen realized they would be lucky to take it the next morning. To their left, the infantry slogging through the Argonne forest did reach their objective, a 0.5 kilometers north of the jump-off line. And to their right, the 3 divisions nearest the Meuse River, after overcoming stiff resistance, penetrated the enemy's second position, then beat off counterattacks. Despite the failure to take Montfaucon, it was a good day's work for Pershing's men. But by now the Germans were alerted, and support units were being rushed to the area. At Schloss Wilhelmshöhe, the Franco-American attack was the least of the Kaiser's worries that day. He sent a telegram to the King of Bulgaria saying that 5 German divisions were on the way to help his retreating troops. There was no reply. Then came news from Spa, Belgium, that depression reigned at the new Supreme Command headquarters. The only straw that Ludendorff could clutch at was the influenza epidemic ravaging France. The next morning, Rickenbacker again set out in the dark to destroy balloons. At 5:30, he caught a panoramic view of the great battlefield. From both sides came a horizontal line of flashes. As far as he could see, there was a dark space outlined between the lines of living fire. It was a most spectacular sight. Finding no balloons, he decided to fly a bit lower. Perhaps I might meet a general in his automobile, and it would be fun to see him jump for the ditch and throw himself on his face at the bottom. Ahead was a truck moving in his direction. "Here goes for the first one," he said to himself. He tipped down the nose of his machine and reached for the triggers. Over the top wing he saw something that took away his breath. Directly in his path, swaying in the breeze, was an enemy balloon towed by the moving truck. It was being put into position for observation. Flattening out, he opened fire at the swaying monster. He was so close he only had time to loose a burst of 50 rounds before making a vertical bank to avoid crashing through it. Underneath he heard the rat-a-tat-tat of a machine gun. It came from the truck, and one explosive bullet zipped past his head to crash into the tail of his plane. He barely cleared the side of the gas bag, and as he passed, glanced behind. An observer was leaping from the balloon, which obviously was about to explode. As he wondered whether the poor devil's chute would open in time, the interior of the bag ignited, and there was a great burst of fire. I couldn't resist one shout of exultation at the magnificent display of fireworks I had thus set off, hoping in the meantime that its dull glare would reach the eyes of some of our own balloon observers across the line, who would thus be in a position to give me confirmation of my 11th victory. Down below, doughboys of the 27th Division were starting up the Montfaucon slopes. Foch had not thought it could be taken until early 1919, since the village was fortified and there were numerous camouflaged machine gun posts on platforms in the trees. It was considered impregnable to infantry attack. After the first assault was halted by machine gun fire, 2 patrols were sent out to clean out the nests. One patrol was wiped out, the other pinned down. But Lieutenant Fred Coakley of Alliance, Ohio, volunteered to crawl out and get it moving. He found a dozen uninjured men and spread them out, then led them on their bellies in a search of the slope. He finally located the enemy battery. Gathering his men, he rushed the position so unexpectedly that not an American was killed. The little patrol captured 14 machine guns, killed many of the crew, and took 26 prisoners. Lieutenant Coakley detailed 4 men to take back the prisoners before leading the rest to the western part of the town. Again, his assault was so sudden that the enemy was taken by surprise. 3 field pieces were seized along with their crews, and still not an American was hit. Coakley couldn't afford to weaken his patrol by sending back the new prisoners, so he herded them toward the observation post where, in 1916, the Crown Prince had witnessed the bloody Battle of Verdun through a periscope. When the Americans were about 20 yards from the post, a burst of fire cut down all of the prisoners and 5 doughboys. Coakley and his 2 unwounded men flung themselves in a shell hole where they were pinned down from 3 sides. But comrades from the 79th Division were already advancing toward the town in strength, backed up by machine guns and tanks. These attackers were also met by machine gun fire and a shower of grenades, but they pushed ahead despite heavy casualties, clearing the village before noon. It was a remarkable feat, and the way to the north seemed open. But there was little more progress that day as the Germans stiffened their defenses all along the front. By nightfall, the American lines were disorganized. Officers couldn't follow the maps in such broken countryside, and numerous units became lost. Messages were missent, artillery pieces foundered in the mud, supply trucks could not get through. Such utter confusion meant postponement of the drive until the farrago could be straightened out. Pershing's critics were already calling for his dismissal. "Those Americans will lose us our chance of a big victory before winter," Clemenceau bitterly complained to Foch. "They are all tangled up with themselves. You have tried to make Pershing see. Now let's put it up to President Wilson." It was unfair, disregarding the achievements of the Americans who had advanced far ahead of the neighboring French forces. Foch was more understanding. The Americans have got to learn sometime. They are learning now, rapidly. On that same day, a far more important drive was launched by Haig's First and Third Armies against the most formidable defense system on the Western Front, the Hindenburg Line. Compared to the 5 German divisions faced by the Americans, Haig had to deal with 57. Success against such a force would have a crushing effect. Since the August 8th debacle, the British had pushed the enemy back nearly 25 miles on a 40-mile front over an area pocked with trenches, shell holes, and wire of both old and new battlefields. The cost had been great, 180,000 casualties, but now that they had at last reached the Hindenburg Line, Haig smelled complete victory before winter, and judged that there would be fewer casualties in the long run with the determined series of assaults. It was extraordinary that he had advanced so far with 50% of his infantry under 19 years of age. These adolescents, fresh from England, were only partially trained and were led largely by junior officers who had only experienced static warfare, but with the valor of ignorance were fighting well against an experienced, tough-minded enemy. Perhaps the novices were inspired by Haig, who was experiencing his finest hour. He now lived in a train and closely supervised every operation. For a man reputed to be rigid, he was showing remarkable elasticity, urging corps commanders to show initiative and seize every opportunity to knock the enemy off balance. 0 hour for the attack was 5:20 on the morning of September 27th. At last the whispered order was given to fix bayonets. It was almost a relief to do something, thought F.E. Noakes of the 3rd Coldstream Guards. A few minutes later he glanced at the luminous dial of his watch. It was exactly 5:20. 3 big guns spoke out in regular sequence from far in the rear. The scream of their shells hardly ceased to vibrate in our ears when, with a tremendous simultaneous crash, as though the vault of heaven had burst and was falling upon us, the barrage opened. It was as if some devilish force had been unchained, the power of hell let loose. At first there seemed to be chaos in the German lines, with very lights of every color shooting up in the air as if fired in panic. But soon the enemy recovered, and their machine guns swept the ground. The parapet just above Noakes's head spurted with jets of earth. At 5:30 the barrage moved forward. The moment had come. Officers dropped arms in signal. Men swarmed over the parapets. Noakes scrambled upright as soon as possible. It was safer standing, for the bullets were sweeping low. A non-com near him was killed, but Noakes was untouched as he half-trotted through broken wire and shell holes illuminated by the flickering lights of the explosions. Dennis Wrights of the 1st Royal Scots Fusiliers saw men ahead of him clubbing and bayoneting Germans who had risen from behind their breastworks to meet the attackers. He quickly rushed across no man's land and dropped into the great Hindenburg Trench. Here comrades, flushed with victory, were rounding up prisoners and shouting down the dugout staircases for others to come up. The Germans had fought manfully, and the floor of the trench was thick with their dead and wounded. Beside almost each machine gun lay its crew, struck down by the barrage. By this time the British guns had lifted their range to the next German trench, 400 yards beyond, and the 7th Shropshires began coming through the Scots. With no excitement or haste, the newcomers walked forward behind the creeping barrage, rifles aslant. Even when they entered the German counter-barrage, and many fell, the rest of the Shropshires continued on steadily until they took the next trench. It was such an inspiring sight that the Scots cheered. Soon after dawn, the 3rd Coldstream Guards were at the Canal du Nord, which was like a gigantic trench across their path. The steeply sloping sides were badly broken by shell fire, so the descent for Noakes and his mates was comparatively easy. They slithered to the bottom, which was almost dry, and crossed piles of rubble and pools of mud and water. Then came the long, arduous scramble up the other bank. Near the top, Captain Frisbee was waiting, disdainful of the hail of bullets still sweeping the ground just overhead. He gave each man a helping hand along with a cheerful word. It was now quite light, and Noakes could see his immediate surroundings plainly, but the various attacking groups were now so mixed up that he found himself with the Lewis gun section of another platoon. He accompanied them along a trench leading to the left. They stepped over many corpses, flinging hand grenades into every dugout they passed. Noakes stayed with the crew until it was full daylight, then set off to find his own platoon. To his relief, he came upon them after a quarter-mile. They were in the first of the double line of trenches which formed the Hindenburg line. To their right, Noakes could see the second main wave advancing in open order through fairly heavy shelling. They seemed to be successful, for the battle receded out of Noakes's sight beyond the skyline. By afternoon, the First Army had advanced well beyond the canal toward Cambrai. Through glasses, Dennis Reitz could make out a group of German officers standing atop the round tower of a Cambrai brewery. Tall pillars of smoke rose from the houses as though the city was being put to the torch. On the outskirts, he could see black masses of German infantry in reserve. To the left, the advance was being held up before the village of Grandcourt, but strong reinforcements of the Guards Brigade came up, and Reitz watched them attack. Many fell, but the men pushed on, soon disappearing among the wrecked houses. In moments, enemy machine guns fell silent, and he could see batches of prisoners being marched out. Reitz walked to the right, passing enemy guns which had fired a barrage that morning. He counted more than 50 abandoned pieces. The First Army had bitten 3 miles into the main German defensive system, and almost everywhere the final objective of the battle plan had been reached. Further to the right, the Third Army was also enjoying success, having reached the line of the Saint-Quentin Canal only 2 miles southwest of Cambrai. Reitz started back in the growing dusk after taking a last look at Cambrai, which was still fiercely burning. On his way to the rear, he passed more dead men of both sides than he had yet seen in the war. The cost was dear, but in one day Haig's 2 armies had taken 10,000 prisoners and 200 guns. More important, they had blasted their way through the northern section of the Hindenburg line and emerged into open country. And from then onward, thought Reitz with relief, the evil of the old trench warfare was a thing of the past, and a new phase had begun. There still remained, however, the titanic task facing Rawlinson's Fourth Army on the extreme British right flank. The southern segment of the Hindenburg line they were scheduled to breach in 48 hours was even more hazardous and difficult. 8. While Rawlinson was making last-minute preparations for his assault the following day, the envoys of the Bulgarian government arrived at Salonika to sue for an armistice. And in Berlin, Foreign Minister von Hintze, although knowing nothing of this imminent capitulation, had concluded that a general peace must be sought. He ordered his ministry to devise an entirely new domestic and foreign policy for Germany. They drew up an extraordinary document which opened explosively: "A vital condition precedent to the opening of peace negotiations is the immediate formation of a new government on a broad national basis on the unfettered initiative of His Majesty the Kaiser." The new regime was to approach President Wilson with a request to initiate steps for peace. "Our suggestion to Mr. Wilson will be accompanied by a declaration that Germany, and if need be the Quadruple Alliance, would be ready to accept the program of the President's well-known 14 points as the basis of negotiations." Wilson's 14 points were far more reasonable than any terms that could be expected from England, France, and Italy, and it was generally felt by the German government that the President could undoubtedly persuade his allies to accept them, since the horde of Americans already in France was now the controlling military factor. Hinze himself called this proposal a revolution from above, and while it did not propose a truly democratic government, it implied that socialists were to enter the government. While he was preparing to travel to Spa and find out exactly what the military situation was, Ludendorff, at his room in the Hôtel Britannique, was receiving the bad news that the Hindenburg Line had been breached in front of Cambrai. Lurching to his feet in a rage, he began to curse, not the enemy, but his Kaiser, the Navy, the home front, and particularly the Reichstag. An aide hastily shut the door. It was 6 p.m. when, still pale and trembling, he went down to Hindenburg's room on the next floor. The two men looked at each other silently. Hindenburg remembered, "I could see in his face what had brought him to me." Then Ludendorff haltingly said that they must ask for an immediate armistice. Tears came to Hindenburg's eyes, but he nodded in agreement. He said he had intended to propose the same thing that evening. They both agreed that it would be necessary to evacuate all occupied land in the West. The two men parted with a firm handshake and with no recriminations on either side. "Our hardest resolve," the field marshal wrote, "was based on convictions we shared in common." He knew that he would now be abused and held responsible for every misfortune, but he had to do his duty. Ludendorff was experiencing similar emotions. He and Hindenburg would be forced to sacrifice our names to ensure the step being taken that we had done everything humanly possible to avoid. The quartermaster general at last accepted the bitter truth. The war is now lost. Nothing could alter that. If we had the strength to reverse the situation in the West, then of course nothing would yet have been lost, but we had no means for that. After the way in which our troops on the Western Front had been used up, we had to count on being beaten back again and again. Our situation could only get worse, never better. There was no hope of further reinforcements for the time being from home. There was little talk of capitulation at the front lines. The Germans were retreating, but slowly, methodically, and those who manned that portion of the Hindenburg Line opposite Rawlinson's Fourth Army felt secure behind its barriers. The most formidable section was the northern half, where the Saint-Quentin Canal ran through a tunnel 3.5 miles long. Here the main defenses were sited on the western side of the canal. These consisted of 2 or 3 strong lines of trenches, each protected by thick belts of barbed wire. The tunnel itself added greatly to the strength of the position. It was lit by an extensive electric system, and housed numerous barges for quartering reserve troops. There were many bomb-proof exits and lateral approach galleries from the rear, as well as numerous underground passageways connecting the tunnel with the main defense system. This permitted any part of the line to be easily reinforced under the heaviest fire. In addition to the main defenses were numerous trenches constructed to take advantage of the lie of the land and give good fields of fire. The villages in the area, such as Bellicourt and Bonny, were also heavily fortified. The Australian-American Corps was assigned the difficult task of breaking through this section. The U.S. 27th and 30th Divisions were to spearhead the attack, and their corps commander, General Monash, was apprehensive not only because these troops had little battle experience, but because some had not yet reached the jump-off line. He pleaded with Haig to postpone the assault to give the Americans a chance to catch up, and confessed that he was in a state of despair. But Haig, assuring him that it was not a serious matter, ordered Monash to attack tomorrow morning in force as arranged. Young Pat Campbell's Field Artillery Brigade, now attached to the Australians, was also preparing to take part in the action. There was a new battery commander, for his hero, the redoubtable Major John, was dead. Recently, the camouflage over one of their guns had caught fire from the heat of its own firing. Since there were stacks of ammunition by the side of the gun, John ordered everyone to leave. He stayed, fighting the fire single-handed until the ammunition blew up. The new commander was Major Cecil, a selfish man who cared more for his black-and-white setter than any of his men. She was always in the way. Everyone in the battery was waiting for the day when she would get in the way of a shell, but Betty, like her master, knew how to look after herself. They had been taken over by an Australian battery, and Cecil's main hope was that they would not have to participate in the assault on the Hindenburg Line, but there they were, unhappily surprised to find the American 30th Division, never in action before, holding the line in front of them. Campbell spent the day at an observation post examining the future battlefield. He could see where the canal came out of the tunnel near Bellicourt, a deep chasm between steep banks. In front were white scars against the hillside, German trenches. The wire out front was disconcerting. There was so much of it. I could see the strength of the position. It was enough to daunt anyone. How could any troops cross that canal under heavy fire and scale the bank on the other side? An English division to our right was to make the attack opposite the canal, but it looked an impossible task. And how could the Americans get through the wire? He could also see unspoiled country beyond the Hindenburg Line, undulating hills, villages, little woods, and a hillside without shell holes. It was like a promised land, but it had not been promised to us. It would be ours only if we succeeded in storming the canal and capturing the trenches on the other side of the wire. If. Cherry had said we should succeed, but it was easy for an adjutant, planning battles but taking no part in them himself. It was easy for him to be optimistic. I hardly dared to hope. By late morning of September 28th it began to rain, and soon mist obliterated the green, unspoiled country. Only the white scars of the trenches remained, and the lines of wire, and the deep gash on the right which was the emerging canal. At dusk, Campbell's battery moved forward to its battle position. News from all fronts was stupendous. The Bulgarians were asking for peace, the Turks were being driven out of Palestine, and the whole Western Front was on the move. And tomorrow they would join in. "We shall go through them like a knife through butter," said their brigade commander. "We shall be eating our Christmas dinner in Berlin." This convinced Campbell, and that night he did believe they were about to enter the Promised Land. But the next morning was cold and unpromising. They opened fire at 0 hour, 5 minutes to 6. Daylight came, but the fog was so thick Campbell could hardly see from one gun to the next. No one seemed to know anything about what was happening out front. Someone said, "It doesn't smell like victory." Then came word to advance. There still was no news, and no prisoners were coming back. Perhaps they had gone by in the fog. After proceeding about a half-mile, the fog cleared enough so they could distinguish other guns and wagons ahead. The column didn't look like it was moving very fast. In fact, nobody was moving at all. By this time, Campbell could see 500 yards up to a crest. Wagons and guns were stalled all the way to the top. Nothing was going over. This meant that the enemy was still holding the Hindenburg Line. On Campbell's right, British troops of 9th Corps, using lifeboats, rafts, mats, and portable bridges, crossed the canal and took the village of Belle-Anglise. But on his left, the American 27th Division was in trouble. Tanks allotted to it had been quickly put out of action, and only 2 battalions had managed to catch up with and follow the barrage. The rest could not even get as far forward as the artillery start line. Paul Maz, the French artist in khaki, was now attached to these troops. The first intimation that they were encountering stiff opposition was the sight of the knocked-out tanks. He entered the dugout of one regiment to find an American colonel and 2 staff officers facing a map. "While," drawled the colonel, adjusting his tortoiseshell glasses, "I have no news as yet of how the boys have gotten on, but they went over at scheduled time, and I am confident that they have done their duty." Maz suggested that perhaps someone should go forward and find out how things were. At the steps of the dugout, Maz saw men in the distance coming down the sloping ground and asked who they were. "Well," answered the colonel. "I guess it's some of the boys coming back." While he was ordering a lieutenant to see what it was all about, Maz leaped on his motorcycle and hurried up the crest as far as he could. He ran the rest of the way and found that the men were retreating simply because they were not in touch with anybody. They had no news, and most of their officers were killed. Maz ordered some to stay where they were and set up their machine guns. The rest he told to rejoin their comrades out front, which they did. They were not in any sort of panic, but had merely sauntered back for want of instructions. Returning to the American headquarters, he found it shattered as if by an earthquake. 3 bodies lay partly covered by a sack. The sentry and 2 of the officers he had just been talking to. The colonel sat alone, mopping his brow. "Say," he told Maz, "this certainly is war." The Americans, in their eagerness to catch up, had advanced too fast in the fog. Failing to mop up, they had been attacked from the rear by Germans emerging from dugouts and tunnels. It was not until 2 p.m. that General Monash gathered enough reliable information to make a decision. With the failure of the American 27th Division to reach its objective, the Australian 3rd Division had only managed to get obliquely astride the line of the tunnel. At least the American 30th Division had managed to seize Bellicourt and control the southern entrance of the tunnel. This enabled the Australian 5th Division to cross the tunnel line in force. Since Monash only held one end of the tunnel, he had to abandon his original plan until he could secure the gains of the day. He would have to organize a continuation of the battle next day on totally different lines. It had been a frustrating and somewhat revolting day for Campbell. The battery had been forced to pull back several times, and finally Major Cecil put Campbell in charge of the wagon lines. "Don't go a bloody yard back," was his departing order. As some gas as well as high-explosive shells began to fall among his teams, Campbell galloped back to tell Cecil that they would have no horses left to make an advance unless he allowed them taken further back. "It's always the same," growled Cecil, who had washed down his lunch with a good deal of whiskey. "Put a man in charge of the wagon lines, and he's never happy till he's taken them back to the sea." With ill grace, he allowed Campbell to move them a half-mile further back. It was cold and rainy. Summer had gone and winter come in a day. Campbell was kept awake all night by German shells, as well as by the cold and restlessness of the horses, which he had tethered close so they couldn't kick one another. I was afraid they might break free or that a shell might burst in the middle of them, and the Major would certainly say it was my fault. He could have endured the loneliness and cold, the shells and responsibility, if only today's attack had succeeded. It was the failure of all our hopes. That was what I could not bear. The promised land. We were practically in the same place where we had started. The Hindenburg line was impregnable. We should never get through. This temporary setback was not taken seriously in London, particularly since British troops to the south were across the canal in force, and other troops in the north were closing in on Cambrai. Lloyd George, who had suffered from flu most of the month, was so gleeful on hearing all this that he began to dance a hornpipe. It had been a harrowing day at Spa for the German Supreme Command. In the morning, Ludendorff, Hindenburg, and Hintze had conferred with the Kaiser. After the foreign minister explained the political situation, Hindenburg revealed that the Western Front was about to collapse and the army needed an immediate armistice. The only way to save Germany, he said, was to appeal to President Wilson at once. Ludendorff broke in, demanding that an armistice be arranged within 24 hours. Hintze protested that such a demand would be tantamount to unconditional surrender and would mean revolution and overthrow of the imperial dynasty. He begged for a few days' delay. The Kaiser, listening calmly to all this, was the most contained man in the room. With no show of emotion, he sided with Hintze, who promised that a note to Wilson would be dispatched by October 1st at the latest. After Hintze said that His Majesty was faced with 2 choices, to democratize the government or to establish a dictatorship to suppress a revolution, the Kaiser replied, "Nonsense," to the second, and declared himself in favor of the first, with suppressed emotion, with kingly dignity. Early in the afternoon, Chancellor von Hertling arrived. Upon learning from Hinze what had happened, he came out of the room and exclaimed to his son, "It's absolutely terrible. The Army Supreme Command demands that as soon as it can possibly be done, a request for peace be sent to the Entente." At a conference a little later with the Kaiser, Hertling refused to remain Chancellor with a democratic parliamentary government and tendered his resignation. The Kaiser accepted it, but then told Hinze that he could see no danger of an imminent revolution. "We can afford, therefore," he said, "to postpone for a while the formation of a new government and the question of peace. 2 weeks should be taken to quietly consider the matter." The foreign minister reminded the Kaiser that His Majesty himself had promised Ludendorff to send a note to Wilson in 2 days, and a new government that would be acceptable to the enemy must be formed before an offer of peace and armistice could be made. The Kaiser, he said, must sign the decree lying on the desk which provided for a change in government. Wilhelm wearily turned, walked to the table, and affixed his name, then hurried off to dress for dinner. Admiral von Hinze was one of the guests that evening at His Majesty's invitation. He told the company that Chancellor von Hertling had to quit immediately, even if there was no successor in view. After the meal, Hinze instructed his undersecretary to inform Vienna and Constantinople that I propose to suggest peace to President Wilson on the basis of the 14 points, and to invite him to call an immediate cessation of hostilities. With Austria-Hungary and Turkey informed of the intended peace move, there could be no step backward. Hinze set out for Berlin on a special train to carry out his mission. As Deputy Hansen walked toward Unter den Linden after a depressing, nerve-wracking day at the Reichstag, he felt a mysteriously heavy and oppressive atmosphere was hovering over the large cafes. A dense crowd was pressed together outside the telegraph room of Local Anzeiger to read the latest telegrams. "How pitiful it is," an unknown man said to me as I walked into the hall. Morale was below zero. At 10:50 p.m., Bulgaria signed an armistice agreeing to every one of the Allied commanders' conditions. Hostilities would cease at noon the following day. With less than 1% of its country occupied by invaders, Bulgaria had surrendered. With her collapse, the back door to Austria-Hungary, as well as to Turkey and to Germany herself, was ajar. The next morning, the last day of September, news of Bulgaria's ignominious capitulation brought further gloom to the Reichstag. "The war will end in 4 months," one member told Hansen. "It cannot continue longer because the states will collapse." Another, just arriving from Switzerland, said that everyone there was convinced of Germany's approaching collapse. During the day, the Australians manfully struggled to seize the northern half of the canal tunnel and so break the entire Hindenburg line. The American 27th Division also pushed forward. Maas stayed with them, and early in the afternoon had come upon a battalion of Australians on the right who were coming to their aid. The Anzac colonel asked Maas to take a message back to brigade headquarters, and he started walking down the road to Bonny. As shots flew past him, he dropped into a shell hole. He peered over the edge and saw not 200 yards away the tops of German helmets. I raised my field glasses to have a look at them, and as I did so my left arm dropped in excruciating pain with a bullet in the wrist. He crawled out of the hole and finally reached some Australians waiting in reserve. They dressed his wound, and he walked to the rear, his left hand and wrist throbbing. On the way he registered everything he saw, for, half unconsciously, I was taking leave of the war. He was thankful that it was not his painting hand. He reported to Rawlinson's chief of staff, General Montgomery, whose genial, welcoming smile was refreshing. That evening, Maas was in a hospital train, riding slowly away from the battle. I could still hear the guns making a thundering row, and as I looked out at the desolation gliding past the windows and saw all the reinforcements coming up to finish the assault on the Hindenburg line, I thought of the comment of the mother of a French friend of mine, who had succeeded in reaching her soldier son in a village immediately behind the line during a battle. She had sent word and was waiting for him, a tall black figure in the middle of the road. As she spied him coming toward her down the shattered street, she called out, "My dear child, why all this noise? What is it all about?" Little ground was won on that last day of September, but Rawlinson's men were in good position to seize the rest of the Hindenburg line on the morrow. Marshal Foch was in his glory, for at last his grand coordinated attack was being realized. Everyone was fighting from Flanders to Verdun. In the far north, the Belgians were attacking under their king. At Ypres, General Plumer was pushing forward with his usual vigor. And to his right, 4 more British armies were either through or approaching the Hindenburg line. Then to their right, 4 of Foch's own armies were also progressing, if with little dash except for the irrepressible Mangin. Finally came the Americans, who, with frantic energy, were reorganizing for another major push in the Meuse-Argonne. To Foch it was a dream come true, and he was beginning to think that Haig was right after all. Victory could come in 1918. In London that evening, Lloyd George may not have executed another hornpipe, but he surely felt like it upon learning that 3 of General Allenby's cavalry divisions had reached the outskirts of Damascus. Within the city, Turkish rule had already ceased, and flags were flying in the streets to welcome the conquerors. What was left of the Turkish army was in flight. The collapse of the Ottoman Empire was only a matter of time. At dawn of October 1st, Colonel T.E. Lawrence, already a legend, entered Damascus with his Arab forces to receive a frenzied welcome from the people. Simultaneously, detachments of the Australian 10th Light Horse entered from the north as the 14th Cavalry Brigade from the south reached the street that is called Straight. At the Hindenburg line, the rain finally stopped just before dawn. By 10 a.m., Australian patrols reached the northern mouth of the canal tunnel. Rawlinson's Fourth Army had completed the task of breaching Ludendorff's formidable barrier, and Lieutenant Campbell's promised land was now open for the taking. 9. Although the Supreme Command had reluctantly agreed to accept Prince Max of Baden, a leading member of the liberal community with an ardent desire for peace, as the new Chancellor, he had not had time to form a new government by the morning of October 1st. This was the day Hintze had promised to send his peace offer to President Wilson, but there was no official Chancellor yet to sign it. This mattered little to the frenzied Ludendorff at Spa, who was insisting that pressure be put on Berlin to send the offer immediately, no matter who signed it. The enemy, he warned, might break through his lines at any moment. The Kaiser's Foreign Office representative was so shaken by Ludendorff's hysterical arguments that he sent a message to Berlin urging Hintze to dispatch the message at once, come what may. The military, he added, seemed to have completely lost their nerve here. Prince Max was already on his way to Berlin to form the new government, but did not arrive until mid-afternoon. Informed that the Supreme Command demanded an immediate armistice because of the desperate military situation, he balked. Although he had been striving for peace and was now willing to make large concessions, he was determined to fight to the death if the Allies insisted on dishonorable conditions. "If the situation is as serious as this," he said, "it can no longer be saved by an armistice offer, and we must simply risk the catastrophe. A precipitate peace offer, above all a precipitate armistice offer, must have disastrous political consequences." He refused to put his name to such a document and went at once to see the chief of the cabinet, F.W.B. von Berg. "The armistice offer," he said, "is a fatal mistake, and I will not sign it." Therefore he could not accept the chancellorship. "You are certainly not my candidate," said Berg testily, "but I have no other." "I do not shrink from the sacrifice," the prince heatedly retorted. "But it must not be a senseless sacrifice, which it would be if my first step as Chancellor was to be an appeal to the enemy." How could Berg, as the Kaiser's closest adviser, wait until matters had reached this state of bankruptcy before summoning him? "I am now to throw away my good name and my reputation to save anything that can be saved. No man ought to be put in such a position, and no nation either." "You see," interrupted Berg, "you are already getting nervy." "I have good reason to get excited over the news I've just faced upon arrival." Prince Max realized that there were only two courses open to him, either to leave Berlin or attempt to form a government and carry on the fight against the peace offer. His departure, he felt, would result in an immediate signature by the vice-chancellor of the old government, so he decided to remain and become chancellor. His cousin, the Kaiser, was in a very depressed mood, but he still clutched the hope of the influenza epidemic in France. Yet it must have been as obvious to him as to his courtiers that the Western Front could crumble at any moment. At 7 that evening he and his party left Spa. "Shall we ever see it again?" wrote a disconsolate Admiral von Müller in his diary. 20 minutes later a telegram from Hinze arrived at Supreme Command Headquarters. "New government will probably be formed tonight, October 1st. So the proposal can also go out tonight. Military situation is strongest means of pressure on unreasonable and arrogant parties." Hinze was laboring under the illusion that the unreasonable and arrogant Prince Max was about to sign the peace offer, and his message heartened Ludendorff, who immediately appointed an armistice committee, then requested the foreign minister to let him know as soon as possible the exact time the peace proposal would go to Wilson. Ludendorff's growing hysteria was evident in a midnight message to Hinze stating that the army could not wait another 48 hours. The general again begged the foreign minister most urgently to make every effort to have the proposal issued in the quickest possible manner. Everything, he insisted, depended on the proposal being in the hands of the Entente by Wednesday night or early Thursday morning at the latest, and he begged Hinze to leave no stone unturned to that end. This frantic telegram was followed shortly by a Ludendorff telephone call personally urging Colonel Hans von Heften, the army representative of the foreign ministry, to get Prince Max out of bed so he could sign the note. Heften said the best he could do was see the prince in the morning, but he doubted whether he would sign it until the new government was actually formed. At 8 a.m. October 2nd, Colonel von Heften was at Prince Max's door. As predicted, the prince refused to sign and set to work forming a coalition government. Ludendorff kept applying pressure throughout the morning, going so far as to instruct his emissary in Berlin, Major Count Hilmar von dem Busche, to gather representatives of all the political parties and reveal to them the frank details of the military collapse. For the first time, Ludendorff was going to be completely honest with the civilian leaders, but only because he desperately needed an immediate armistice. Busch's revelations left the party members pale and utterly crushed. Social Democrat Friedrich Ebert, leader of the reformist wing, for one, went as white as death and could not utter a word, and Gustav Stresemann, a National Liberal deputy, looked as if he had been struck. The Prussian minister reportedly said, "There is only one thing left now, and that is to put a bullet through one's head." Prince Max was stunned. This frantic effort of Ludendorff's to force immediate action had dealt his own plan a mortal blow. Up to this moment the home front had stood unbroken. It had been held together by the overwhelming force of suggestion, which went out from the two commanders in the field. The suggestion, "You must hold out, don't give in." Now the spark of panic leapt across to the people at home. Early that afternoon the Kaiser and Hindenburg arrived in Berlin, and at 3 p.m. Prince Max and his advisers held their first conference with the latter, who strode in with such unruffled assurance and talked so calmly that the Chancellor had a flutter of hope. But once the Field Marshal said, "Give me a breathing space of 10, 8, or even 4 days before I appeal to the enemy," it was evident that he shared Ludendorff's position. A moment later he went even further by admitting that the military situation was so grave there should be no delay. Prince Max took Hindenburg aside to ask privately if the state of the front really necessitated such precipitate action. "We have so far survived this attack," was the answer. "I am expecting a new mass attack within a week, and I cannot guarantee that there will not be a catastrophe." No sooner was this unspeakable word out of his mouth than he corrected it, or at least the most serious consequences. The meeting was interrupted by the announcement that the Kaiser wanted to hold an immediate Crown Council meeting. The Kaiser greeted everyone almost lightly. What a state of nerves Berlin is in, to be sure! But after Prince Max said that he was still opposed to making the peace offer, His Majesty interrupted sharply. "The Supreme Command considers it necessary," he said, "and you have not been brought here to make difficulties for the Supreme Command." But the prince was not to be intimidated, and the next morning again told Hindenburg that an immediate armistice offer, besides being ineffective and dangerous, would be treated all over the world as a confession of German defeat. All the favorable effects of the new government in furthering the cause of peace would be lost in the sensation which the offer would make. He proposed that instead he proclaim in his first speech new war aims that would correspond to Wilson's 14 points. But when Hindenburg stubbornly insisted on an immediate peace offer, Prince Max promised to authorize the offer on one condition: that the Supreme Command states in writing so that I may be in the position to communicate their statement to the Cabinet today and eventually to publish it, that the military situation on the Western Front does not allow delaying the note till my speech is made. After they parted, Prince Max telegraphed Hindenburg questions he had to have answered before sending a peace offer. How long could the army keep the enemy from crossing the German border? Did the Supreme Command expect a military collapse? And would this mean the end of the power to defend the nation? Was the military situation so critical that an armistice and peace must be inaugurated at once? Hindenburg replied that the army is still firm and in good order and is victoriously repulsing all attacks. But the situation was daily growing more acute, and the German people should be spared useless sacrifice. Every day's delay costs the lives of thousands of brave soldiers. These were scarcely the hard answers the prince sought, so he still objected to sending any note until he had addressed the Reichstag. This body was then in an uproar. "Tomorrow will be a great day in the German Reichstag," one member called out to Deputy Hansen. "Then for the first time it will hear the half-truth from the government bench." Hansen asked what the news was from Austria. "Everybody in Vienna is crying for peace. Everything is collapsing. Agitation for peace is in full swing." In the cloakroom he met Dr. Rudolf Hilferding, a socialist deputy, who confirmed that everything in Australia was in dissolution. "Bulgaria has given up and Turkey is played out. Everything will soon collapse. The Entente will certainly not accept the peace conditions which Germany offers." He predicted that peace might come in November. "If not, the war will continue throughout the winter and peace will come next summer. In the meantime, we may consider it as settled that the four-power alliance has lost the war." Another revealed that Hindenburg had remarked in the Crown Council that the continuation of the war was zwecklos, aimless. Everything will soon collapse. Hansen went down to Unter den Linden and found the exchange of S. Bleichroder crowded. Many customers were standing in line with bundles of war loan certificates, but the bank clerk refused to accept them. "But you bought a large bundle from me yesterday," protested a well-dressed gentleman. "Yes, that was a great mistake." "But why won't you buy them?" asked the customer tearfully. "Because we cannot dispose of them." By evening, Prince Max yielded to the inevitable. At the first session of the new cabinet, he agreed with the others to send the note to Wilson immediately. It was a question of that or resigning. He signed a note asking President Wilson to take steps for the restoration of peace. Germany was willing to negotiate on the basis of the 14 points, he said, and requested an immediate armistice. He wakened on the morning of October 4th feeling like a man who has been condemned to death and has forgotten it in his sleep. He spent the day in completing his government and composing the speech he would make to the Reichstag the next day. It took so long that it was not until 11 p.m. that he was ready to read the draft to intimate friends gathered in his hotel room. It contained a detailed analysis of Wilson's points and made them the basis for Germany's war aims. He even called for an international investigation of the question of war guilt. His listeners were so moved it was clear they heartily approved. Colonel von Heften was instructed to bring the manuscript as an act of courtesy to the new cabinet members. He returned at midnight, pale as death, and Prince Max thought he must be bringing news of some catastrophe at the front. Heften reported that the ministers and the foreign ministry members unanimously opposed making such a speech. Its consequences abroad would be disastrous, and Wilson would be offended at the attempt to interpret his mind. "I looked around the assembled company," wrote Prince Max, "and saw the light fade away from their eyes. I asked the company to leave me alone. Instinct told me to stick to the speech, but logic seemed to favor the other side." He decided to give up his speech and write another. That night he and several friends began a new draft. They were still working the next morning, October 5th, so the opening of the Reichstag was postponed until 5 p.m. The members arriving for the 1 o'clock session heard a rumor that there would be a postponement since new important information had arrived from abroad. The lobby seethed with rumors. A fellow deputy assured Hansen that a second note was being sent to Wilson which went much further and even offered capitulation. "Who told you that?" asked Hansen. "That I can't say, for I am bound to a promise of secrecy. I am telling you this in the deepest confidence, but I repeat I believe my source to be thoroughly reliable." He also had inside information from a most trustworthy and well-informed source that the military situation was steadily becoming worse. "The situation is untenable. The army has no more reserves. Everything will quickly collapse." In the plenary room, Hansen congratulated the new Secretary of Labor, who thanked him, then added a bit dolefully, "Actually, one does not know but that he should be consoled rather than congratulated." Another colleague had good news. He attributed postponement of the session to Wilson's last speech, which had just been published in Germany. It was most promising. "He is obviously afraid that England and France, now that military fortune favors them, will demand too much. I hope, therefore, that we shall conclude a peace we can endure." Another member said, "We are facing a collapse. But do you know," he added with a grin that disgusted Hansen, "I am glad of it." The hours passed slowly, and Hansen returned to the lobby to chat with the Social Democrat deputies from Alsace-Lorraine. "If Wilson does not accept our last peace offer," said one, "Prince Max has primarily one duty. He must go to Wilhelm immediately and say, 'Your Majesty, here is your stovepipe hat. Take it and go.'" The Kaiser, laid up with arthritis, was complaining of rheumatic pains. His main task of the day was to sign a proclamation to the Army and Navy, informing them both that he had decided to offer the enemy peace. Whether there will be a cessation of hostilities is still uncertain. Until then we must not flag. We must, as hitherto, do our utmost to hold our own untiringly against the enemy assault. The hour is grave. However, in reliance on our strength and on God's gracious help, we feel ourselves strong enough to defend our beloved country. The hour of 5 was near, and the approaches to the Reichstag building had been crowded for almost an hour. The galleries and loges were filled to overflowing. Hansen pushed his way to the plenary room, where he counted over 300 representatives of the government, high officials, and military leaders. The court loges were jammed. Without fanfare, the tall, slender chancellor quickly entered, and the secretaries of state clustered around him. At 5:15, President Konstantin Fehrenbach opened the meeting. Then Prince Max took the floor amid breathless silence. Slowly and clearly he began reading his speech. In a monotonous voice he outlined his program of reform and peace, and, while most of the audience was surprised by its liberal, almost radical character, there was little reaction. Despite his uninspiring manner, pulses quickened when he told about the note to President Wilson. "I have taken this step toward the salvation not only of Germany and her allies, but of all humanity, which has been suffering for years through the war, because the thoughts regarding the future well-being of the peoples which were proclaimed by Mr. Wilson are in accord with general ideas cherished by the new German government and by the overwhelming majority of our nation." His words, uttered in monotones, were effective, since all his hearers knew of his long, sincere fight for peace. And so, with an inner calm which my clear conscience as a man and as a servant of the people gives me, and which rests at the same time upon firm faith in this great and true people, this people capable of every devotion, and upon their glorious armed power, I await the outcome of the first action which I have taken as directing statesman of the Empire. President Fehrenbach feared there would be an hysterical outburst from the deputies, but there was only polite applause. Nor did there even follow debate on Prince Max's program, and once the meeting was adjourned, the members of the new government congratulated each other that a crisis had been averted. There had been little drama in the hall, and now there was only an orderly hubbub in the corridors as groups gathered to discuss the situation. "How strange it is that there is no more excitement," a friend remarked to Hansen. "Apparently the Reichstag does not realize the significance of what has taken place." "The war has, for the most part, benumbed the feelings," said Hansen. "War weariness and the longing for peace are great. Joy over domestic reforms is evident. The Germans yield to power and find themselves facing the inevitable. But even so, it is remarkable that passions do not break loose, that there is not more agitation, even here where we are facing a turning point in the history of Germany." Few people realized that it was the army which had forced Prince Max to make the peace move, and his popularity in the streets was expressed in a catchy phrase: "Max means Pax." Princess Blücher could see peace smiles in the eyes of every shop girl in a baker's or grocer's. "For the wealthier classes and the militarists things bear a different aspect," she wrote in her diary. "They could very well support another year or so of the war materially, as they are not half-starved and overworked, like the greater mass of the people. For them, the metamorphosis from rosy dreams of world power and expansion and increased wealth to the gloomy realities of an impoverished, humiliated Germany is all too overpowering." In the meantime, all Germans were in an agony of suspense to know what President Wilson's answer would be. Will he prove himself great enough to bear the huge responsibility of the destiny of almost the whole world, which fate has placed in his hands? Will he recognize himself as the instrument of a divine will, or show himself to be but the puppet of party strifes and short-sightedness? The note had still not reached Washington, although it had been forwarded from Bern the previous day. Wilson would not receive it for another 48 hours, but Clemenceau was already reading its terms, for the note had been intercepted and decoded by French intelligence. Clemenceau was alarmed, not knowing what to expect from an idealist like Wilson. He also feared that the German offer was some sort of trap and that Prince Max was a puppet of the military, who were trying somehow to escape defeat on the battlefield. In this mood of distrust, the French began to work on armistice conditions. 4 bitter years of war made it easier to offer peace than to accept it. Part 5. War and Peace. Chapter 14. I am dealing in human lives, not in politics. Woodrow Wilson. October 1st to 26th. 1. Despite the victorious advance all along the Western Front, Foch was displeased, and on the 1st of October sent a disconcerting message to Pershing. Resistance, he said, was apparently very strong in front of the Americans in the Meuse-Argonne, and he proposed inserting another French army between Pershing and the French Fourth Army. This new force, naturally, would absorb some American divisions. This was the same old August plan to break up U.S. forces, and Pershing correctly guessed that Clemenceau was behind it. The answer to the carrier of the message, General Weygand, was a resounding rejection. Such a change, said Pershing, would retard rather than increase Allied progress. General Weygand, I believe, left thoroughly convinced that my arguments were sound, he wrote in his diary. In any event, Pershing was determined to continue with the attack planned for the following day in the rugged Argonne forest. He ordered the 77th Division, the left wing of the American First Army, to move forward even though the French lagged behind and there was already a gap between them. There was no use trying to maintain communications in the forest, decided Pershing, and the best policy was for each unit to push ahead without regard of losses and without regard to the exposed conditions of the flanks. As soon as these orders filtered down to Major Charles Whittlesey, commander of the 1st Battalion, 308th Infantry, he held a glum conference with Captain George McMurtry, the acting commander of the 2nd Battalion, which was to support Whittlesey's attack. Being a stern, upright New Englander, a graduate of Williams College and a Wall Street lawyer, Whittlesey could not accept such an illogical mission without argument. Constant combat in the forest had cut his battalion to half strength, and the survivors were exhausted. Moreover, his left flank hung in the air, and he feared the Germans would infiltrate behind him as they had done 2 days earlier. A tall, slim, bespectacled man, he bore a resemblance to Woodrow Wilson both in appearance and manner. While McMurtry was also a Wall Street lawyer, he was as outgoing as Whittlesey was introverted. A man of action, he had seen action with Teddy Roosevelt's Rough Riders at San Juan Hill. But Whittlesey's logic convinced him that they should protest jointly. Their regimental commander, Colonel Stacy, seeing some merit in Whittlesey's complaints, passed them on to the brigade commander, who in turn brought them to the division commander. But General Alexander, a do-or-die type who had been pushing his men hard ever since September 26th, had no intention of bucking an order from Pershing. "All right," the studious Whittlesey told Colonel Stacy. "I'll attack, but whether you ever hear from me again, I don't know." The attack began at 6:30 a.m. October 2nd, in the fog and light rain. The 1st Battalion led the way with Whittlesey just behind the forward scouts, carrying a pistol and a pair of barbed wire cutters. He wanted to make sure they were heading in the right direction, with units maintaining constant contact in the tangle of bushes and trees. With McMurtry on his right, Whittlesey advanced into the Charlevoix Valley, but by 10 a.m. the entire force was pinned down by heavy fire from a hill to the left, which should have been occupied by the French. Since there was surprisingly little fire from the right early that afternoon, Whittlesey headed in that direction. He broke through the German line with McMurtry right behind. After pushing on to their objective, Whittlesey sent runners back to Colonel Stacy with a request for reinforcements. 90 men had been lost, and 2 of 9 companies were missing. Alexander was pleased with Whittlesey's progress, for it was the only successful assault that day in the entire Argonne. With visions of scoring a major breakthrough, the general ordered another infantry battalion to move up during the night to support Whittlesey. The major was far from happy. There was limited ammunition, almost no rations, and Germans were now on all sides. While he and McMurtry hastily set up a defense perimeter, enemy artillery and mortar shells began straddling the area. With no equipment for digging deep trenches, the men were exposed to the barrage and could do little during the pitch-black night except remain alert. Of the rifle companies sent out to reinforce Whittlesey, only Captain Nelson Holderman's Company K managed to find its way through the dark woods to the beleaguered battalion. It was a welcome sight, and Whittlesey asked Holderman to take his company and find out if the hill that his company had just crossed had been retaken by the Germans. Once Holderman's men started up the hill, they were met by heavy machine gun fire on both flanks, as well as sniper fire from the woods behind. The enemy not only held Hill 198, but had rewired it and set up machine gun nests. Holderman had to fight his way back to the pocket. In the meantime, Whittlesey had sent off Lieutenant Carl Wilhelm with 50 men to find the two lost companies. They ran into a strong force of Germans, and only 20 survivors managed to crawl back. By morning of the 3rd, there was no doubt. They were surrounded completely, and there were only 550 men left. McMurtry scribbled a message to all company commanders and showed it to Whittlesey. "Our mission is to hold this position at all costs. No falling back. Have this understood by every man in your command." Whittlesey approved, then dispatched a message to Alexander stating his position and requesting reinforcements. It was placed in a metal capsule attached to one of 8 pigeons brought up by Private Omer Richards. The pigeon arrived safely at division headquarters, but Alexander did nothing. All of his reserve troops were in combat. Disturbed, he set out that afternoon for a corps conference, but before he could bring up the crisis of the 2 surrounded battalions, General Liggett announced there would be a full-dress attack by the entire American First Army the next morning. The main thrust would come to the right of the 77th Division up the Aire Valley. The French to the left of Alexander promised to knock a hole in the German line, and the twin drive would pinch out all the Germans on the 77th Division front. Since this should bring quick relief to Whittlesey, Alexander left the meeting relieved. He decided to throw the weight of his division toward the left, alongside the French. In the pocket, the last food was parceled out, and a German infantry attack was turned back. Whittlesey sent another pigeon message requesting food and ammunition be dropped by planes. 1/3 of his men were dead or seriously wounded, and all medical supplies used up. That night, McMurtry crawled from one company to another, whispering, "Everything is practically okay." When one soldier, shot in the stomach, groaned, McMurtry begged him to be quiet lest he draw another machine gun burst. "It pains like hell, Captain," he said, "but I'll keep as quiet as I can." He made no sound and died half an hour later. As scheduled, the second phase of the Meuse-Argonne battle began at 5:30 a.m. October 4th. This time, in hopes of catching the enemy napping, there was no artillery preparation. Mist and fog mixed to hide the infantrymen as they scrambled forward. At the right edge of the Argonne forest, PFC James Rose of the 1st Division, which had helped win the great victory in the Champagne Bridge, started across the narrow open field. Everything was fairly quiet until we came to within 50 yards of the German trenches. Then the air about us became a solid sheet of machine gun and heavy artillery fire. No words could possibly describe the horror of it. Body stacked upon body in waves and piles, and the whole bloody massacre was made vividly clear to the rest of us by continuous flashes of gunfire from the entrenched line of German machine guns. Our boys never faltered. They came, wave on wave, climbing over the bodies of their fallen comrades with one obsession in their minds, to reach and destroy every machine gun which was mowing down our advance. Heroes, all of them. The German positions were well camouflaged, but finally all except one gun were silenced. This was holding up the entire advance. Lieutenant Parker screamed something at Rose before slipping to the ground. "Oh, my God, they've got him," thought Rose. but Parker scrambled to his feet, grabbed the PFC's arm, and yelled in his ear, "Let's smother them, Rose! Let's smother them!" The two men raced toward the last machine gun. One German left the gun in panic, but the gunner kept firing at the two Americans. The lieutenant grabbed the red-hot barrel and flung it and its trailing ammunition 20 feet into the woods. This performance so thrilled and inspired the rest of us that we felt invincible. They swept through the woods unchallenged up toward the village of Exermont. There, in a deep trench, about 75 Germans stood at attention with their rifles across their chests. While offering no resistance, they refused to lay down their arms. Rose, inspired by Parker's heroics, and maybe a little unhinged at the horror I had just been through, called to the others to cover him. He leaped into the trench and began jerking rifles from the Germans' hands. Soon several other men joined Rose. "It took some guts to do that, Rose," said Parker, slapping him on the back. Rose didn't remind him that a few weeks earlier the lieutenant had sentenced him to 6 months without relief in the front lines for going AWOL. After Exermont was seized, Rose started across a shell-pocked cemetery with another lieutenant named Carter. All at once the enemy opened fire. Instinctively everyone leaped for the nearest grave or shell hole. Rose saw what he thought was a slit trench and hit it feet first instead of his usual head-first dive. His feet kept sinking, and then a stink told him that he was knee-deep in a latrine, and still sinking. All thought of being killed departed from my mind. I looked wildly around, and, glory be, I could see a stream of water running from the chateau wall into a stone trough some 75 yards ahead of me. His one obsession was to reach that water. He scrambled out of the cesspool, yelling, for some inexplicable reason, "Follow me!" 20 others, scared and confused but used to obeying orders, chased after him. He was peeling clothes all the way, and by the time he reached the trough he was almost naked. After scrubbing himself and getting clean clothes from a dead body, he was congratulated by Lieutenant Carter. "Rose," he said with a straight face, "I don't believe we could have made it if you hadn't led that charge." That afternoon Rose was hit in the foot by a machine-gun bullet, and his war was over. All along the front the Americans were advancing, except on the extreme left flank, where Whittlesey's men remained surrounded. That morning he used 2 of the remaining pigeons to report that his 2 companies were still missing and he still needed medical supplies and food. "Situation is cutting into our strength rapidly," he concluded. "Men are suffering from hunger and exposure, and the wounded are in a very bad condition. Cannot support be sent at once?" By noon, General Alexander realized that his own attack had failed, but what worried him was the pocket. The loss of so many men would not only be a black mark against him, but could set back the entire offensive. He ordered artillery to hit the Germans surrounding Whittlesey. When a plane flew over the pocket a few hours later and its pilot fired a rocket, the trapped men were elated. They'd been found. In minutes, shells began to explode nearby. "It's ours!" someone shouted, and there were cheers until the explosions began to move toward them, and then fell directly into the pocket. To quiet their panic, Galloping Charlie, as Whittlesey was nicknamed, calmly stalked in the open, while McMurtry kept shouting assurances. "Take it easy, this won't last long." But the shells kept pouring into the pocket. One hit Whittlesey's orderly and the 1st Battalion Sergeant Major Ben Gedeke, whose body was blown apart, and all his comrades could find were his helmet and pistol. Whittlesey wrote another message. "Our own artillery is dropping barrages directly on us. For heaven's sake, stop it." While Private Richards was taking a pigeon out of its cage, it escaped his grasp. This left only Cher Ami, a black checker cock. Despite the name, he was one of 600 birds sent by British pigeon fanciers to the American Army. Richards clipped the message to Cher Ami's leg and tossed him into the air. After flying in circles, he landed in a nearby tree and began preening his feathers. The Major and Richards waved their helmets to no avail. "Boo!" shouted Whittlesey, but the stubborn bird still refused to move. They threw sticks and stones, but their target only hopped to another branch. Richards muttered, "What the hell?" and began shinnying up the tree. He shook the branch until Cher Ami took off and again began circling above them. As Richards shouted instructions, the Germans began shooting at the pigeon. Cher Ami made several tentative circles before finally sailing away. It seemed a miracle that he made it through the storm of shrapnel. Once he staggered and fluttered helplessly before gathering himself and resuming his flight. One leg was shot, but he continued on his mission. Somehow he made it home. Dropping down like a stone, he struck his left breast first. He staggered, swayed from side to side, and finally began hopping on one bloody leg to the entrance board, where he was grasped by a trainer. The capsule bearing the message hung by the ligaments of the wounded leg, and there was a hole through his breastbone from the same bullet. Cher Ami became a national hero. He died a year after being taken back to the United States. He was stuffed and displayed at the Smithsonian Institution, where he is today. Thanks to Cher Ami, the artillery barrage was lifted, but this did not end the travail of the two battalions. The Germans launched another infantry assault. After this was repulsed, volunteers resumed the deadly mission of getting water from a muddy stream running along the ravine. The wounded were made as comfortable as possible, and the men settled for some needed rest. But a chilly rain began to fall, making sleep impossible. About 9 p.m., flares began shooting up around the pocket, illuminating it like a stage. Grenades and potato mashers fell from several points. In an abrupt silence, a voice shouted, "Kamerad, will you?" "Try and make us, you Dutch bastards," someone retorted. This brought more grenades, followed by an infantry assault that was turned back only by stubborn small arms fire. The Germans fled over the hill in confusion, and silence once more settled over the pocket, except for the half-muffled moans of the wounded. Upon learning that 80 men, including 2 captains, had been killed or wounded in the friendly barrage, Whittlesey conferred briefly with McMurtry. Should they change positions? But every possibility was vetoed. Division now had their exact coordinates, and there probably would be more American artillery fire. The odds were it would come exactly where they moved, and there were no more pigeons to notify Division of any change. The next day, Saturday the 5th, Allied planes passed overhead and dropped the desperately needed supplies. They landed just out of reach. Whittlesey kept ambling around the pocket, giving encouragement. One man asked if they'd ever get out. "We'll get relief all right," he said. Hadn't he heard the distinctive sound of American automatic rifles the night before? "There are 2 million American soldiers coming for us." By now, those who had ridiculed him for looking like a crane began calling him bird legs with respect and affection. At last he was one of them. Sergeant Tuitt, a Catholic, noticed Lieutenant Gordon Schenck reading Science and Health by Mary Baker Eddy. "This is food and drink to me," said the lieutenant. "A wonderful comfort." "This is my comfort," said Tuitt, pulling out his rosary. That afternoon the Germans again rained down potato mashers with a half-dozen wired together. One explosion blew the legs off a man in one of the center foxholes. Those nearby heard him cry out in fright, "Mama! Mama! Mama!" Then his voice grew weaker, and his final words were, "Goodbye, everybody. I forgive all." To the right, the 1st Division was still advancing up the Aire Valley. In their wake came Eddie Rickenbacker, who was driving up front to inspect a German plane he had shot down beyond Montfaucon. He was impressed by the endless lines of cheerful doughboys marching into battle. All of them were smiling, making jokes, whistling or singing as they hiked along at route step. He found the plane, a Hanover, in remarkably good condition. It was nosed over and a few ribs in the wings were broken, but these could easily be repaired. A newly dug grave marked the last resting place of the observer killed by one of Rickenbacker's bullets. While his mechanics were taking the Hanover apart for loading onto a truck, he went to an observation post to get a close-up of the war on the ground. It was a spectacle never to be forgotten. Through periscopes he could see the German trenches behind which American shells were dropping. Our shells were creeping back nearer and nearer to the open ditches in which the German troops were crouching. I watched the gradual approach of this deadly storm in complete fascination. Some gigantic hand seemed to be tearing up the earth in huge handfuls, opening ugly yellow holes from which sprang a whirling mass of dirt, sticks, and dust. And nearer to the line of trenches this devastating annihilation was coming. To know that human beings were lying there without means of escape, waiting there while the pitiless hailstorm of shrapnel drew slowly closer to their hiding places, seemed such a diabolical method of torture that I wondered why men in the trenches did not go utterly mad with terror. All at once a shell fell directly in the enemy trenches. One German sprang out and, throwing aside his rifle, began running to the rear. Another shell landed in front of him, and he flung his arms over his head. Next instant he was simply swept away in dust and disappeared as the explosion took effect. Not a vestige of him remained when the dust had settled and the smoke had cleared away. By now the world knew of the plight of the lost battalion, and Pershing was embarrassed by publicized failure to come to its rescue. He ordered Alexander to make a vigorous attempt that afternoon to relieve Whittlesey. The order was relayed to Colonel Stacy, who was leading an attack in the ravine behind the pocket. Stacy was a good officer with 2 citations for gallantry, but almost constant combat for 10 days had frazzled his nerves. He refused to advance up to the pocket without fresh troops. When the brigade commander, General Evan Johnson, reported this to Alexander, he shouted angrily, "Relieve him! You should have done that without reporting to me." Johnson protested that relieving Stacy would leave the regiment under the command of an emergency captain. "I don't care if it leaves the regiment in command of an emergency corporal as long as he'll fight. Relieve that man at once and send him back to headquarters and relieve any other officer who talks in that way. You will take personal command of the attack." The 57-year-old Johnson led a company of 85 riflemen up the ravine, but he was wounded in the leg and after 90 minutes of fighting had to turn back. The next day was the most harrowing for the survivors of the pocket. In the afternoon, several Germans advanced with flamethrowers. Jets of flame licking out 100 feet started a panic. One man raced back to Whittlesey shouting, "Liquid fire!" The major rarely resorted to profanity, but now he said, "Liquid hell! Get back there where you belong!" Other men were falling back in terror. Captain Holderman, who loved to fight and wouldn't have wanted to be anywhere except in the pocket, had a grenade fragment in his back, but using 2 rifles for crutches, he directed a counterattack that killed all the flame operators and turned back the enemy infantrymen. Even so, 2 more American machine guns were captured, and there was still no food except for the packages airdropped outside the pocket. The thought of this food so near and yet so far lured 9 of McMurtry's men to crawl out at dawn on the 7th. They ran into an enemy patrol. 5 were killed. The others were captured and interrogated by Lieutenant Fritz Prince, who had sold tungsten in Seattle for 6 years. He asked Private Lowell Hollingshead to take a message back to his commander. Hollingshead, 18 years old, balked. "All I want you to do is take them a message stating the case and giving them a chance to surrender." Another flame attack was scheduled for the afternoon. Convinced that he would be saving the lives of his comrades, Hollingshead, supporting himself with a cane, approached the pocket that afternoon carrying a white flag and a note. Whittlesey and McMurtry were discussing how they could beat off another attack. Lieutenant Schenck, a tower of strength, had just been killed, and few were left with the capacity to lead. Then Hollingshead appeared with the note. It stated that Hollingshead was delivering it under protest, and it was useless to resist any more. "The suffering of your men can be heard over here in the German lines, and we are appealing to your human sentiments. A white," he spelled it with, "flag shown by one of your men will tell us that you agree with these conditions. Please treat the Lowell R. Hollingshead as an honorable man. He is quite a soldier. We envy you." Whittlesey handed the letter to McMurtry, who passed it on to Holderman. The three officers looked at each other and smiled. "They're begging us to quit," said McMurtry. "They're more worried than we are." After reprimanding Hollingshead for having left his post to find food, Whittlesey told him to get back where he belonged. Then he ordered the white sheets that had been spread out as a marker for friendly aircraft rolled up. He did not want them mistaken for a white surrender signal. As word of the surrender appeal passed from foxhole to foxhole, the men reacted as McMurtry had. One shouted, "You Heine bastards, come and get us!" Others joined in a chorus of obscenities. The Germans retorted with a fierce attack. In the thick of the assault was Holderman, hobbling around on his rifle crutches and enjoying himself. Blazing away with his pistol, he whooped with delight every time he hit an enemy. Just as he shot his fifth German, he got his fifth wound, but he managed to stay on his feet and, with the help of a sergeant, broke up the assault on his flank. It was the final attack. Another advance by the 1st Division in the Air Valley had weakened the enemy's position in the Argonne Forest, and by sunset the German lieutenant from Seattle and the other besiegers began silently withdrawing to the north in the rain. It was dark at 7 p.m. by the time a patrol of riflemen led by Lieutenant Richard Tillman reached the pocket without drawing a single shot. The 5-day siege was over. The next morning, Whittlesey walked back through the valley with 194 comrades. Another 190 seriously wounded had to be carried out. There were 107 dead and 63 missing. Whittlesey was met on the old Roman road leading to the pocket by General Alexander, who was swinging his Malacca cane and smoking a cigarette as if strolling down Fifth Avenue. The lanky major looked worn and dilapidated. Alexander greeted him with a warm, "How do you do?" Then he said, "From now on, you're Lieutenant Colonel Whittlesey." Whittlesey mumbled something that showed little enthusiasm. Whittlesey, McMurtry, and Holderman were all awarded the Medal of Honor. Whittlesey was uneasy in the role of hero and avoided publicity. He undoubtedly cherished the honorary degree given him by Williams College in 1919 more than his medals. In November of 1921, he asked one of his best friends, Robert Little, an associate in the law firm of White and Case, to draw up a will leaving all his property to his mother. He also made minute notes on 12 pending cases in banking law. On Thanksgiving Day, he boarded a ship bound for Havana. He wrote 9 letters to relatives and friends and a note to the ship's captain regarding disposition of his luggage. He spent the evening in the saloon talking about the war to a man from Puerto Rico. After a single drink, he most abruptly announced he was going to bed and left. He jumped overboard. He was a victim engulfed in a sea of woe, Little told reporters. His last work as chairman of the Red Cross roll call this month was all based on the suffering of the wounded. He would go to 2 or 3 funerals every week and visit the wounded in the hospitals and try to comfort the relatives of the dead. 2. As soon as President Wilson learned of the German peace offer, he telephoned House for his advice. The colonel immediately telegraphed from New York City not to make a direct reply. Later on that Sunday, October 6th, he wrote Wilson, It is stirring news that comes today. An armistice such as the Germans and Austrians ask for seems to me impossible, and yet a refusal should be couched in such terms as to leave the advantage with you. With Foch hammering in the west and you driving the diplomatic wedge deeper, it is within the range of possibilities that the war may be over by the end of the year. The New York Times was already advising the President to first make Germany depose her irresponsible braggart Kaiser and speak by a government of her own people. Others were warning that the offer was simply a trap to catch Wilson in a negotiated peace and thus save the enemy from a crushing defeat. On Monday, the colonel was summoned by telephone, and he arrived at the White House as the clock was striking 9 p.m. The President took him to his study. A few minutes later, Secretary of State Lansing arrived, and Wilson read aloud his reply to Prince Max. House was disappointed, since it was mild in tone and did not emphasize the needs of guarantees providing for thoroughgoing acceptance of Wilson's peace conditions. The President seemed much disturbed at House's decided disapproval. The two argued for a half-hour before the President told him to write something embodying what he had in mind. Henry Wilson was already extremely annoyed with his cousin Woodrow. He looked upon Prince Max's offer as a pretty piece of impertinence. As I have always said, let the Boches get behind the Rhine, and then we can discuss. Only yesterday he had written in his diary, I agree with L.G. and am certain that a few good straight home truths would do that vain ass of a president good. British irritation with Wilson was aggravated by their conviction that Pershing was botching things in the Argonne with his arrogance. The state of chaos the fool has got his troops into down in the Argonne is indescribable. One of the few high-ranking Britons urging a less emotional approach to their problems with the United States was the man his peers described as feather-brained. That Monday, Lord Derby counseled Lord Balfour to work in close cooperation with the Americans to avoid more misunderstandings. At present, the absence of any authoritative representative of the President makes any close cooperation difficult, if not impossible. In my view, the only satisfactory remedy would be for the President himself to come here. If he could not come, at least let him send Colonel House. Derby urged the Foreign Secretary to send a private wire to House suggesting the above course. The Paris papers were becoming increasingly hostile to the German offer, some accusing Prince Max of being a liar. Must we conclude a disastrous peace? Editorialized Le Temps. Intransigeant demanded harsh conditions, including occupation of strategic points in Germany. Le Petit Parisien's leading article was entitled The Trickery of the Armistice, and La République Française demanded that they advance beyond the Rhine. The papers shared Clemenceau's dread that President Wilson would compromise the Allied position, thus forcing France to accept a lenient peace without annexations or indemnities, and this would seal the fate of the nation for a generation. Both Clemenceau and Poincaré also feared that talk of an imminent armistice would relax the people's war spirit. Then, if the peace offer proved to be a trap, French morale would collapse. Completely disregarding his allies, the President was amending his reply to Germany. He worked until late Monday night, and the next morning, the 8th, instead of playing golf as scheduled, asked House to go with him into his study for more work. House found to his pleasure that the President's viewpoint had changed overnight, and he had come around to mine. He did not seem to realize before the nearly unanimous sentiment in the country against anything but unconditional surrender. He did not realize how war-mad our people have become. This had to be taken into consideration, but not, of course, to the extent of meeting it where it was wrong. The message, which was to be signed by Secretary Lansing, stated that the President deems it necessary to assure himself of the exact meaning of the note of the Imperial Chancellor. Did Prince Max mean that Germany accepted the terms laid down by Wilson's 14 points? Regarding an armistice, the President could not possibly propose one to his allies, so long as the armies of the Central Powers are upon their soil. Finally, the President had to know if Prince Max was speaking merely for the constituted authorities of the Empire, who have so far conducted the war. Not altogether happy with the note, the President turned it over to Lansing, who distributed it to newsmen at 4 p.m. "It is not a reply," he explained, "but an inquiry." The note was sent to Germany through the Swiss chargé in Washington. In Berlin, Prince Max had just learned from the evening bulletin that the danger of an Allied penetration or encirclement of the front lines seemed over momentarily. Only then did Colonel von Hiften confess that the peace offer had been, from a military point of view, unnecessary. The Chancellor was stunned. I can hardly describe what a blow this admission was to me. Why had not the Supreme Command grabbed at the lifeline which I threw them? Why did they not grant me the 8 days' delay which I demanded, and which would have sufficed for reflection? The Kaiser was still in bed with arthritis and complaints of rheumatic pains. He was also in a black mood because of the new Chancellor's recent demand that he dismiss the chief of his civil cabinet, as well as the Minister of War. The next morning Prince Max was cheered by Wilson's reply. Evacuation was demanded, as feared, and the 14 points would have to be accepted as conditions, not as mere basis for negotiations. Despite that, the note spoke in a different tone from the howl of rage to which the yellow press of the Allies had given vent. Wilson did not refuse and was ready to undertake mediation. A meeting was called to discuss a reply, and Ludendorff came from Spa to assure the conferees that the Western Front could be protected for a long time yet, and the danger was past if the Allied attacks should cease. Not at all reassured, Prince Max asked if the war could be carried on until spring. "We need a breathing space," fenced Ludendorff. "After that we can reform." But Colonel Haye, recently attached to the OHL as head of operations, spoke out more openly. "It will be gambling with fate on the part of the Army Supreme Command if it does not hurry on the peace move. We may be able to hold out until spring, but a turn for the worse may come any day. Yesterday, the question of a breakthrough our lines hung on a thread." It was impossible to foresee whether the troops would hold out or not. "There are new surprises every day. I do not fear a catastrophe, but I want to save the army so that we can use it as a means of pressure during the peace negotiations." The essential thing was to give the troops a rest. After the long conference finally ended, Prince Max was left with the obvious conclusion that the military wanted the armistice continued even at the cost of assenting in principle to evacuation. But before he could draft a second note to Wilson, he had to counter considerable pressure to break off the negotiations at once. Conservatives strenuously opposed evacuating any territory, while pan-Germans and other rightists were shouting that pacifists were instigating the peace offer. The Germans were not the only ones arguing over Wilson's note. At a meeting of Allied leaders in Paris, Clemenceau urged that they ignore it, since they had not been consulted. Lloyd George was even more incensed. How dare the President make his precious 14 points conditions for an armistice? If the Boche accepted them, that would put England in a most difficult position. How could she possibly agree to point 2, freedom of the seas? He insisted that they tell Wilson plainly that evacuation of occupied territory was a necessary preliminary to any armistice. After a long argument, he got his way, and a joint note to this effect was signed by the Prime Ministers of Britain, France, and Italy. It was dispatched at 8 p.m. The British Prime Minister returned to London the next day, October 10th, and was in such good spirits that he stayed up late with Lord Riddle and intimates exulting over the Allied victories. The talk turned to President Wilson and his conceit. "Yes," said Lloyd George, Clemenceau calls him Jupiter. Wilson is adopting a dangerous line. He wants to pose as the great arbiter of the war. Riddle then brought up a subject that was causing repercussions. That day, in the Prime Minister's message congratulating the army for having just driven the Germans out of their defensive positions behind the Saint-Quentin Canal, Lloyd George had stated that he had learned of the battle from Foch. "That was quite an accident," explained the Prime Minister. "Foch came rushing in with the news, and I said quite naturally and truly that I had heard it from Foch." The message congratulating the First, Third, and Fourth Armies for gains during the past 2 days was the first public praise he had issued to the victorious British forces. The reference to the past 2 days was an insult. There was no mention of the momentous advances in August and September, no mention even of the breaking of the Hindenburg Line. The day was also notable for a biting article in Pravda by Karl Radek on peace negotiations. "Wilson's program," he wrote, "means nothing else but an English landing on the north, the appearance of Czechoslovak bands in the east, who are to assist the Russian bourgeoisie in the organizing of the lives of the workers and peasants according to the will of the bourgeoisie." A reconsideration by the Allies of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, he charged, would only mean a substitution of one violator, a German violator, by another violator, an Anglo-American violator. The linkage of America with Britain and France was not merely for home consumption. By now the United States, despite Wilson's protestations, was regarded by the Soviets as an enemy. Since the beginning of the month, the Anglo-French, American, and Japanese imperialist robbers had been grouped together under a single banner. What Wilson had always wanted to avoid was now a reality. America was irrevocably bound in the undeclared war against Bolshevism. The Bolsheviks, in turn, were planning an assault of a different nature on both the Allies and Germany. The Russian proletariat, Lenin recently announced, would soon have to make the greatest sacrifices in the name of internationalism. "The time is approaching when circumstances may require us to confront British and French imperialism and come to the aid of the German workers who are struggling against the yoke of their own imperialism." To do this, they needed a powerful Red Army of 3 million men. "We can have it, and we shall have it." It was a declaration of ideological war. 3. In Berlin, Prince Max and his associates were trying to frame an answer to Wilson. With Ludendorff absent, the civilians felt free to criticize him. Was he even competent to judge the military situation? His statements must be confirmed by such generals as Kuhl and Losberg. The new foreign minister, Wilhelm Solf, suggested that they telegraph Wilson an acceptance of his 14 points and agree to evacuation. This was approved, and the foreign ministry began drafting the reply. It was ready the next day, October 11th, and approved by the army on the 12th at 2:05 p.m. Its final sentence was the answer to the president's last question. "The Chancellor is supported in all his actions by the will of the majority and speaks in the name of the German people." It also absolved the Supreme Command from the shame of surrender. In America, it was Columbus Day, which had a new name, Liberty Day, and the President marched at the head of a great parade in New York City. According to a New York Times reporter, he was in rare good humor. The Wilson smile was in evidence from start to finish, and his arm worked with the regularity of a piston doffing his tall hat to the cheering throngs. Late that night, London crowds in the Strand learned of Germany's note. There was cheering and singing. In the East End, the people marched about till 3 in the morning, playing a variety of musical instruments and waving flags. "Soldiers of the King" was sung boisterously, and the general shout was, "It's over now." Later that Monday morning, Lloyd George at his country home was denouncing Wilson's rash actions as he led a walk to the top of a hill. The Germans have accepted the terms as I prophesied they would. We are in serious difficulty. Wilson has put us in the cart, and he will have to get us out." The time was coming when they would have to speak out, he said grimly. "We have borne the heat and burden of the day, and we are entitled to be consulted." General Wilson joined them for lunch, and they all discussed what they should say to the President and the press. "As regards Wilson," the General wrote in his diary, "we agreed that we would wire to say that he must make it clear to the Boches that his 14 points, with which we do not agree, were not a basis for an armistice, which is what the Boches pretend they are. As regards the press, we agreed that they should be told that Wilson is acting on his own, that the war is not over, that the 14 points are not an armistice, and that an armistice is not a peace. It was a very interesting afternoon, everyone angry and contemptuous of Wilson. A vain, ignorant, weak ass." The last sentence is deleted from the Wilson diaries given in the Colwell biography of the general. News of the German note did not reach President Wilson until early evening. Just before the Wilsons and Houses sat down to dinner at the Waldorf Hotel, Joseph Tumulty burst in with an unofficial report that Germany had accepted the President's terms. As Wilson walked to the dinner table with House, he handed his adviser a little note signed W.W. "Tell Mrs. W." It was curious why the President didn't tell her himself, and one wonders if Edith Wilson appreciated getting such important news from a man she considered an enemy. Since her marriage to Wilson in 1915 after the death of his first wife, she was deeply resentful of his dependence upon House. The Colonel had tried to form an alliance with her, but this failing, they were reduced to an uncomfortable truce. In the past months, however, hostility had broken through the polite pretense, and she was openly expressing her distrust of House to her husband. "It seems to me that it is impossible for two persons always to think alike," she recently had pointedly remarked. "And while I like Colonel House immensely, I find him absolutely colorless and a yes-yes man." After dinner, they all went to the concert at the Metropolitan Opera sponsored by the Wilsons for the benefit of blind Italian soldiers. An overflow audience, excited by the news of the German offer, cheered the President. House was so stirred he could not listen to the music, and, before the concert was over, left for home. "I did not try to sleep for a long while, for it seemed to me that the war was finished if we had the judgment to garner victory." The Wilsons were equally excited and talked with Tumulty in their hotel room until long past midnight. Early the following evening the Wilsons and House returned to Washington. The President went immediately to his study to read the newspapers, and learned with some dismay that most senators held that the German note was not sincere and its terms too general. "If we agree to an armistice now, the war is lost," said Senator Lodge. And Bora still felt that Prince Max only represented the Kaiser. "We must either insist upon dealing with a government responsible to the German people or go on with the war." 4. The tension between America and her allies was brought to a head by Clemenceau's insistence that Pershing be dismissed for bungling the Meuse-Argonne campaign. He was almost as irritated with Foch, and had already shown President Poincaré a letter he wanted to send the Marshal, demanding that he force Pershing to get his troops into action. Poincaré advised him not to send the strongly worded missive. "I don't believe that things can ever be kept secret," he said. "If that letter is sent, its contents will become known to the Marshal's entourage, and without a doubt to Pershing's as well. It might easily mean seriously wounded susceptibilities. At all events, I think some of its phrases ought to be softened." Foch, in fact, was taking action on his own initiative. On Sunday, October 13th, he had sent General Weygand to Pershing with a message the general was very reluctant to deliver. While Weygand was upstairs with Pershing, his aide showed a copy of the message to Colonel Jacques de Chambron, who was the liaison officer at American headquarters. Chambrun, a descendant of Lafayette, was shocked to see that it was an order relieving Pershing from command of the First Army and placing him in charge of a quiet sector. This was a great mistake in policy, said Chambrun, and could not possibly be obeyed. In a few minutes Weygand came downstairs. He asked if Chambrun had read the order. Yes. "It is all off," said Weygand curtly, and left. With some trepidation, Chambrun went up to Pershing's office to find him seated quietly at his desk. What did Chambrun think of the order? "It would never do," replied the liaison officer. "It would be a fatal blunder and would forever obliterate the part America had taken in the war." Pershing had heard rumors that Clemenceau was plotting against him, and he decided to force Foch's hand. On Sunday he drove to Bonbon. He was ushered into Foch's drawing-room, where Weygand observed that the man who had been weary and sallow yesterday was now alert, and walked forcefully. To Foch's question on how matters were progressing on the American front, Pershing replied equably, "We have met with very hard fighting. The Germans are putting up a very determined resistance." This irritated Foch. "On all other parts of the front," he said tartly, "the advances are very marked. The Americans are not progressing as rapidly." "No army in our place," Pershing observed icily, "would have advanced farther than the Americans." "Every general is disposed to say the fighting on his front is the hardest." Foch waved at the map. "I myself only consider results." "Results? In 17 days we have engaged 26 German divisions." This was an exaggeration, and Foch said, "Shall I show you my figures on this?" "No," was the crisp answer. "I will continue my attacks until the Germans give way," said Pershing, before adding sarcastically, "provided, of course, that this is Marshal Foch's desire." "By all means," Foch said, and then, to Pershing's justified irritation, began lecturing. "In order to have an attack succeed, a commander must go considerably into details, so far as corps, division, brigade, even regimental commanders are concerned. Orders should be in writing, otherwise how would the commander know they are ever written?" Pershing replied that this was the way it was done in his army. "We are not advancing rapidly because the Germans are fighting by echeloning machine guns in depth." Foch's silent but superior manner made Pershing lose his temper. "The Germans could hold up any troops Marshal Foch has at his command." "Ah, I judge only by results," said Foch, and resumed the manner of the lectern. "A well-planned attack," he said, "could succeed with small losses." "True, only to a certain extent," retorted Pershing. "What about the difficult terrain the Americans were fighting over?" "I am aware of the terrain," was the cold reply. "You chose the ground of the Argonne, and I allowed you to attack there." This was not true, and Pershing protested. "I had not understood it that way. In the first place, you proposed to split my army in half, fighting one force west of the Argonne, the other in the east, with the French between the halves. I said I was obliged to fight them as a whole and wherever the Marshal indicated." Foch had had enough of this stubborn man. "Oh, well, it is a matter of no consequence now," he said wearily. "The only thing that matters is results." In hopes of conciliating the two, Weygand interrupted. "Here is General Pershing's plan for the formation of 2 armies," he said. Hunter Liggett and Robert Bullard were to be promoted to lieutenant general, and each put in charge of an American army with Pershing as overall commander. But Foch did not even look at the plans. "Ah, yes," he said cheerfully, "I am inclined to grant your request." Then he added unnecessarily that Pershing was not to construe this as a plan to withdraw his headquarters to Chaumont. Pershing fought to control his anger at what he considered an insult. He had always been up as far front as possible. "As usual," he said, "my headquarters train will remain in the woods at Souilly. I will visit army, corps, division, and brigade as often as possible." Foch stood up. "Very good. General Pétain is agreeable to your plan." But Pershing was not finished. Now that he commanded an army group, he demanded equal footing with Pétain and Haig. The marshal was either too weary to argue or knew it would be useless. He grudgingly agreed, and the two men parted with frigid courtesy. On Tuesday, the Paris papers resumed their attack on Prince Max's offer to accept Wilson's terms. "The Germans intend to deceive us," said L'Echo de Paris. "No armistice. This is not the end of the war." It was no concern of Wilson's. It was time for the guns to speak. But in London, the peace offer brought joy to the people, and there was a rise in the stock market, except in armament shares. It was also one of the stirring days of House's life. He and the President went to work on the reply to Germany directly after breakfast. I never saw him more disturbed. He said he did not know where to make the entrance in order to reach the heart of the thing. He wanted to make his reply final, so there would be no exchange of notes. It reminded him, he said, of a maze. If one went in at the right entrance, he reached the center, but if one took the wrong turning, it was necessary to go out again and do it over. He confessed that many times in making extemporaneous speeches he had gone into the wrong entrance and had to flounder out as best he could. House encouraged him. It could be done, and they must get at it. The colonel thought they should refuse to discuss any armistice until the Germans immediately ceased atrocities, such as the recent torpedoing of the Irish mail steamer Leinster, running between Ireland and England. Of the 450 lives lost, 130 were women and children. While agreeing, Wilson insisted there should be no vengeful peace. Neither did he desire to have the Allied armies ravage Germany as Germany has ravaged the countries she has invaded. The President was especially insistent that no stain of this sort should rest upon the Allied arms. He is very fine in this feeling, and I am sorry he is hampered in any way by the Allies and the vociferous outcry in this country. It is difficult to do the right thing in the right way with people like Roosevelt, Lodge, Poindexter, and others clamoring for the undesirable and the impossible. Henry Cabot Lodge, for instance, had just introduced a resolution in the Senate calling for no further communication with the Germans, except a demand for unconditional surrender, while his fellow Republican, Senator Miles Poindexter, was labeling Wilson's efforts a crime against civilization. And only that morning the New York Times had printed a message to the public by Teddy Roosevelt, regretting Wilson's entrance into the negotiations. "I hope the President will instantly send back word that we demand an unconditional surrender and that we refuse to compound felony by discussing terms with the felons." He hoped the Senate would repudiate the 14 points, some of which were too vague to have any but rhetorical value, while others are absolutely mischievous. To do as the President has done in this case becomes dangerously near to being treacherous diplomacy. At last the note was composed, and that afternoon it was dispatched. No armistice would be granted unless it provided absolutely satisfactory safeguards and guarantees of the maintenance of the present military supremacy of the armies of the United States and of the Allies in the field. The note included House's suggestion concerning cessation of atrocities. The nations associated against Germany cannot be expected to agree to a cessation of arms, while acts of inhumanity, spoliation, and desolation are being continued which they justly look upon with horror and with burning hearts. It also demanded an end to an arbitrary type of government which could separately, secretly, and of its single choice disturb the peace of the world. The power which has hitherto controlled the German nation is of the sort here described. It is within the choice of the German nation to alter it. Wilson's next task was to send House off to Paris, a course already suggested by the British. The colonel's only credentials consisted of a note penned by Wilson to whom it may concern, making House his personal representative while commending him to the confidence of all Allied representatives. As House was about to leave that evening, Wilson said, "I have not given you any instructions because I feel you will know what to do." The colonel had been thinking of this and wondered at the strange situation their relationship had brought about. "I am going on one of the most important missions anyone ever undertook, and yet there is no word of direction, advice, or discussion between us. He knows that our minds run parallel, and he also knows that where they diverge, I will follow his bent rather than my own." House felt that until the two were together again, he would meet in none of the capitals of Europe a mind so sympathetic with his own. He has his weaknesses, his prejudices, and his limitations like other men, but all in all, Woodrow Wilson will probably go down in history as the great figure of his time, and I hope of all time. He went home to prepare for the long trip across the Atlantic. Edith Wilson must have experienced mixed emotions. Now her husband would be free from his alter ego's baneful influence, yet a house in Paris could damage the noble Wilson program. It was already close to dawn in England, Tuesday, October 15th. Later that morning, Hankey found Lloyd George on the terrace at Downing Street with Lord Reading. In moments, General Wilson arrived with Lord Milner, and there was lively discussion on the President's reply. "All were very sarcastic about the note," recalled Hankey, "which seems a complete volte-face, flying from excessive leniency to austere strictness." The Chief of Staff, particularly infuriated with his cousin, wrote in his diary, "It really is a disgraceful usurpation of negotiation. He practically ignores us and the French. He won't treat with the Hohenzollerns, thus making sure of Bolshevism. He won't treat as long as the Boches sink ships and have other frightfulness. And he is sending a separate letter to Austria. All this without consultation with his allies. He is a bloody fool and a vain ass." The last sentence is missing in Caldwell's version of the diary. He also changed disgraceful usurpation of negotiation to complete usurpation, etc., and omitted another telling sentence. "This fool Wilson frightens me by his complacency, self-sufficiency, vanity, and ignorance." The Chief of Staff was strongly of the opinion that they should go to Paris immediately, and register a note to Wilson putting him in his proper place, but I was not able to persuade Lloyd George, and after lunch he went off to Walton Heath. Either he is seedy or is meditating a speech. I am certain we, British, French, Italians, ought to get together and put the truth baldly before Wilson. He is now taking charge in a way that terrifies me, as he is only a super Gladstone, and a dangerous visionary at that. 5. Prince Max could not sleep that evening, and got up to write his cousin, the Grand Duke of Baden. Only on his arrival in Berlin, he said, had he realized how completely the old Prussian system had broken down. He was horrified to find that there was no military force to back his policy. "I believed that I had been summoned at 5 minutes to 12 and find out that it is already 5 minutes past." They were in the midst of a widespread rebellion. If he succeeded in suppressing it peacefully, our continued existence as a state after the conclusion of peace is assured. If I do not succeed, the revolution of force and ruin is at hand. He still hoped to save the Hohenzollern dynasty. "Thank God I have in the Social Democrats allies on whose loyalty towards me at least I can entirely rely. With their help I hope to save the Kaiser. Such is the irony of fate. Germany's last hope of salvation could lie in Wilson's desire to play a big part in the world and his theory for promoting world happiness. A few hours later, at 5:20 a.m. on October 16th, the President's note arrived and brought Prince Max to despair. It was a terrible document that fundamentally changed the whole situation. The longing for peace throughout Germany had become the ruling passion of the masses. And once word spread of Wilson's demands, most Germans were both shocked and alarmed. Now, recalled Prince Max, their disillusionment was like the bursting of a dam. "A black day," Admiral von Müller wrote in his diary. "All prospects for peace have been ruined. There remains a life-and-death struggle, perhaps a revolution." The Kaiser showed the dispatch to his aide. "Read it. It aims directly at the overthrow of my house, at the complete overthrow of the monarchy." His son, the Crown Prince, thought that its tone was arrogant and implacable, and that the spirit of Foch was overpowering the President. Many of those who had enthusiastically supported peace now urged Prince Max to take a stand, and the Conservative Party, which had opposed him, demanded a fight to the bitter end, lest, for generations to come, every German citizen and peasant, every man of business and of property, and above all every employee and laborer would be the wage slave of our enemies. No enemy shall put a foot on the soil of the fatherland. The Social Democrats, disappointed as they were, tried to counter this with an appeal supported by the faculty of the University of Berlin. "We are on the way to peace and democracy. All rebellious agitation blocks this way and serves the counter-revolution." The first priorities were peace and a government by the people. "Then we want to institute all the socialist reforms for which we have won the support of the people. Every intelligent social democrat must warn workers against following the mad counsels of irresponsible agitators." Princess Blücher returned to Berlin to find a terrible state of depression and gloom, portentous of the breakdown which we have been expecting for so long. One hears the wildest rumors as to what is going on, and every moment someone keeps coming in with a fresh account of what is supposed to be taking place. Ludendorff had a nervous breakdown, and the army was said to be practically in a state of mutiny, with soldiers turning on their officers. People in Frankfurt were being privately advised in whispers to leave, since the enemy might be there in a fortnight. In any case, exaggerated as these reports may be, the universal demoralization of the people is very great, and one has sometimes the impression of a flock of sheep who have lost their leader and are going about in a dazed sort of manner, looking about for a loophole of escape from the impending evil. She wondered why the Kaiser had not already abdicated instead of waiting until he was forced out. Even as an Englishwoman, she felt pity for His Majesty, but more so for his subjects. It is a pitiful sight to watch the death throes of a great nation. It reminds me of a great ship slowly sinking before one's eyes and being swallowed up by storm-driven waves. I feel intensely for Germany and her brave, long-suffering people, who have made such terrific sacrifices and gone through so much woe, only to see their idols shattered and to realize that their sufferings have all been caused by the blundering mistakes and overweening ambition of a class of supermen. On the afternoon of October 17th, as Colonel House was setting sail for Brest on the northern Pacific, the German cabinet met to determine the fate of the fatherland. Their reply to Wilson would depend largely on the answers that Ludendorff had come from Spa to give them. "The situation in which we find ourselves is the result of the move we made on October 5th, said Prince Max acidly. At that time, the Army Supreme Command urgently requested that we send the peace note and the appeal for an armistice to President Wilson. Then followed an interrogation of the quartermaster general, which Ludendorff turned into a display of confidence and surprise that his simple request for an armistice several weeks earlier had been regarded as a cry of distress. Morale at the front, he said, was much better, and he was doing everything possible to improve it, but unfortunately these armistice negotiations are having very bad consequences, since my soldiers can't see why they should continue fighting if they have to give up Belgium and Alsace-Lorraine. It was almost as if Ludendorff himself had had nothing to do with the peace offer. He talked quietly, reassuringly about the front, even while admitting the situation was dangerous. How safe things would be if only they would send him replacements. If we had battalions of full strength, the situation would be saved. At this point he was supported by Lieutenant General Heinrich Scheuch, Minister of War, who predicted that he could raise 600,000 new troops during the coming months. "I am willing to promise that I will bend every effort toward enlisting the number stated, so now we will not waste a day in getting to work." As the civilian members of the cabinet sat stunned at the abrupt turnabout by the military, Ludendorff began to talk of defeat as if it were victory. "I should like to paint for you gentlemen a picture of the situation. Yesterday we had a battle at Ypres. The English and the French attacked us with very strong forces. We knew that, and we wanted to hold our own. We were driven back, but it came out well. It is true that gaps of 4 kilometers were broken in our front, but the enemy did not push through, and we held the front. How much reinforcements from home would have meant to us then?" As if they had rehearsed, Minister of War Scheuch chimed in. "If I understand His Excellency Ludendorff correctly, he says that if he gets reinforcements all at once, the situation will be materially altered?" "Yes," he said decisively, and reassured his listeners that they need not worry too much about the Americans. "They make a difference to the relative number, it is true, but our men do not worry about the Americans. It is the English. Our army must be relieved of the feeling of isolation." He made it sound as if the problem was not his, but that of the people back home. "If the army can get over the next 4 weeks and winter begins to come on, we are on safe ground. To do so, civilian morale must be raised for at least 4 weeks. It would be preferable to have it longer. In any case, after that period, the crisis on the Western Front will be at an end, even if we have to retire still farther." His newborn optimism was supported by the naval representative in the cabinet, who said that the enemy was feeling the submarine war very acutely. "But if we accept the terms that are offered us, we will throw all this away." The enemy's position was going to get worse. "It is my impression," broke in Ludendorff, "that before accepting the conditions of this note, which are too severe, we must tell the enemy, 'Win these terms by fighting for them.'" "And when he has won them," asked the Chancellor, "will he not then impose worse conditions?" "There are no worse conditions," was the proud retort. One listener not taken in by Ludendorff's sleight of hand was Foreign Minister Zolf. With sarcasm, he remarked that it was his responsibility to advise Prince Max about the text and tone of the message they must send Wilson. "For this task I am scarcely better prepared by the explanation of His Excellency Ludendorff than I was before." He reminded the general that early in the month the OHL had insisted that they beg the enemy for an armistice, and Prince Max, against his own will and convictions, had been forced to accept responsibility for sending the peace offer. Now an answer from Wilson has arrived which puts us face to face with the most serious of decisions, and at once the picture undergoes a change, showing that now we can hold our own, that if we can survive the next 4 weeks, we will be in even a much better position than before. This seems to me an absolute riddle. What is the real reason that a thing can be done now which a short while ago was declared to be impossible? Ludendorff stiffly replied that today was the first time he heard he could get 600,000 replacements. "If I can get them now, the isolation of the army will come to an end." He still believed they should negotiate. "But we should only enter upon such armistice negotiations as will permit an orderly evacuation of the country, consequently a respite of at least 2 or 3 months. Further, we should not accept any conditions that would appear to make the resumption of hostilities impossible. That this is the intention we cannot fail to see from the note. The terms are meant to put us out of the fight. The enemy must now state what his terms actually were. We should not break off with Wilson abruptly. On the contrary, say, just tell us what are we to do anyway. If you demand anything that is contrary to our national honor, if you want to render us incapable of fighting, then the answer is certainly no." He denied that he had changed his previous stand, then promised that if he got the 600,000 reserves, we do not need to accept all the terms. Not reassured by Ludendorff's sophistry, Prince Max still was relieved that the panic of early October had vanished. After the conference, he took the quartermaster-general aside. "Do you believe that next year we should be able to conclude the war on better terms than we can get today?" "Yes." "You would then look with equanimity on a rupture of relations with Wilson?" "Yes." Prince Max was not convinced. "The statement of the military, stripped of its embroideries," he wrote in his diary, "revealed the following situation. A reversal of fortune in our favor is inconceivable. The submarine war cannot bring it about. We have lost the initiative. Even the combing out of 600,000 more recruits would be useless without an improvement of morale in the army and at home. We had no right to fly the white flag on 5th October. We had no reason to do so even today, but it is clear that the situation will certainly be desperate in a few months." His own path was clear. The negotiations with Wilson must go on. But if they were asked to accept dishonorable conditions to get an armistice, then the people must be called out to make a last stand. If so, the quartermaster-general was not fit to lead such a desperate struggle. In the course of the meeting I had lost confidence in Ludendorff as a man. He ought to have looked the situation ruthlessly in the face without any regard for his own prestige. Ludendorff showed to no better advantage at another cabinet meeting later in the afternoon. He admitted that there might be further withdrawals, but did not fear any collapse. To Zulf's question whether they should take a stronger line in their reply, even at the risk of breaking relations with Wilson, the quartermaster-general declared decisively, "We should take this risk. Our note should test whether Wilson's intentions are honorable or not." There were still arguments about the note to Wilson, but the cabinet could agree on 2 things. Wilson should not be given any pretext for breaking off negotiations, and it would therefore be necessary to make concessions on the submarine question. Second, we cannot accept dishonorable conditions without being ruined forever. Rather, utter defeat than a surrender must be the fundamental idea of the note. Prince Max spent the following day with his legal adviser drafting the reply. After agreeing to evacuate occupied land, the German government promised to send instructions to all submarine commanders to cease torpedoing passenger ships. Army commanders would also be ordered to protect civilians to the best of their ability and prevent destruction of private property and seizure of booty. There was even a paragraph calling for a neutral investigation of every charge of atrocities and violations of international law committed by both sides. Regarding Wilson's demand of a cessation of arbitrary government in Germany, it was admitted that until now the government had been based on authority, but this was not due to any arbitrary action on the part of the legal authorities, but to the fact that the great mass of the people accepted them, without feeling any desire for full responsibility of its own. The war has changed all this. All questions vital to the nation rested today with the Reichstag, and this answer to the President was being made in the name of a government which is responsible to the people. The assurance that the new system will not be revoked lies in the declared will and the inner conviction of the great majority of the German people which stands behind it. Pleased with his reply, Prince Max felt sure that his colleagues and the Supreme Command would concur. Early on the 19th, Zoff did approve, but its submission to the cabinet brought universal dismay. Count Rödern declared the note was undignified. Scheidemann feared its challenging tone. Many protested the clause demanding a neutral investigation of atrocities on the ground that if we demand this investigation, we shall get the whole reparation bill thrown at our heads. The Minister of Marine and Admiral Reinhard Scheer were appalled at the submarine restrictions and warned that this meant abandoning all use of submarines. On this point, the other members supported the Chancellor, but Scheer would not yield and appealed to the OHL and the Kaiser. The first repercussion came early the next morning when Colonel von Hiften delivered a telephone message from Hindenburg that read as if it had been drafted by Ludendorff. "There is no alteration in the situation," it began. "Turkey has opened separate negotiations. Austria-Hungary will follow suit. We shall soon stand alone in Europe." Although the Western Front was in a state of the greatest tension, the struggle there could be prolonged with the promised reinforcements. Even if they were beaten, they should not be seriously worse off than if they yielded everything now. The question must be faced whether the German people is ready to fight to the last man for its honor, not only in words, and so to secure itself the chance of a revival later, or whether it will let itself be driven to capitulation and extinction without having put out its last ounce of strength. To abandon the submarine war, concluded Hindenburg, would be to take the latter course. Such abandonment would also have extremely unfavorable effects upon army morale. Prince Max was dumbfounded at the tone of the message. How could such words be used by men who had begged him to hoist the white flag a few weeks ago? He had Hiften telephone Ludendorff that unless the reply included the concession that passenger ships be spared, Wilson would surely break off negotiations. The President needed that card in his hand to play against the demands of the French for a dishonorable capitulation of the German army. But Ludendorff was adamant, and his stubbornness incensed the cabinet, which was meeting that morning without the Chancellor. "Now we are to be made responsible for losing the already lost war," complained Vice-Chancellor Friedrich von Baer. Matthias Erzberger, centrist leader in the Reichstag, insisted that the public be told that the OHL had forced the request for an armistice. Otherwise, soldiers would accuse the civil government of sacrificing them to American shells. "The cabinet," said Erzberger, "must demand that the Supreme Command accept the note without reservation." At noon, Prince Max was assailed from another quarter, a messenger arriving from the Kaiser to inform him that His Majesty supported the Navy on submarine warfare, and intended to convene a Crown Council at Potsdam that afternoon, should the Chancellor persist in his view. The Prince ordered a messenger to inform the Kaiser verbally that previously arranged meetings prevented him from coming to Potsdam. He therefore begged His Majesty to be graciously pleased to come to Berlin and receive his report, adding that he would resign before changing his mind about the submarine question. "It gives me no pleasure to have to say so," he concluded, "but I am completely convinced that if I go, the cabinet will fall to pieces, and then comes the revolution." "Shall I repeat this to His Majesty?" asked the astounded messenger. "Yes, that is my wish." A few hours later, an indignant Kaiser arrived in Berlin, only to be further annoyed at finding that his old friend, Count Lerchenfeld, the Bavarian minister, had been asked to be present at the conversation with Prince Max. "I was not aware that you were an expert on naval affairs," said His Majesty tartly, and then explained why he so strenuously opposed abandoning the intensified submarine war. The Chancellor presented his arguments, adding that he could not remain in office unless the Kaiser changed his mind. At last the latter reluctantly gave his consent. Count Lerchenfeld pointed out the dangerous currents of opinion in the Empire which were directed expressly against the monarchy. "I am well aware of this," interrupted the Kaiser. He also knew that many were demanding his abdication, and added emphatically, "A successor of Frederick the Great does not abdicate." As far as Prince Max was concerned, this settled the submarine question. With the Kaiser's consent, Ludendorff would surely bow. But the Quartermaster General was in no mood to surrender, and he parried all the arguments passed on from the cabinet through Colonel von Heften. The War Minister then took the telephone and after half an hour exclaimed, "If you want to negotiate, give up the intensified submarine war. If you want to carry on this war, then break off the negotiations." Ludendorff refused to believe that it had to be either-or. The War Minister was even more persistent, and finally Ludendorff capitulated. But this victory was balanced by an unpleasant surprise late in the evening. Prince Max was informed that his ministers had had an attack of pessimism because of 3 recent developments: the fall of Lille, the capitulation of Turkey, and particularly the President's belated answer to Austria's request for an armistice, in which he demanded that the nationalistic aspirations of the Czechs and Yugoslavs be recognized. This not only sounded the doom of the dual monarchy, but indicated that Wilson did not regard himself completely beholden to his own 14 points. The ministers consequently were now afraid to include 2 passages in the reply, one protesting the imposition by the Allies of dishonorable conditions, and the other a reminder to the Americans that many Germans had suffered from the hunger blockade imposed by Britain. The Chancellor was so indignant that he immediately wrote a bitter letter to his colleagues, which succeeded only in the retention of the first passage. With all the changes and delays, it was not until 20 minutes after midnight that the 3rd German note was at last sent off to Washington. In London on October 20th, General Wilson was once more venting his fury on the President, for he had just learned of Wilson's reply to the Austrians demanding recognition of the Czechs and Yugoslavs. "This makes a fair pie of things, and he does this without consulting Lloyd George or Clemenceau." He was also upset with Haig, who had come across the Channel to advise Lloyd George not to demand unconditional surrender. The Germans, argued the Field Marshal, were still strong, and the British would have to carry the burden of battle, since the French army was worn out and has not been really fighting latterly, while the Americans were not yet organized. To Wilson's disgust, the Prime Minister and Milner rather agreed with Haig. The next morning, the 21st, the Cabinet met again at 10 Downing Street. Admiral Sir David Beatty, commander of the Grand Fleet, argued that the terms of the armistice should almost be terms of peace, and practically all the Boche fleet and submarines must be handed over. While Wilson thought this was very sound reasoning, both Lloyd George and Milner argued that such terms were too stiff. Just after lunch, a copy of Prince Max's reply to the President was received. To Wilson it was quite adroit. No mention of Alsace-Lorraine, nor any mention of the salt water. My fool of a cousin is trapped. My own opinion is that unless Lloyd George and Tiger catch a hold, my cousin will cart us all. By the time the meeting ended at 6:15 p.m., Hankey, who had been taking notes single-handed, was exhausted. The less said about the discussion on the German note, the better, as it was long and desultory, but it resulted in a fairly good telegram to President Wilson, warning him of the dangers of the situation and asking him not to act without consulting us. In Paris, the understanding between the French and Americans reached by Foch and Pershing after their tempestuous argument was already being threatened by Clemenceau. Lord Derby had noted the increasingly bad relationships between France and the United States several days earlier in a letter to Lord Balfour. "It is extraordinary what a revulsion of feeling there is in this country on the part of the French against the Americans, and the enthusiasm of the 4th of July has completely died out, whereas at that time everything that the Americans did was preceded by huge headlines in the papers. Now they are hardly mentioned, and I hear on the other hand that the Americans are very much disillusioned with the French, who they say are trying to make as much money as they can out of them." Ignoring Poincaré's advice, the Tiger finally did send his sarcastic letter to Foch that day. "You have watched at close range the development of General Pershing's exactions," it read. "Unfortunately, thanks to his invincible obstinacy, he has won out against you as well as against your immediate subordinates. The French and British armies," Clemenceau continued, "were pressing back the enemy with ardor, but our worthy American allies, who thirst to get into action and who are unanimously acknowledged to be great soldiers, have been marking time ever since their forward jump on the first day. And in spite of heavy losses, they have failed to conquer the ground assigned them as their objective. Nobody can maintain that these fine troops are unusable. They are merely unused." The Tiger was aware of all the efforts Foch had made to overcome Pershing's resistance, but the time had come, he insisted, to change methods. "When General Pershing refused to obey your orders, you could have appealed to President Wilson. For reasons which you considered more important, you put off this solution of the conflict, fearing that it would bring reactions of a magnitude which you thought it difficult to gauge. There should be no further hesitation. It was certainly high time to tell President Wilson the truth and the whole truth concerning the situation of the American troops." This was, in effect, a demand to relieve Pershing from command. But Foch refused to appeal to the President, and in his reply explained that all improvised armies suffered the difficulties now being experienced by the Americans. Since the start of the American attack in the Argonne, they had lost 54,158 men, in exchange for small gains on a narrow front, it is true, but over particularly difficult terrain and in the face of serious resistance by the enemy. The feud with Pershing, as far as Foch was concerned, was over. In Spa, Ludendorff and Hindenburg were already preparing instructions for the German Armistice Commission, making it appear that the army was not at all responsible for the humiliating submission to Wilson. It was Prince Max's government, not the military, which had accepted Wilson's 14 points without reservations, and was offering now to evacuate all occupied territory unconditionally. After a long speech in the Reichstag on the 22nd defending his actions, the worn Chancellor was stricken with influenza and confined to his bedroom. For the first time, the left-wing press printed a demand for the Kaiser's abdication. It was a great shock to the Kaiserin, who was celebrating her birthday. The third German note caught President Wilson by surprise, and, unable to consult with House, who was in mid-Atlantic, he went to his cabinet. "I do not know what to do," he confessed. "What do you think should be done?" After a long silence, Secretary of the Interior Franklin Lane advised him not to negotiate until German troops were across the Rhine. The Agriculture Secretary doubted the sincerity of Germany's political reformation. Secretary of the Treasury William McAdoo insisted the terms be sent by the military. Albert Burleson, the Postmaster General, fearing that Foch, Haig, and Pershing might be too lenient, demanded an unconditional surrender. Concerned as he was over public opinion, Wilson feared the hysteria of the diehards might make him take to a cyclone cellar for 48 hours. At the same time, Labor didn't want Americans to keep on fighting for the imperialist aims of the Europeans. After considering all sides, he typed out a reply to Germany stating that he was asking his allies to submit their terms of an armistice, then added that he did not feel that the principle of a government responsible to the German people had yet been fully worked out. It may be that future wars have been brought under the control of the German people, but the present war has not been, and it is with the present war that we are dealing. It was evident that the people still did not control the military, nor had the power of the Kaiser been impaired, and that the determining initiative still remains with those who have hitherto been the masters of Germany. If America, he concluded, had to deal with the military masters and monarchical autocrats of Germany, it must demand not peace negotiations but surrender. The next afternoon Wilson again summoned his war cabinet, and every man was asked for his opinion. He calmly listened to each opinion and the discussion that followed, then drew from his coat a typewritten memorandum. "Gentlemen," he said, "I have here the tentative draft of the note that I think I should send to Germany. I should like to read it, and since it is the consensus of your opinion that we should accept the proposal for an armistice, I shall be happy to receive your suggestions regarding any changes that you think should be made in the document." He began to read his reply slowly and deliberately, pausing momentarily at the end of each sentence to let it sink in. Not a man present, recalled E. N. Hurley of the Supreme Economic Council, failed to realize that in that note Woodrow Wilson had written a declaration that would end the Great World War. The President laid the sheet on the table and asked for suggestions. Hurley expressed enthusiastic approval. Others were equally warm, with only one member suggesting that it would be politically helpful if one expression were changed. But Wilson shook his head. "No," he said decisively, "I am dealing in human lives, not in politics." Without a word altered, the note was cabled that day not only to Germany but to the 19 Allies. Lansing added a note to the latter that they were not being forced by the President into a premature armistice. He only hoped they would acquiesce and take part in the negotiations. Wilson, he said, had endeavored to safeguard carefully the interests of every ally, and sincerely hoped that each will think that he has succeeded, and will be willing to cooperate in the steps which he has suggested. It was natural that those Americans who had objected to Wilson's foreign policy previously would attack the latest note. "There is no German government in existence with which I would discuss anything," charged Senator Lodge. Even more vociferous, Theodore Roosevelt sent identical telegrams to Senators Lodge, Poindexter, and Hiram Johnson, urging the Senate to demand unconditional surrender and repudiate the 14 points as a basis for negotiations. "Let us dictate peace by the hammering guns, and not chat about peace to the clicking of typewriters." Colonel House, preparing to land at Brest the next day, was also disturbed by the note, but for a different reason. If he had been at home, the colonel wrote in his diary, he would have advised the President to have done nothing further than say he would immediately confer with the Allies regarding the German reply. The Germans have accepted his terms, and he should go on the theory that they intend to accept them in good faith. Then he would have communicated with the Allies and gotten their agreement. Instead of doing this, he has gone into a long and offensive discussion which may have the effect of stiffening German resistance and welding the people together back of their military leaders. He has taken what seems to me a reckless and unnecessary gamble. It might cost him the leadership in the peace negotiations. The British War Cabinet was puzzled by the note. "We could not understand what it meant," wrote General Wilson. "But on the whole we were relieved by the fool's wire, as it might have been worse." At least they had finally been invited to participate in the negotiations. Much of the British press was still demanding revenge instead of armistice. The reigning mood in the country on October 24th was, in fact, one of impassioned hate. Rudyard Kipling expressed what the majority felt in a poem entitled Justice, which appeared in the Times and the Daily Telegraph. "If we have parley with the foe," he wrote, "the load our souls must bear." It was the terrible accumulation of casualties that brought the usually temperate British to such hatred and agreement with Kipling, who himself had lost a son. The commander of the British armies in the field was less bloodthirsty. Haig wanted a peace on more generous terms than the public and politicians, since he knew that the German army had not yet been destroyed. He strenuously disagreed with Foch, who insisted on having bridgeheads over the Rhine and occupying all German territory on the left bank. On the whole, he was writing in his diary, Foch's reasons were political, not military. Haig was also becoming increasingly disgusted at the almost underhand way in which Foch and Weygand were still trying to get hold of a part of his troops. "I told them a few home truths, for when all is said and done, the British army has defeated the Germans this year, and I alone am responsible to the British government for the handling of the British troops, not Foch." 6. When the Kaiser read the President's words refusing to deal with the military masters and the monarchical autocrats of Germany, he exclaimed, "The hypocritical Wilson has at last thrown off his mask. The object of this is to bring down my house, to set the monarchy aside." His Empress was equally furious, labeling Wilson a parvenu who had the effrontery to humiliate a princely house which can look back on centuries of service to people and country. The note reached the Reichstag while Prince Max's opponents were attacking his policies and were in turn being assailed. In the dejected, heavy, and depressing atmosphere, Wilson's reply was circulated in the corridors. It was a moment for unity, but the news only intensified the wrangling. The ailing Prince Max, still confined to his room, wondered, was Wilson sincere in his promise to negotiate with justice, or would he demand capitulation? Was he actually demanding abdication of the Kaiser? I kept putting this question again and again to myself, worried my head for hours with niceties of interpretation, and finally came back to the conclusion that, according to the meaning of the words, the constitutional changes already introduced and planned would provide the basis for the negotiations. The Chancellor could not face reality. The Allies, of course, would insist on dethroning Wilhelm. So would many Germans. Prince Max instructed his legal adviser to draft a reply that would not break off the thread of our negotiations with Wilson. He should be advised not to expect any government with a conscience to adopt, from tactical considerations and in order to influence a foreign country, measures which are not supported by the declared will and the innermost convictions of the German people. That afternoon, an excited Colonel von Heften rushed from the Reichstag to the Chancellor's bedside with an alarming report that some Social Democrats were convinced that if only the Kaiser were thrown out, they would get a decent peace. Heften begged Prince Max to withhold official publication of the Wilson note so the Kaiser could abdicate of his own free will. But if His Majesty does not make up his mind at once, the only thing to do is break with Wilson, and all we can do then is remove our helmets and pray. But the Chancellor would not listen to the distraught colonel, who then hurried to a telephone and reported to Ludendorff at Spa. The Quartermaster General naturally denounced Wilson's demand. Abdication was out of the question. There was only one solution: break with Wilson and fight to the last. The army, he said, was ready to fight to the finish for its supreme warlord. The colonel persuaded him to come at once to Berlin with Hindenburg, then reported all this to the Chancellor, who insisted that the two military leaders be urged to postpone their trip to the capital. Otherwise it would still look as though the military was running the nation. Heften passed on this request, but Ludendorff refused. He would be in the capital the next day to see the Kaiser. That evening the cabinet met without Prince Max. Upon learning that Hindenburg and Ludendorff were coming to Berlin, Vice-Chancellor von Payer insisted that other authorities be asked if the war should be continued. We need not heed Ludendorff's objections. He has shown symptoms of inner uncertainty. Erzberger thought the time had passed to listen to any military authorities. We alone must now bear the responsibility. The question today is no longer military, but political. If we call in the Supreme Command, Wilson will again have an excuse for asserting that the military commanders are still in control. Others felt that they needed military experts' judgment for their own peace of mind. Then Foreign Minister Zolf gave his interpretation of the Wilson note. The President, he said, did not demand abdication, but was himself in serious trouble. He had to take into account the American public and the Allied military commanders, particularly Foch. That is why the second part of the note contains the request that Germany give him facts which can reassure him. Among these are 1. Ludendorff's removal, and 2. Civilian control over the army. If we can guarantee both, we will have a favorable armistice and a good peace. Erzberger thought it doubtful that Ludendorff could be persuaded to resign, but perhaps would come to that conclusion by himself. We should, however, said Konrad Haussmann, a Democrat deputy in the Reichstag, avoid provoking a crisis in the army and forcing Hindenburg's resignation. It was obvious that none of the ministers wanted to take the initiative in ousting Ludendorff. They decided to let events take their natural course. Their indecision was not reflected at Spa. Hindenburg had only one answer for Wilson: a fight to the end. He had already sent off a letter to Prince Max trying to rouse his fighting spirit. I had hoped, he warned, that the new government would call on the whole nation for all its strength to defend our fatherland. That has not happened. Instead, the only talk was of reconciliation. This was having a depressing effect on the troops. For leadership in the defense of the country, the army needs not only men but a conviction that it is necessary to fight and the moral energy for the great task. I earnestly beg your Grand Ducal Highness, as head of the new government, to rise to the height of this holy task. Just before leaving Spa that evening for the capital, the Field Marshal issued a proclamation to his soldiers. Wilson's answer, he said, is a demand for unconditional surrender. It is thus unacceptable to us soldiers. When our enemies know that no sacrifice will achieve the rupture of the German front, then they will be ready for a peace which will make the future of our country safe for the great masses of our people. Although sounding as if it had been drafted by Ludendorff, it was Hindenburg's own work. It was probably the only critical order he had ever signed before submitting it to the Quartermaster General. As soon as Colonel Haye, head of operations at OHL, saw the proclamation which virtually decreed that negotiations be broken off, he ordered it withdrawn. But a telephone operator in Lovno, who chanced to be an independent socialist, had copied it down word for word. Fearing that the generals were trying to keep the war going forever, the operator put a call through the military switchboard to Berlin and managed to reveal the facts to a representative of his party. Appearance of the story in the press the following noon brought a storm of protest in the Reichstag against military interference. By this time the newspapers had abandoned their self-imposed restraint and were openly discussing the abdication of the Kaiser. The Frankfurter Zeitung not only demanded that Wilhelm step down, but that the Crown Prince renounce the throne as a democratic guarantee to Wilson's demands. That afternoon Ludendorff and Hindenburg arrived in Berlin and went directly to Schloss Bellevue with a request that His Majesty break off negotiations. Ludendorff agreed that little could be expected of the new government, but the Kaiser refused to make a decision, referring them to Prince Max. The Chancellor refused to admit the two military leaders to his bedroom, insisting that they see Vice-Chancellor von Payer instead. A meeting was set up for that evening at the Ministry of the Interior. In the meantime, Prince Max received 2 important documents that forced him to face a problem he had been avoiding: abdication. The first was a wire from his cousin, Prince Ernst zu Hohenlohe-Langenburg, who had been negotiating in Switzerland with American delegates on prisoners of war. "I have just learned from a reliable source that the conclusion of Wilson's note can really mean only that the only way to anything like a tolerable peace is through the resignation of the Kaiser." Prince Ernst's informant believed that such a step would enable Wilson to influence the United States Senate, which was demanding unconditional surrender in favor of his more liberal peace plans. It would also strengthen peace sentiment in Britain and France. The telegram continued, "The maintenance of the dynasty would thus be assured, otherwise it, and ultimately all other German dynasties, would be endangered, if once the belief got about, which the Entente would doubtless manipulate, that only the Kaiser's person stands in the way of peace." He concluded with a warning that any attempt to prolong the final struggle would be taken as fresh proof of the predominant influence of the military, and strengthen American suspicions that they could place no reliance on any of Germany's constitutional reforms. A few hours later, Prince Max received a similar telegram, this from the Prussian minister in Munich. "It is my painful duty to report to your Grand Ducal Highness that Wilson's answer, published here yesterday, is interpreted by authorities in Bavaria to mean that the last paragraph is directed against the person of our Kaiser. The Bavarian Prime Minister and Minister of War," he continued, "therefore urged that the Kaiser be candidly informed that the enemy will approve of no acceptable peace unless His Majesty lays down the imperial crown. His figure would live on in history as the noblest, the most high-minded, and the most self-sacrificing of the German people's benefactors." Faced with reality, Prince Max had only one course. He transmitted the 2 messages to the Kaiser without comment. On his way to dinner, Alexander, Prince Münster von Derneburg, a member of the Prussian upper house, was bemoaning the universal agreement among friends at lunch that Germany should break off negotiations and stand by the monarchy, or at least leave the decision up to Hindenburg. Impulsively, the prince decided to do something about it, and went straight to Hindenburg's quarters. He was at dinner, but came out a few minutes later. Taking Münster by both hands, he shook them warmly and insisted he come into the dining-room. There, Münster explained to the gathering that he had heard of the intention of breaking off negotiations in order to save the Kaiser. He entreated the field marshal to reconsider this decision, or in any case to take time to reconsider committing a step which must inevitably imperil the fatherland. Hindenburg only replied gloomily, "I stand or fall with my Kaiser." Prince Münster continued to argue. If the field marshal as well as the Kaiser went, there would be no central figure for the people to look up to. The nation had to have someone to trust, or chaos and anarchy would inevitably ensue. "Hear, hear," the others at the table cried. If Hindenburg stayed on, continued the prince, they might still save the Kaiser, but negotiations must be continued. Then, if the conditions imposed were incompatible with the honor of the nation, an appeal could be made to the country to make a last stand. Troubled but unmoved, Hindenburg left for his meeting with Vice-Chancellor von Peyer at the Ministry of the Interior. It was 9 p.m. by the time he and Ludendorff greeted Peyer. The Quartermaster-General was agitated, claiming that Wilson's terms were insulting and dishonorable. Negotiations should be broken off. "We can't answer that sort of man," Hindenburg concurred. The army still stood unconquered on enemy soil. It must not be forced to capitulate. Both men insisted that the Kaiser make an appeal to the people, the government, the German states, the armed forces, and the Reichstag to gather strength and continue the war. But talk of soldiers' honor, shameful challenges, inspiring the morale of the nation and rallying the country's last resources, made no impression on Pyre. The hard-headed Swabian quietly observed that a great nation should not be driven into a last desperate adventure with so little hope of success. He could not accept soldiers' honor as a political motive. "I am a plain, ordinary citizen and civilian. All I can see is people who are starving." Ludendorff was incensed. "In that case, Your Excellency, I fling the shame of it on you and your colleagues in the name of the fatherland. And I warn you, if you let things go like this, you will have Bolshevism in the country in a few weeks. Then think of me." "Come now, Your Excellency," replied Pyre calmly. "I'm not afraid of that. Moreover, you must leave the interpretation of such matters to me. I understand them better. There is no sense in talking further with you." Ludendorff glared at the civilian with utter contempt. "Neither of us understands the other and will never do so. We could never get together. We live in different worlds. I am through talking with you." He stalked off, irate and disappointed. Downstairs, Colonel von Heften was waiting. In deep anguish, Ludendorff muttered, "There is no hope. Germany is lost." 7. He could not sleep, and early on the morning of October 26th was at the red brick building on the Königsplatz, which housed the Prussian General Staff. The sentries at the entrance clicked to attention, and the Quartermaster General went up to the first floor to his office. He began writing out his resignation. He had done so many times before, but never with the intention that it would be accepted. In it, I proceeded from the feeling that in the talk of the day before with von Pyre, I had become convinced that the government would not bestir itself to any action, that His Majesty, the country, and the army were thus put in an untenable position, that I was regarded as one who would prolong the war, and that, given the policy of the government toward Wilson, my departure might perhaps make things easier for Germany in the future. For these reasons, I asked His Majesty to accept my resignation. But even after the letter was finished, he must have still hoped it would not be necessary to submit it. As soon as Hindenburg walked in at 9 a.m. and glimpsed the letter, he guessed its contents and begged Ludendorff not to send it. He must not leave the Kaiser and the army. After a rather long inward struggle, I gave in. I became convinced that I must retain my office, and proposed to the Field Marshal that we should try again to see Prince Max. But he would not receive us. He was still sick. A little later, Colonel von Heften burst in with news overheard in the lobby of the Chancellery. At the insistence of Prince Max, the Kaiser was proposing to dismiss Ludendorff. He had hurried over to warn the Quartermaster General, so that the final scene might be played in as dignified form as possible. Before Ludendorff could recover from the shock, official word came that he and Hindenburg were to report at once to Bellevue Castle. Ludendorff's hands shook so that he had difficulty buttoning his uniform, but he was still virtually beside himself as he reported to His Majesty. In a manner wholly changed from yesterday, the Kaiser complained about the army order of the 24th calling on all troops to fight rather than bow to Wilson's demands. "There followed," wrote Ludendorff, "some of the bitterest moments of my life. I said respectfully to His Majesty that I had gained the painful impression that I no longer enjoyed his confidence, and that I accordingly begged most humbly to be relieved of my office." According to Hindenburg, the scene was tempestuous. Ludendorff responded to the Kaiser's complaint of abrupt changes in the OHL position with vehement accusations against Prince Max for not siding with the General Staff when it was unfairly attacked. His tone became so sharp that the Kaiser said, "You seem to forget that you are addressing your monarch." Ludendorff retorted with a demand to be relieved, and, upon being offered command of an army group, brusquely refused it. This infuriated the Kaiser, who said it was to himself as supreme warlord to decide when and whether Ludendorff was to go. Once more Ludendorff offered his resignation, and this time it was ungraciously accepted. The bitterest blow to Ludendorff was Hindenburg's silence. He never came to his subordinates' support, only at the end offered his own resignation. "You will stay," said the Kaiser tartly, and the field marshal bowed from the waist. After the two officers left, the Kaiser remarked with satisfaction, "The operation is over. I have separated the Siamese twins." Outside the castle, Ludendorff accused Hindenburg of treachery and refused to ride in the same car. Margareta Ludendorff was standing at the window as her husband's car arrived. I was surprised that he had come back so soon from this important interview and felt a strange sense of depression. He looked pale as death as he entered the room. "The Kaiser has sacked me," he said almost without expression. "I have been dismissed." She tried in vain to comfort him and asked who would be his successor. He replied that he had suggested Kuhl, then jumped up abruptly, exclaiming, "In a fortnight we shall have no empire and no emperor left. You will see." As Prince Max was listening to Peyer's account of the last evening's conference, Heften rushed in, excitedly exclaiming, "General Ludendorff is dismissed." "And Hindenburg? He is to stay." "Thank God," everyone chorused. A little later, the Foreign Ministry's representative at the OHL telephoned. "The Supreme Command is furious," reported Baron Kurt von Lersner. "But in view of my long experience with it, I must, with the utmost emphasis, put you on your guard against placing any trust in its promises, and must recommend you not to allow yourself to be turned aside from the peace proposals which are in view. The military situation is as bad as it was 3 weeks ago. An improvement is not to be expected, and the invasion of our territory is only a question of weeks or at most of a few months." There now remained for Prince Max the task of answering Wilson's note, and it was made no easier to learn late in the afternoon that the President's recent reply to Austria had been the signal to the various nationalities for the concerted break-up of the Danube monarchy. The Emperor Karl saw his only hope in cutting loose from Germany. A few hours later, the Austrian ambassador, Prince Hohenlohe, visited the Chancellor. "People will spit at me," he said with utter dejection. "I can show my face no longer in the streets of Berlin." Painfully, he brought out a copy of the letter Karl had written to the Kaiser. "It is my painful duty to inform you that my people is neither able nor willing to carry on the war any longer," it began. Karl went on to say that he had no right to oppose the popular will now that there was no chance of winning the war. "I must therefore acquaint you with my irrevocable decision to issue within 48 hours a request for a separate peace and an immediate armistice." There was nothing for Prince Max to do now but send the note to Wilson. It was brief and concise, promising that the peace negotiations would be conducted by a people's government which had all decision powers. "The German government therefore expects proposals for an armistice and not for a surrender. Only then can the armistice lead to a peace of justice, such as the President outlined in his various public utterances." While the note was being encoded, Foreign Minister Zolf, who was to sign it, was informing his dinner partners of its context. This group, which included federal councillors, ex-ministers, and a leading industrialist, protested unanimously that the proud tone of the note was quite impossible for either home or foreign consumption. Germany could not afford offending Wilson, and if he broke off negotiations, the German people could not stand it. On his own responsibility, Zolf held up transmission of the message and next day informed the cabinet of what he had done. Since most of them approved of Zolf's decision to reconsider, the note was revised to eliminate the demand of armistice rather than surrender. In its place was written, "The German government now awaits proposals for an armistice, which shall be a first step towards a just peace, such as the President has outlined in his proclamations." The revised message was brought to Prince Max's bed. He approved, and it was dispatched at 4:35 p.m. Chapter 15. The False Armistice, October 26th to November 7th. 1. As Ludendorff was preparing to see the Kaiser for the last time, Colonel House finally arrived in Paris to find the French intent upon a hard peace and the British divided. "I don't know how I lived through the day," he wrote in his diary on that memorable Saturday, the 26th of October. First had come interviews with the press and brief meetings with distinguished Americans and foreigners. Lunch followed with Haig and Milner. It was a delightful and important meeting. To his surprise, he found the former moderate on armistice terms. He does not consider the German military situation warrants their complete surrender. House did much of the talking. "I desired to frame the case as the President and I wish, and wanted to convince both Milner and Haig we were right, in order that we might have the benefit of their support on Tuesday." That was the day set to draft the surrender document, and he needed all the help he could get to prevent vindictive terms. At 6 o'clock he saw Clemenceau, who greeted him with open arms. "We passed all kinds of compliments. He seems genuinely fond of me." He spoke in acrimonious terms of Lloyd George and of the English generally. He said they did not tell the truth, and remarked that "Lloyd George sends his orders to me from time to time." He also said, "I wonder how I keep my temper." It was news to me that he did. Clemenceau handed over in gravest confidence Foch's terms for an armistice. No one except himself had seen the document, not even President Poincaré, and he asked that it be kept in confidence except for the President. The Germans were to evacuate all territory west of the Rhine, and there would be a substantial neutral zone set up on the right bank. They would also surrender 150 submarines, and the surface fleet would withdraw to Baltic ports. Clemenceau then let it be known that both he and Foch felt Germany was so thoroughly defeated that she would accept any terms. Apparently Lloyd George did too, for he had sent a rather peremptory letter to the Tiger under the impression that he was weakening and inclined to give the Germans better terms than the British thought should be offered. "If George has anything worse in his mind than Clemenceau," wrote House, "God help Germany." The meeting ended with Clemenceau's criticism that Pershing had not advanced as far as he should have in the Argonne. Foch had offered to lend one of his best generals to untangle the mess, but Pershing had refused to take him. This same general was then offered to the Belgians. "You see the results," exclaimed Clemenceau. "The Belgians are advancing." He liked Pershing, but it was like going up against granite to get him to accept Foch's advice. "I replied," recorded House, "that it was Foch's fault if Pershing did not do in a general way what he, Foch, advised, since he was generalissimo and had the authority." The next morning, Sunday, House, who had set up offices in an old grey mansion on the left bank, asked to see Pershing, only to learn he was in bed with the flu. During the day, the colonel briefed his new aide and interpreter, Stephen Bonsal, on their mission. "I will follow the President's instructions and give you no definite instructions, but just a hazy idea of what I shall expect of you. I think I can handle Lloyd George and the Tiger without much help, but into your hands I commit all the mighty men of the rest of the world. I shall expect you to call at least once a day, and my door will always be open to you. From time to time, if inconvenient to call, send a memo. Or better still, leave it with the sailors who will guard my gate." After a moment's reflection, he added, "You have seen all these strange people with whom Paris now is swarming on their native heaths. Most of them you knew and appraised before they were built up by war propaganda and nationalistic inflation. The war that has destroyed cities has puffed up some little men until they find their hats and boots too small, much too small for them. I shall count on you to present them to me in their original proportions." Later in the day, Sir William Wiseman, a close friend whose advice he often took, revealed to House that the British cabinet had had stormy sessions over the President's peace terms. The members particularly rebelled against the freedom of the seas and insisted on reparations for losses suffered at sea. Perhaps House was unaware that Wiseman was also covertly in British intelligence, for he replied that if the British were not careful, they would bring upon themselves the dislike of the world, and that the United States and other countries will not willingly submit to Great Britain's complete domination of the seas any more than to Germany's domination of the land. And the sooner the English recognized this fact, the better it would be for them. And if challenged, he added resolutely, the United States would build a navy and maintain an army greater than theirs. In Berlin, the Kaiser was having trouble with his principal ally. Less than an hour after the fourth note to Wilson was dispatched, he wrote the Emperor Karl, who had just confessed he was going to have to ask for a separate armistice. By carrying out this intention, you would open the way for the plan of our enemy aiming at the separation of our countries in order the more easily to subject our lands to their will and to put into effect their anti-monarchical purposes. Negotiations were already going on to bring about an armistice, but once the enemy learned that their alliance was broken, the conditions would become much more severe. I therefore urgently beg you to refrain from any step that must give the impression that we are not united. Along with the note, which had been drafted by Foreign Minister Zolf, went a promise to send enough grain to supply Vienna and German Austria bread for several weeks. But it was not likely that either entreaty or food would keep Karl from surrendering. His 60 divisions on the Italian front had been pushed back to the Piave, and there was little chance they could keep the resurgent Italians from soon crossing that river and scoring a crushing victory. During the day, the ailing Chancellor was subjected to a harrowing visit from 2 emissaries sent by his cousin, Prince Hohenlohe-Langenburg. They brought a letter explaining the prince's recent telegram. Wilson's allies would never agree to negotiating a peace with the Kaiser, the Crown Prince, or Ludendorff. All 3 must go, or Wilson would break off negotiations. The 2 emissaries implored the Chancellor to make his decision quickly. It was only a question of days or even hours before the Americans would be forced to accept Foch's armistice terms, which were bound to be harsh. The visit greatly disturbed Prince Max, but he was still determined to withhold any action until he had more information. The following afternoon, Monday, he was subjected to another plea for the Kaiser's abdication. This came from a surprising source, General von Caelius, who had been His Majesty's special aide-de-camp for many years. He had information from Belgium that unless the Kaiser abdicated, Germany would have to expect terrible terms of armistice and as terrible a peace. His Majesty must make the great sacrifice to save dynasty and country. Prince Max was distraught. I begged the general to go at once to the Minister of the Royal Household, Count August Eulenburg, and through his mediation, and if possible with his support, to lay this view before His Majesty. It seemed important to me that men whom the Kaiser regarded as his personal friends and as pillars of the throne should first show him the honorable solution. Caelius accepted the chore, and brought with him the letter of Prince Hohenlohe, but the Minister of the Royal Household refused to be the bearer of such tidings. He refused to show the letter to His Majesty, who had no intention of stepping down, and had just sent Prince Max the text of a decree instituting the new constitutional reforms, as if he himself had thought of them. I, together with my august confederates, give my assent to these resolutions of the Representative Assembly, in the firm will to do my best to cooperate in putting them into full execution, convinced that I am thereby furthering the welfare of the people. The Kaiser is now the servant of the people. Such was his insensitive answer to the clamorous demands for abdication in the face of another military disaster. The Italians had crossed the Piave, and Austrian resistance was crumbling. At 6 o'clock the next morning, October 29th, an Austrian general staff officer appeared at a railway embankment north of Serravalle, accompanied by a man carrying a white flag. 2 trumpeters blasted out General March. The 6-day battle of Vittorio Veneto was over. 30,000 Austrians were dead, and 427,000 were about to be taken prisoner. Germany's last ally had succumbed, and there were 2.5 million Americans in France. Prince Max knew he must act at once. Someone had to persuade His Majesty to renounce the crown without delay. It had to be someone close. Already Eulenburg and the court chaplain, Herr von Drissander, had refused, so the Chancellor's spirits were raised when General von Caelius was announced. Perhaps he could be persuaded to try again. But the general declared tersely that the Kaiser should, under no circumstances, abdicate. It would mean the dissolution of army and empire. Stunned by this complete change of attitude, Prince Max asked for an explanation. Yesterday, replied Caelius, he had been a victim of the Chancellor's suggestive influence and had not really expressed his real opinion. "Was it you or I," exclaimed the indignant prince, "who came from Brussels to Berlin to demand the Kaiser's abdication as Germany's last hope, and brought along documents to support this demand?" He was in a quandary. To whom could I now turn? Who would be willing and fitted to speak to the Kaiser as a friend? I knew of no one in Berlin. No one except himself. At the new palace in Potsdam, the Kaiserin was urging her husband to go to Spa. She knew how easily he might change his mind and accede to the growing demand for abdication. But there in the Belgian resort town, the supreme command, and particularly Hindenburg, could protect him from himself and the pernicious influence of Prince Max. Admiral von Müller found the Kaiser wan and hollow-eyed, despite an outward mood of gaiety and confidence. "The English are at loggerheads with the Americans," he said. "The Lansdowne clique has coalesced with the Labour Party to obtain a swift, acceptable peace for Germany." Then His Majesty read aloud a confidential letter from an agent in Holland who recommended that Germany make peace overtures to England, not America, since the former was obviously perturbed by the latter's numerical superiority. Moreover, England was in a difficult situation, and the workers in Scotland were causing great trouble. The Kaiser painted a very bold picture in conclusion: an agreement with England to include a treaty with Japan to fling the Americans out of Europe. The Kaiser already envisaged Japanese divisions arriving via Serbia on the Western Front to help throw out the Americans. In this way we could obtain a good peace, for the English have no interest in weakening us and would gladly see us in possession of a strong fleet and an even stronger submarine force. After spinning out this fantasy, the Kaiser spoke a few personal words, remarking that the two of them had lived through a very interesting era. He sent his regards to the Admiral's family, then dismissed him from further service without revealing that he was about to leave Berlin. Late that afternoon, Baron Kurt von Grünau, the Kaiser's representative at the Foreign Ministry, appeared at Prince Max's quarters to announce that His Majesty was going to Spa. "Is that a bad joke?" asked the amazed Chancellor. Grünau said that he himself had just learned of the trip a half-hour earlier from the Kaiser's adjutant, Major Niemann. He had warned the Major that such a sudden departure would excite public opinion and be taken to mean that the Kaiser was seeking refuge with the army. Niemann replied that Hindenburg regarded it of extreme importance, after the political turmoil of the past few weeks, to bring His Majesty once more into touch with the army. Prince Max immediately sent Zolf to persuade Count Eulenburg or the new head of the civil cabinet to prevent the journey, then telephoned the Minister of War, who knew nothing about the trip but assured Prince Max that if His Majesty did so, he would soon return to Berlin. This did not satisfy the Chancellor. He telephoned the Kaiser directly, expressing painful surprise that such an important decision had been taken so abruptly without his knowledge. I urgently begged for a postponement of the journey, which at the moment must make the worst possible impression. Questions of the greatest importance would have to be settled in the next few days, questions which we could not possibly settle on the telephone. You got rid of Ludendorff, said the Kaiser. Now he would personally have to replace him as Quartermaster General by General Wilhelm Grüner, who had distinguished himself at the front and was also coordinator of wartime production. The Field Marshal could surely do that by himself, replied Prince Max, and begged for a personal audience. But the Kaiser said his doctors feared he would catch the Chancellor's influenza. Besides, you must take care of your own health. Prince Max once more begged that he be allowed to come to Potsdam, but was refused. We are now entering the most difficult time of all, he argued. At such a time your Majesty cannot be absent. If you do all I have told you to do, all may still be well, said Wilhelm, in reference to his recent advice to base the peace action on England, not America. That evening His Majesty and entourage left for Spa. He was needed there, he explained in a telegram to the Chancellor, to settle the question of Ludendorff's successor and to thank his brave troops for their superhuman efforts. To make the situation easier for you, Ludendorff had to go. His going is from a military point of view a severe loss to the army. It is my duty to make good this loss, and it is necessary for me to introduce his successor. That is why I am leaving this evening. 2. House was suffering from indigestion on that morning of the 29th. He rested on a couch covered by a blanket, sorting his thoughts for the important afternoon meeting of the Supreme War Council. It seems to me of the utmost importance, he had written yesterday in his diary, to have the Allies accept the 14 points and the subsequent terms of the President. If this is done, the basis of a peace will already have been made. Germany began negotiations on the basis of these terms, and the Allies have tentatively accepted them, but as Germany shows signs of defeat, it is becoming every day more apparent that they desire to get from under the obligations these terms will impose upon them in the making of peace. Pershing's personal representative, Lloyd Griscom, now a lieutenant colonel, arrived on his morning rounds to find House white and frail. While they were discussing the afternoon meeting, one of House's secretaries, Joseph Grew, rushed in excitedly waving a telegram. It was Austria's answer to Wilson's note. All of the President's harsh conditions were accepted. The Austro-Hungarian government declares it is, in consequence, prepared, without awaiting the result of other negotiations, to enter into pourparlers regarding peace. It was practically unconditional surrender, and House, forgetting his misery, sat up full of fire. That ends it, he said. The war's over. At luncheon with British leaders, the rejuvenated House learned from Lloyd George that the second of Wilson's 14 points, dealing with the freedom of the seas, could not be accepted without qualifications, unless it were incorporated into the Constitution of a League of Nations satisfactory to the British. Afterward, they all went to the Quai d'Orsay to meet with Clemenceau and Italian Foreign Minister Sonnino, representing Premier Orlando, who had not yet arrived in France. The first question placed before the Supreme War Council was how to deal with the German request for armistice. After some argument, House suggested that the terms be communicated to Wilson for his endorsement, and that he should inform the Germans that their request for armistice would be granted. The terms in detail, however, would be given directly to Germany by the Allies. While Lloyd George readily agreed, Clemenceau objected to inviting the Germans to an armistice. "I find the arguments of Mr. Lloyd George excellent," he said, "and I cannot refute them. But there is one objection to his proposition. It is impossible. If we follow it out, it will be necessary for Marshal Foch to send a parliamentary to go to the German lines with a white flag to ask for an armistice. Marshal Foch would never do this, and I would never permit him to do it. Lloyd George explained that this was not the case at all. The Germans would be asked to send a parliamentary to Foch. This satisfied Clemenceau, but Sonnino raised another objection. What if the Germans accepted and Austria refused? That would leave Italy to fight Austria all by herself. House patiently pointed out that Austria had just agreed to make a separate peace and to accept Wilson's conditions, whatever they might be. Austria was certainly in a state of exhaustion and her army near collapse. Sonnino's concern was ludicrous to Clemenceau and Lloyd George, who both assured him that proper steps would be taken to prevent such an impasse, and then they began wrangling with each other as to whether a French or British admiral should accept the Turks' surrender. To House it was a childish waste of time. They bandied words like fishwives, at least George did. Clemenceau was more moderate. One thing Lloyd George told him was that the British were compelled to do all the fighting in Turkey and had several 100,000 men there, while the French had a few nigger policemen around to keep the British from stealing the Holy Sepulchre. There was much more like this. It would have been humorous if it had not been such a tragic waste of time. Clemenceau appears to better advantage than Lloyd George. They both have courage and are equally quick at repartee. The trouble with Clemenceau is that he thinks in terms of the Second Empire. He does not know what all this new thought is about, and frankly says that his task is done with the winning of the war. I take it he will occupy a secure place in French history, for he deserves it. There is but one master in France, and that is Georges Clemenceau. His rule is almost absolute, temporary though it may be. A much more serious argument broke out upon resumption of discussion of the German armistice, and Lloyd George openly assailed Wilson's terms. "Should we not," he asked, "make it clear to the German government that we are not going in on the 14 points of peace?" Clemenceau added that Wilson had never asked him whether he accepted the 14 points. "I have not been asked either," exclaimed Lloyd George. Both, with some justification, regarded these terms as little more than propaganda, with an appeal for justice that was woefully vague. Neither felt he could ratify nebulous precepts that seemed destined to make difficulties later not only with the President but with the Germans, who might very well claim that the peace terms violated the 14 points. Lloyd George turned aggressively to House. "What is your view? Do you think that if we agree to an armistice, we accept the President's peace terms?" "That is my view," said House. There was such electricity between the two men that French Foreign Minister Pichon tried to smooth over matters. "We can say to Germany that we are only stating terms of an armistice, not terms of peace." But the British were not to be assuaged so easily. "What we are afraid of," said Lord Balfour, "is that we cannot say that we are merely interested in the terms of an armistice. For the moment, unquestionably, we are not bound by President Wilson's terms, but if we assent to an armistice without making our position clear, we shall certainly be so bound." "Then," spoke up Clemenceau, "I want to hear the 14 points." As the first point, open covenants of peace openly arrived at, was read aloud, it was obvious that Tiger was unhappy. "I cannot agree never to make a private or secret diplomatic agreement of any kind." "I do not think it possible so to limit oneself," chimed in Lloyd George. House explained that the proposal did not mean open conferences, but merely publicity of results, and he was supported by a Briton, Balfour, who argued that the intent was merely to prohibit secret treaties. But the American got no help from anyone on the second point, freedom of the seas. Lloyd George reacted heatedly. "This point," he almost shouted, "we cannot accept under any conditions. It means that the power of blockade goes. Germany has been broken as much by the blockade as by military methods. If this power is to be handed over to the League of Nations and Great Britain were fighting for her life, no League of Nations would prevent her from defending herself. This power has prevented Germany from getting rubber, cotton, and food through Holland and the Scandinavian countries. Until the League of Nations was a reality, he would never let this power go. House was not intimidated. The term freedom of the seas, he said, did not mean abolition of the principle of blockade, but only immunity of private property at sea in time of war. British interference with American trade during a future war might throw the United States into the arms of Britain's enemy, whoever that might be. The French and Italians then joined in the argument, not because of any concern over the issue of freedom of the seas, but because they objected to almost everything in the 14 points. Sonnino, for instance, demanded that Wilson be informed categorically that his points could not be accepted, since it was impossible to agree upon a peace program while making an armistice. Settle the military and naval terms of the armistice, he said. The bases of peace must be left until later. This was exactly what House was determined to avoid. He could not have Wilson's principles postponed. If the Allies persisted in their refusal to accept the 14 points, he said, President Wilson would be forced to tell the enemy, "The Allies do not agree to the conditions of peace proposed by me, and accordingly the present negotiations are at an end." Then, House added, the President would be free to consider the question afresh and to determine whether the United States should continue to fight for the principles laid down by the Allies. His quietly spoken warning, as he later told the President, had a very exciting effect on those present. "Do you mean that you will make a separate peace?" asked the astounded Clemenceau. "It might amount to that. It depends on how far your criticisms go." Lloyd George would not back down. "If the United States made a separate peace, we shall be very sorry, but we could not give up the blockade, the power which enabled us to live. As far as the British public is concerned, we will fight on." "Yes," interjected Clemenceau, "I cannot understand the meaning of the doctrine. War would not be war if there was freedom of the seas." House, who looked very sick to Hankey, was anxious to give the others the chance to reconsider the consequences of a refusal to accept Wilson's conditions. He also wanted time to exert persuasion on individuals. "It is for France, England, and Italy," he said, "to get together to limit their acceptance of the 14 conditions. That would be the first preliminary to working out the armistice." Lord Balfour, ever the diplomat, quickly seconded the motion and graciously remarked that with few exceptions, the Allies would probably find the Wilson program acceptable. And on those issues some compromise might be arranged. It was obviously the intent of Germany, he said pointedly, to drive a wedge between the associated powers, and urged them all to avoid this trap. The dangerous tension eased, and Lloyd George demonstrated his talent for calming waters he himself had stirred by intimating Britain only objected to point 2. "Let us all of us," he intoned, "go on with the terms of the armistice, and in the meantime each of us, France, Great Britain, and Italy, make a draft of our reservations of the 14 points, and see tomorrow whether we cannot agree upon a common draft." The French and Italians were unhappy with this British effort to conciliate the Americans. Sonnino was concerned with the point regarding Italian frontiers, while Clemenceau worried about reparations. But peace prevailed. The British suggestion to draft reservations was adopted, and the conference adjourned quietly, if in a mood of uncertainty. The frail House returned home depressed and still suffering from indigestion. After fretting all evening over the problem, he took it to bed. He slept fitfully and was awakened around 3 a.m. Wednesday the 30th by the clamor of motorcycles leaving with dispatches for Washington. He again fell to thinking of his dilemma with the Allies. It then occurred to me there was a way out of the difficulty. He was going to tell the prime ministers that, if their conditions for peace were essentially different from the 14 points, he would have to advise the President to go before Congress and ask its advice as to whether America should go on fighting for the aims of Britain, France, and Italy. I turned over and went to sleep, knowing I had found a solution of a very troublesome problem. Upon waking, he cabled all this to Wilson, adding that the last thing the other allies wanted was publicity. Unless we deal with these people with a firm hand, everything we have been fighting for will be lost. He suggested quietly diminishing the transport of troops to France, giving as an excuse the influenza that was indeed felling thousands of Americans at the front. I would also suggest a little later that you begin to gently shut down upon money, food, and raw material. I feel confident that we must play a very strong hand, and if it meets with your approval, I will do it in the gentlest and friendliest way possible. With renewed hope, House set off late that morning for a meeting with the British and French Prime Ministers at the latter's office. In the anteroom, he had a chance for a few words alone with Lloyd George, who was in a friendly mood. He handed over the draft of Britain's objections. Although the freedom of the seas clause could still not be accepted, and Germany had to pay reparations for damage done to civilian property, House was pleased by the temperate tone of the draft. He remarked that he was afraid the Prime Minister had lifted the floodgates yesterday, and Clemenceau would not be willing to accept such moderate terms. A few minutes later, this prediction became reality. The Tiger had prepared an elaborate memorandum with many exceptions to the 14 points. House promptly pointed out that Sonnino was undoubtedly preparing a similar memorandum. This was going to make it necessary, he announced, for the President to go to the Congress and ask whether Americans should continue fighting. His calm words caused a sensation. Clemenceau and Lloyd George looked at each other significantly, and the Tiger immediately accepted the British version without further protest. It was a notable victory for House, and at that afternoon's meeting, Premier Orlando and Foreign Minister Sonnino were the ones in the minority. Disregarding objections, Sonnino insisted upon reading his own tendentious draft claiming extensive territory on the Adriatic. This set off a heated argument, abruptly ended by Clemenceau. "Are we agreed respecting the reply to Germany?" he said bluntly. "I accept. Lloyd George accepts." He turned to Orlando. "Do you accept?" "Yes," said Orlando, settling what could have become a contentious scene. 3. The Kaiser's arrival in Spa that morning of the 30th took the Supreme Command by surprise. His presence, in fact, was a source of embarrassment. "Prince Max's government," he announced to Admiral von Hintze, "is trying to throw me out. At Berlin I should be less able to oppose them than in the midst of my troops." In the capital, the Chancellor had just received information from 2 American diplomats in Denmark that Wilson was still sticking to his piece of justice and is fighting an uphill battle against the Entente chauvinists, who are at present in control in France and in England. Chauvinists were also strong in the United States, but Wilson could easily dispose of them after the abdication of the Kaiser and the Crown Prince. "Then I realized with horror," recalled Prince Max, "the extent of the mistake I had made in not compelling the Kaiser to remain in Berlin, cost what it might." He tried to rectify his fatal omission with a telegram stating he could not bring peace at home or abroad in the absence of His Majesty. He humbly begged the Kaiser to return as soon as possible. "I do not think I could answer for an absence beyond Thursday. At any hour we may be confronted with decisions on which the fate of Germany depends, decisions that only can be made through the cooperation of Crown, Chancellor, and Government. In this situation I myself could not possibly leave Berlin." A curt refusal soon arrived that by its tone indicated the Kaiser was deeply displeased and offended. Prince Max also was hurt that his liege now looked upon him as an adversary. That was a very hard blow to me personally, and no less to the cause to which I was committed. He had always felt that His Majesty would see in him no mere chancellor of a democratic government, but a friend and relative who was striving to save the House of Hohenzollern from collapse. And now the Kaiser had hardened his heart against me, withdrawn himself and entrenched himself against me. I thus looked for allies who stood as near to him or nearer than I did. He telegraphed the Grand Duke of Hesse a request for his personal help. Wilhelm was faced with a growing demand for his abdication. "What will the Kaiser do?" asked the Berlin Vorwärts the next day. "Nothing can still the whisperings and the mutterings of the people. What will the Kaiser do? When will he do it?" Even men devoted to the monarch were asking the same question. And one thing was at least clear to Prince Max. The decision could not await the Kaiser's return, and he must fight for time. At a meeting of the cabinet on that last day of October, the Chancellor said that he had been considering the question of abdication for some time. "But I declare expressly that any abdication of His Majesty the Kaiser can only and ought only to take place of his own free will. Only so can damage to empire and army be avoided. Only so can Germany's dignity be preserved. I can only take action in this matter if my freedom is not impaired, and if all attempts to exert pressure on me are avoided." Scheidemann, a social democrat, replied that he had no wish to put pressure on the Kaiser, but it was their imperative duty to advise him to step down voluntarily. The demand for his abdication had not originated among workers, but in middle-class circles. The peasants in South Germany also were clamoring for his abdication. He must draw the consequences of defeat and withdraw voluntarily. In the debate that followed, it soon became evident that the cabinet was hopelessly divided, nor could it agree on what kind of government should follow abdication. Even a private discussion with a select group in Prince Max's room failed to reach any consensus. The Chancellor was left with only one clear conviction: that an abdication of His Majesty is possible only if it takes place voluntarily. His chief concern, he said, was not to let the situation degenerate until the people demanded abdication. Such a situation would lead to civil war, since there are millions in the country who stand firmly by His Majesty. One man alone in the room, Bill Arnold Dreves, the Prussian Minister of the Interior, spoke out with ruthless frankness, and he was so moved he could scarcely control himself. "Either the Kaiser goes," he said, "or we have to give up national defense." After the meeting, Prince Max took Dreves aside and begged him to start that very evening for Spa to inform Wilhelm as King of Prussia, in his own capacity as Prussian Minister of the Interior, of the widespread opinion throughout the nation that he should abdicate. I was certainly doubtful as to the ability of this matter-of-fact official to hold his own in an atmosphere to which he was not accustomed, but there was no alternative. Dreves accepted, but on the way out was so moved that he almost collapsed on the stairs. A sense of panic came over Berlin with the news that Austria had made a separate peace with Italy and that radicals had just turned Hungary into an independent republic. Facts were followed by a succession of rumors. Princess Blücher was told by her husband's man of business that Germany herself had practically accepted capitulation. Cologne was to be occupied by the English, Baden-Baden by the Swiss, Strasbourg by the French, Metz by the Americans, Heligoland by the English, and so on. To prevent a catastrophe, German banks would allow no one to withdraw more than 200 marks at one time. Every moment the telephone brings us fresh tidings of foreboding for Germany. Its shrill call seems ominous of coming evil. The Austrians, they say, are helpless to prevent the enemy marching through their country, and the French and Italian troops are already approaching Germany. The former they expect through Dresden and the latter through Bavaria, while the Serbians will come through Silesia. Austrian troops were already returning in disorderly bands to plunder villages for food. In addition to the unknown was the awful reality of influenza. Hardly a family in the country was spared. From our housekeeper at Kriblowitz I hear that the whole village is stricken with it, and the wretched people are lying about on the floors of their cottages in woeful heaps, shivering with fever and with no medicaments or anyone to attend them. In Hamburg, 400 were dying each day, and furniture vans had to carry the bodies to the cemetery. We are returning every day to the barbarism of the Middle Ages in every way. I am often astonished that there are no religious fanatics nowadays to run through the streets, dressed in sackcloth and ashes, and calling on the people to repent their sins. At least 400,000 Germans would die of the so-called Spanish influenza, which was ravaging both sides and striking down workers and leaders alike. In England, Lloyd George had been temporarily felled, and only after the recent death of Clemenceau's son-in-law was the scourge finally mentioned in the French press. By now, 1,200 people in Paris alone were dying every week. In the United States, the flu had spread like prairie fire, and 46 states were already affected. It was difficult to maintain public services in London with so many policemen and firemen stricken. Deaths had risen in England and Wales by late October to 4,482 a week. In trains and trams, recalled Caroline Plain, the depression shown on travelers' faces was very noticeable, and talk was all about specially sad cases of death from influenza. A sense of dread is very general. Some who, one knows, are anxious for peace say they dread to think it may come. The scourge had struck in 2 waves, the first reaching its peak that July. This was generally mild, with few fatalities and recovery usually coming within 3 days. The second wave in October was far deadlier. 1 out of 10 of all sufferers became so ill that death resulted more often than recovery. The most tragic feature was its high quota among the young. About a quarter of those stricken were children, 15 and under. Nor could any effective remedy be found. Various vaccines were tried, but without much success. About all doctors could do was recommend complete rest as soon as symptoms appeared. To the poor who had to work or starve, this was impossible advice, and they continued at their jobs, passing on the dread disease to others. It spread with terrifying rapidity. One morning a school or factory would teem with the healthy, but by afternoon large numbers would be infected. Barrack rooms, which the day before had been full of bustle and life, wrote one witness, would now be converted wholesale into one great sick room, the number of sick developing so rapidly that the hospitals were, within a day or two, so overfull that fresh admissions were impossible, and the remainder of the sick had to be nursed and treated where they were. Quarantine seemed the only means of stemming the disease. In Pittsburgh and other American cities, movie houses and theaters were closed. Dance halls and other places of congregation were sometimes shut down temporarily. The healthy were advised not only to wear fine gauze masks over nose and mouth, but to use disinfectants and sprays liberally. So many Australian troops in Britain were afflicted that special cemeteries had to be set up on Salisbury Plain. And in France, 70,000 American troops had to be hospitalized, nearly a third of them dying. Before the pandemic ran its course, 20 million Americans would contract the disease, and 500,000 of these would die. Throughout the world, it was conservatively estimated that at least 27 million perished, a toll far greater than that of all the battles of the Great War. 4. On the morning of October 31st, the three prime ministers and Foch came to Hauss's residence on the Rue de l'Université to formulate the armistice terms for Austria. After Foch reviewed Germany's deteriorating military position, Hauss asked if they should continue fighting or conclude an armistice. "I am not waging war for the sake of waging war," said the Marshal. "If I obtain through the armistice the conditions that we wish to impose upon Germany, I am satisfied. Once the object is attained, nobody has the right to shed one drop more of blood." Hauss and Clemenceau wished to make protection of people and property one of the conditions for negotiations with both Austria and Germany. Lloyd George protested strenuously, claiming that this went without saying. "Clemenceau and I finally gave way in the interest of harmony," noted Hauss, "for there was something to be said of Lloyd George's contention that such protection ought to be accepted without question. I afterwards told Clemenceau that I was proud of the position he took in behalf of France." While they were in session, Hauss was handed a cable from Wilson in their private code. It was so intemperate that, if I had read it to my colleagues, it may have led to serious trouble. "I feel it my solemn duty to authorize you to say that I cannot consent to take part in the negotiation of a peace which does not include freedom of the seas, because we are pledged to fight not only to do away with Prussian militarism, but with militarism everywhere. Neither could I participate in a settlement which did not include League of Nations, because peace would be without any guarantee except universal armament, which would be intolerable. I hope I shall not be obliged to make this decision public." Hauss would have been astounded if he had known that the British had broken this as well as the American diplomatic code. "We are intercepting all cablegrams from Hauss to President Wilson and Lansing and vice versa," Henry Wilson would confide to his diary 9 days later. "And they are the most amazing reading. I believe Wilson to be an unscrupulous knave and a hater of England, and Hauss to be a poor, miserable tool. Luckily, I don't believe Wilson has any ability." After his guests left, Hauss dispatched a reply to his impetuous chief, informing him that everything was changing for the better, and he hoped Wilson would not insist upon his showing the latest cable to the prime ministers. "If you will give me a free hand in dealing with the immediate negotiations, I can assure you that nothing will be done to embarrass you or to compromise any of your peace principles. You will have as free a hand after the armistice is signed as you now have. It is exceedingly important that nothing be said or done at this time which may in any way halt the armistice, which will save so many thousands of lives. Negotiations are now proceeding satisfactorily." The next morning, November 1st, there was another informal meeting at Hauss's in preparation for a formal meeting of the Supreme War Council that afternoon. First they took up Foch's recommendations for the German armistice. "Rather stiff," commented Lloyd George, who felt the French were trying to occupy too much of Western Germany. Hauss's main interest was still the 14 points, and he did not want to offend either side. He sympathized with the French, yet saw the British point, and wound up by saying that he was not disposed to take from Germany more than was absolutely necessary, but he was disposed to leave the matter in Marshal Foch's hands. On that day, Premier Orlando also acted as mediator. He suggested that they adopt a middle course, demand that the Germans return to the east bank of the Rhine and leave a neutral belt on the west bank. The argument went on until Lloyd George abruptly announced that he would abide by Foch's stern military terms. The roles were reversed in the discussion on naval terms, Foch arguing that the Germans would never consent to the British demands. Why fear an enemy fleet that had not even left its home ports? "What will you do," he said, "if the Germans, after having accepted the severe and ample conditions that I propose, refuse to subscribe to the additional humiliations you suggest? Will you on that account run the risk of a renewal of hostilities with the useless sacrifice of thousands of lives?" After a British admiral protested that Foch had no idea what a serious factor the German fleet had been, Lloyd George again displayed his talent for negotiation. First he suggested a compromise, then proposed that the Allied Naval Council re-examine the question. But the Welshman was not so agreeable at the afternoon session in Versailles, where he unexpectedly brought up the 14 points. "This question," wrote House in his diary, "was definitely settled between George, Clemenceau, and myself day before yesterday, and was agreed to by the Italians later in the day, and yet he brought the matter up again this afternoon, and would have precipitated an interminable discussion had I not refused to discuss it at this time." Just before leaving Versailles, House got another cable from Wilson on that very subject. He fully and sympathetically understood Britain's dependence on the seas for survival, but the freedom of the seas was one of the essential American terms, and I cannot change what our troops are fighting for or consent to end with only European arrangements of peace. The matter must be clarified. Blockade is one of the many things which will require redefinition in view of the many new circumstances of warfare developed by this war. There is no danger of its being abolished. As soon as he returned to Paris, House sent for Sir William Wiseman and declared that unless Lloyd George would make some reasonable concessions in his attitude upon the freedom of the seas, that all hope of Anglo-Saxon unity would be at an end. That the United States went to war with England in 1812 on the question of her rights at sea, and that she had gone to war with Germany in 1917 upon the same grounds. I did not believe that even if the President wished to do so, he could avoid this issue, and if Lloyd George expressed the British viewpoint as he indicated, there would be greater feeling against Great Britain at the end of the war than there had been since the Civil War. I again repeated with as much emphasis as I could that our people would not consent to allow the British government or any other government determine upon what terms our ships should sail the seas, either in time of peace or in time of war. Wiseman promised to take up the matter with his people that evening and would give House the answer tomorrow. By this time, Prussian Minister of the Interior Draves had arrived in Spa to carry out his mission for Prince Max. It turned out to be even more distasteful than he feared. The Kaiser, after listening icily to Draves's self-conscious suggestion that he abdicate, surveyed him haughtily. "How comes it that you, a Prussian official, one of my subjects who have taken the oath of allegiance to me, have the insolence to appear before me with a request like this?" Draves was flustered to silence. "You should just have seen how that took the wind out of his sails," the Kaiser wrote a friend. It was the very last thing he expected. He made a deep bow on the spot. As Draves stood mute in embarrassment, the Kaiser continued. "Very well, then, supposing I did. What do you suppose would happen next? You, an administrative official. My sons have assured me that none of them will take my place, so the whole house of Hohenzollern would go along with me. You should have seen the fright that gave him. It again was the last thing he'd expected. He and the whole of that smart government in Berlin. And who would then take on the regency for a 12-year-old child? My grandson, the Imperial Chancellor, perhaps? I gather from Munich that they haven't the least intention of recognizing him down there. So what would happen?" Draves was able to say one word, chaos, then made another bow. "You see, you only have to question such muddleheads and go on questioning them for all their confusion and empty-headedness to become obvious." "All right, then," said the Kaiser. "Let me tell you the form chaos would take. I abdicate. All the dynasties fall along with me. The army is left leaderless. The front-line troops disband and stream over the Rhine. The disaffected gang up together, hang, murder, plunder, assisted by the enemy. That is why I have no intention of abdicating." Draves finally managed to get a word in to say he was there under orders of the Chancellor. Someone had to tell all this to the Kaiser. Wilhelm replied proudly that a descendant of Frederick the Great could not possibly abdicate. "I have no intention of quitting the throne because of a few hundred Jews and 1,000 workmen. Tell that to your masters in Berlin." He summoned Hindenburg and Ludendorff's replacement, General Grüner. The field marshal echoed His Majesty's warning, prophesying that the army would indeed disband after abdication, and the men would stream home as a mob of plunderers. Grüner, a blunt, good-natured Swabian, proceeded to violently criticize the government for allowing the press to agitate. Germany's greatest danger was not the enemy, but rebellion and collapse at home. The concerted attacks stung Draves into spirited retaliation. He turned to Hindenburg. "Who asked for this government?" he exclaimed. "You! Who telegraphed and telephoned incessantly for an immediate armistice? You!" He asked for permission to resign. "No," said Wilhelm curtly, "nothing of the sort. We have only been explaining things to one another. Give my opinion to the gentlemen in Berlin." After dismissing Draves, he went outside to regain his composure. There he told Major Niemann how Grüner had championed him. That it was actually a South German general who stood up for the German Emperor and the King of Prussia, he said in wonderment. That did my heart good. Now that the Kaiser had withdrawn, Grüner could express his true thoughts openly. He should go to the front, he said, not to review troops or confer decorations, but to look on death. He should go to some trench which was under the full blast of war. If he were killed, it would be the finest death possible. If he were wounded, the feelings of the German people toward him would completely change. Grüner himself set out for the front. Word had just come that the American First Army had broken through the infantry and artillery lines in the Argonne and was driving toward Sedan with dash and power. The British and French were also advancing relentlessly, and it was evident even to Hindenburg that the end was near. The strain had become almost intolerable, he recalled. Convulsions anywhere, whether at home or in the army, would make collapse inevitable. One major convulsion came next day at the Baltic port of Kiel. The trouble had started a week earlier, when Admiral Scheer ordered the fleet to proceed to sea. The crews of 6 battleships protested. They would defend the German coast, but refused to fight a useless sea battle. With repetition of the senseless order by the Admiralty, open mutiny broke out, and most of the ships had to return to the home port, where a number of men were imprisoned. But this only inspired 500 of their comrades, under the leadership of a stoker, Karl Artelt, to march to a large park where their emotions were brought to a boiling point by 2 socialist speakers. The following day, November 3rd, a Sunday, almost 20,000 men, dock workers as well as sailors, crowded into the park to listen to Artelt and the same 2 socialists demand the release of their comrades. The crowd roared approval and, torches aloft, marched toward the military prison singing the Internationale. A marine patrol refused to give ground. As the mob kept pressing forward, a volley of fire crackled. The sailors broke, leaving behind some 20 dead or wounded. But Artelt and the other ringleaders were not arrested, and they set up what they called a Workers' and Sailors' Soviet. Besides release of their mates, they demanded recognition of Soviet Russia, abolition of the salute, equality of rations for enlisted men and officers, freedom of speech, and the abdication of the Kaiser. The mutiny was turning into a revolution. It was drizzling in Paris that Sunday. House was still at odds with the British over the freedom of the seas issue. Saturday he had spent more than 2 hours with Wiseman and Redding, but got nowhere. It was the most extraordinary attitude I have ever known, and is sure to lead to trouble if not modified. The argument continued interminably. I cornered him, Reading, so many times that it became tiresome. He could only go back and say again and again that Lloyd George had to consider his constituents at home and their opinion. The Colonel's frustration ended that afternoon at another meeting of prime ministers in his large parlour. Having gone into the meeting prepared to exert strong pressure, he began by reading a paraphrase of Wilson's stern telegram, omitting the President's threat to place the whole matter before Congress. Even so, Lloyd George would not consider a change. "This is not merely a question for Great Britain, but also for France and Italy," he said, and turned expectantly to Clemenceau and Orlando. "We have all benefited by the blockade which prevented steel, copper, rubber, and many other classes of goods from entering Germany. This has been a very important element in the defeat of the enemy." "Yes," said House patiently, "but the President does not object to the principle of blockade. He merely asked that the principle of the freedom of the seas be accepted." The Prime Minister would not budge. "On this point the nation is absolutely solid. It's no use for me to say that I can accept when I know that I am not speaking for the British nation." "If the principle itself could not be accepted at this time," asked House, "were the British ready to discuss it freely at the peace conference, or was the British reservation a peremptory challenge of Wilson's position?" "This formula does not in the least challenge the position of the United States," said Lloyd George. "All we say is that we reserve the freedom to discuss the point when we go to the peace conference. I don't despair of coming to an agreement." House was relieved. "I wish you would write something I could send the President." "Will he like something of this kind? We are quite willing to discuss the freedom of the seas and its application." House was delighted. Although he had not succeeded in getting the flat declaration Wilson wanted, he had managed to avert a complete impasse. As the meeting was breaking up, Orlando received a telegram confirming that Austria had accepted all the Allied armistice terms. "Bravo, Italy," House said to Orlando, who was close to tears. "I shall not easily forget the scene of enthusiasm," recalled Hankey. "Everyone stood up and shook hands, and the utmost cordiality and jubilation prevailed." Noticing that Lloyd George was curiously piano, Hankey wondered why, and was told that as a Celt he was superstitious about so much success. The Prime Minister was as good as his word, and early that evening sent House the statement for Wilson. "We are quite willing to discuss the freedom of the seas in the light of the new conditions which have arisen in the course of the present war." At 9 p.m. House telegraphed this to the President along with a review of the momentous meeting. The Colonel felt that he had won a distinct victory, but his President, upon reading Lloyd George's statement, was so disappointed he wired back demanding explicit acceptance of the freedom of the seas principle. If the British would not comply, they could count on the certainty of our using our present equipment to build up the strongest navy that our resources permit and as our people have long desired. It was fortunate that House did not get this stiff reply before he hosted a meeting of the Supreme War Council on the morning of November 4th. The mood was friendly, and in short order they determined on the naval and military terms for Germany. Lloyd George left at 2 p.m. for England, and so could not attend the afternoon session at Versailles. Long and tedious, it did result in an agreement to let Germany know that all the Allies accepted Wilson's 14 points with 2 exceptions. Compensations must be made by Germany for all damage done to Allied civilians and their property, and the freedom of the seas principle, being open to various interpretations, could not be settled until a peace conference. If Wilson had been present, he would undoubtedly have resisted the latter exception. House wired him in their private code that they had won a great diplomatic victory in getting the Allies to accept the 14 points. I doubt whether any other heads of the governments with whom we have been dealing realize how far they are now committed to the American peace program. Others at the meeting were not so jubilant. Lord Balfour walked up to Colonel Griscom in a state of intense anxiety and said, "Griscom, the terms are too severe. It's the height of folly. The Germans will never consent." General Wilson joined them for tea, and he too was convinced that the Germans would refuse such stiff conditions and make a counteroffer. But House's exuberance extended to his diary that evening. "Wiseman and many other friends have been trying to make me believe that I have won one of the greatest diplomatic triumphs in history. That is as it may be. The facts are I came to Europe for the purpose of getting the Entente to subscribe to the President's peace terms. I left a hostile and influential group in the United States frankly saying they did not approve the President's terms. On this side I found the Entente governments as directly hostile to the 14 points as the people at home. The plain people generally are with the President. It is not with the plain people we have to deal. I have had to persuade, I have had to threaten, but the result is worth all my endeavors." He was even pleased with the 2 exceptions, for they emphasized the acceptance of the 14 points. If they had not dissented in any way but had let the armistice be made without protest, they would have been in better position at the peace conference to object to them. His sense of triumph was justified. He had somehow managed to retain the heart of Wilson's program without alienating their allies by stubbornly insisting on no exceptions, as the President might well have done. The British and French had been impressed by House's common sense and impartiality, discretion and spirit of friendliness. He had never stooped to invective, but gave the impression he was considering their side of the argument, even while firmly trying to accomplish the task Wilson had given him. That night the sky above the battlefields in Italy was lit up with a fireworks celebration of colored rockets and Very lights, and those at the front could hear in the village behind them the ringing of bells, singing and cheering. The fighting at last was over. 5. In the meantime, the mutiny at Kiel was not only turning into revolution, but was inspiring similar disturbances throughout Germany. That Monday morning the sailors had pillaged armories and small arms lockers to take over most of Kiel. All but one of the ships still in port ran up the red flag of revolution. The men seized officers, tore off their insignia, and escorted them to prison. Once the news reached Berlin, the cabinet met to discuss this and other disturbances. Prince Max was still too ill to attend, and it was up to them to take action. Everything, said Count Rudern, should be done to remove the 3rd Squadron from Kiel, irrespective of consequences, for the defense of the city. Haussmann reported that the Berlin police feared riots might break out in hours. Then Scheidemann told about a report from a Munich newspaper. It says that a large crowd marched to Stadelheim prison and demanded the release of the inmates. It is very irresponsible of the paper to spread such news, but it is useless to issue orders to cease and desist. Haussmann noted that the discussions in the press about the Kaiser's abdication were devastating, even confusing in their effect on the Navy mutineers. The men say to themselves, if the Kaiser abdicates now, we are freed from our pledge of loyalty and need not obey the officers any more and may do what we please with them. It was finally decided that Haussmann should go to Kiel to calm down the rioters. He would take with him Gustav Noske, a leading Social Democrat member of the Reichstag. No sooner did the 2 men arrive at the Kiel railroad station that evening than cheering sailors seized Noske, a burly former basket weaver and newspaper editor. He was hoisted onto their shoulders and shoved into the back seat of a car where he found himself next to the sailors' leader, Artelt. As they drove through crowds of sailors to a mass meeting at the Wilhelmsplatz, Artelt would occasionally lean out, wave a red flag, and shout, "Long live freedom!" At their destination, Artelt bounded to the speaker's platform to shout, "Noske is here!" The crowd cheered and waved red flags as Noska was hustled to Artelt's side. Someone shoved a sword into his hand. He hastily got rid of it and began to talk, but more like a negotiator than a revolutionary, for he considered his primary duty was to restore law and order. Next morning, November 5th, Noska went to the building where rebel dock workers and sailors were meeting. He found almost utter chaos. There were no arrangements to feed the men, and it was obvious that if they weren't brought under control, they would pillage the city. Since no one seemed to be in charge, he climbed to the hood of a car in the Wilhelmsplatz and shouted to the crowd that he was taking over. The crowd cheered. He was acclaimed military governor of Kiel. "I have been obliged to accept the post of governor," he telephoned Berlin, "and have already had some success." Even revolutionaries in Germany seemed to have retained a love of order. The mutineers turned over their weapons to Governor Noska, and there was peace on the streets. The revolt had found its master. General Grüner had just arrived in the capital to report to Prince Max and the cabinet. It was a bleak picture. Germany now stood alone and was rapidly being encircled by the Allies. His troops on the Western Front were so outnumbered that the Supreme Commander could no longer put off the decision to retreat further. Its first duty is and will be to avoid under all circumstances a decisive defeat of the army. But the critical problem was morale. The fighting spirit of his soldiers, he said bitterly, was being dangerously weakened. How can this sacred fire be kept burning when ice-cold streams, enervating to the soldiers, are being poured out over the army by the cowardly and dissatisfied utterances of the press at home, by the men returning from home leave, and by returned prisoners from Russia who have again been put into the army? If there were not a speedy change, the homeland would utterly destroy the army. It is my duty to state that fact here. Likewise, the General Field Marshal has commanded me to state in so many words, with regard to the Kaiser's abdication, that he would look upon himself as a scoundrel if he deserted the Kaiser, and gentlemen, so I think, and all other honorable soldiers. If the fanatical attacks on the Kaiser did not cease, the fate of the army was sealed. It will fall apart. The wild beast in man will break out in the bands of disorganized soldiers pouring back into their native land. In conclusion, he warned that the army could only resist the enemy for a brief period. It was for the people at home to say that the army must hold out until the finish. If the army remains unbroken, we should be offered better terms and have a better foundation for reconstruction. Later, Prince Max privately attempted to convince Grüner that His Majesty should abdicate, but the general retorted that the question showed a lack of feeling for the soldiers at the front, and then stopped his ears to all reasoning. In Washington, House's exuberant message had persuaded the president to abandon his freedom of the seas demand. He cabled his fourth and final note to Berlin. The Allies, he said, declared their willingness to make peace with Germany on the basis of the 14 points except for the 2 reservations. Marshal Foch, therefore, has been authorized by the government of the United States and the Allied governments to receive properly accredited representatives of the German government and to communicate to them terms of an armistice. During the day, Wilson informed his cabinet that Colonel House had forced the Allies to accept the 14 points. To Secretary of the Interior Lane he appeared to be in splendid humor and good trim, not worried a bit. And why should he be, for the world is at his feet eating out of his hand. No Caesar ever had such a triumph. The Secretary of Agriculture also noted he looked well and happy. He acted as if a load had been taken off his mind. He appeared to be less hurried and less under a strain than I had seen him for years. But in the midst of victory from abroad came a resounding defeat at home. In the congressional elections that day, the Republicans captured both houses of Congress by narrow margins. On Wednesday, November 6th, Prince Max felt well enough to meet Gruner in the garden of the Chancellery. The new Quartermaster General's forecast of the situation was even blacker than that of yesterday. He also reported that the Kaiser had just informed him that the army would now have to deal directly with Foch to ascertain what the armistice conditions would be. "We must now cross the lines with a white flag," said Gruner grimly. "But not for a week at least," exclaimed the startled Chancellor. "A week is too long a time. Anyway, not before Monday. Even that is too late to wait. It must be Saturday at the latest." Bowing to the inevitable, Prince Max summoned his cabinet ministers to inform them that they could wait no longer. "Under any circumstances," Gruner told them, "we must negotiate with Foch by Friday morning, November 8th. The armistice delegation," he added, "should leave that day. If no reply came from Wilson before then, they must raise the white flag and initiate negotiations for an armistice, perhaps even a surrender." The cabinet approved without a dissenting voice. At noon, Friedrich Ebert and other leaders of the Social Democratic Party, accompanied by trade union officials, arrived at the Chancellery to meet Gruner. "Rightly or wrongly," began Ebert, "the people blamed the Kaiser for the collapse of the fatherland. He should therefore announce his abdication the next morning at the latest. He could name one of his sons as deputy, either Oskar or Eitel. The Crown Prince is now impossible. He is too hated by the masses." "Abdication is out of the question," Gruner replied sharply. "At a moment when the army is engaged in a fierce struggle with the enemy, it is impossible to deprive it of its supreme warlord." The others pleaded with him. They had no objection to the monarchy itself, nor would this step abolish the monarchy. Many social democrats were perfectly content to have a monarch with social reformist leanings, as long as the government was run on a parliamentary basis. The argument turned into an academic discussion, abruptly brought to an end by Scheidemann, who had returned from a telephone call, pale and excited. "Further discussion of the abdication is pointless," he said. "The revolution is in full swing. Sailors from Kiel have seized control in Hamburg and Hanover. Gentlemen, this is not the time for discussion. Now we must act. We cannot even be sure we shall be sitting in these chairs tomorrow." Ebert alone remained calm. "Nothing decisive has happened yet," he said, and addressed Gruner. "Once more, Herr General, I strongly advise you to seek your last opportunity of saving the monarchy and taking immediate steps to have one of the princes entrusted with the regency." Other ministers, including one with tears in his eyes, joined in entreaty, but Gruner stoutly maintained that all the Kaiser's sons had unanimously pledged not to accept the regency in case their father was forced to abdicate. "Under these circumstances," said Ebert, "any further discussion is superfluous. Events must take their course." He turned to Gruner. "We are grateful to you, Your Excellency, for this frank exchange of views, and shall always have pleasant recollections of our work with you during the war. We have reached the parting of the ways. Who knows whether we shall ever see one another again?" With grave faces, the cabinet quietly left the room. The silence was finally broken by Colonel von Heften. "This means revolution. These leaders no longer can control the masses." It was indeed a critical day for the fatherland. Insurgent sailors were already seizing power in Lübeck, Hamburg, Cuxhaven, Bremen, Bremerhaven, and Wilhelmshaven. They would enter each town by sea or rail, release confined sailors and political prisoners, then form councils in which workers were included. Even more important uprisings were brewing in Berlin and Munich, and it seemed certain that the red flag would soon wave over most of the nation. Later in the afternoon, the Chancellor and his cabinet unofficially learned of Wilson's fourth note by wireless. The conditions were harsh, but at least it gave them the protection of the 14 points. Although the content and tone of the note strengthened their doubts as to Wilson's good intentions, there was a general feeling of relief. At least the army would not have to wait upon Foch. Gruner returned a little later with the suggestion that Prince Max appoint Matthias Erzberger, the centrist leader, as the government representative on the Armistice Commission. He would leave that night for Spa to join the military members for the journey into France. Prince Max suggested they publish the news that the Armistice Commission was on its way to negotiate. It would put the damper on the uprisings. Gruner, shaken to the depths, agreed. A statement was issued to the press stating that the Allies had agreed to accept Wilson's 14 points, except for the freedom of the seas, and that the German armistice team had already left for the West. The Chancellor called upon the people to maintain order in the spirit of willing self-discipline. May every citizen be conscious of the high responsibility he bears to his nation in the fulfillment of this obligation. 6. Shortly after midnight, a radio message was sent to Foch that the German Armistice Commission was ready to leave and wished to be informed by wireless where they could meet him. The commission would then proceed by automobile to the selected place. Within the hour, Foch replied, "If the German plenipotentiaries desire to meet Marshal Foch and ask him for an armistice, they will present themselves to the French outposts by the Chimay-Formy-la-Chapelle-Guise road. Orders have been given to receive them and conduct them to the spot fixed for the meeting." Erzberger did not reach Spa until 8 o'clock that morning, November 7th. To his surprise, no preparations had been made for the other members, and after a phone call to Berlin, he was further surprised to find himself head of the commission. More than 25 officers were asked to accompany him, but he chose only 2, General von Winterfeldt, former military attaché in Paris, and a Navy captain named Vanseloff. The other member was Count Alfred von Oberndorf, German minister to Bulgaria, a close friend of Erzberger's. Hindenburg bade them farewell, observing that it was probably the first time politicians were concluding an armistice. But he did not object, now that the OHL no longer ran the nation's policy. It must also have been some comfort to him that the military would not be responsible for what was going to happen. There were tears in his eyes as he grasped Erzberger's hand. "God go with you, and try to get the best you can for our country." After a quick lunch, the delegation, which also included assistants, started for the front in 5 automobiles. The venture almost ended in catastrophe at the outskirts of Spa when the vehicle carrying Erzberger and the Count flew off a curve, smashed into a house, and in turn was crashed into by the car behind. Luckily, no one was injured, but the 2 automobiles were so badly damaged the group had to crowd into the 3 remaining cars. The streets of Berlin on that Thursday morning had looked warlike to Deputy Hansen as he headed for the Reichstag. Troops were marching in field equipment with shiny steel helmets. Street corners were occupied by strong military posts. Wherever it was possible to use a street strategically, windows in the upper stories of the buildings were dotted with machine guns. I passed several batteries. The artillery drove through the streets and made it plain that the cannon were ready for action in order to show the citizens of Berlin what they may count on if they revolt. There is a foreshadowing of a bloody struggle. During the night, Prince Max had been forced to make a momentous decision. He would go to Spa and see the Kaiser while Ebert, a social democrat, kept things quiet in his rear. In the morning he met Ebert in the Chancellery garden to reveal his secret. "Unless the Kaiser abdicates," he said without hesitation, "the social revolution is inevitable, but I will have none of it. I hate it like sin." Once the Kaiser abdicated, he hoped to bring around both his own party and the masses to the side of the government. Reports from around the country were alarming. Although a certain degree of order had been restored in Kiel under Noska's leadership, Things had worsened in Hamburg, Wilhelmshaven, and Hanover, and the Berlin chief of police had reported that insurgents were planning to seize the prisons and police headquarters during the day. There was also apprehension in Munich, but so far there was an atmosphere of peaceful lethargy in the center of the city. It was pleasantly warm and would have reminded an American of Indian summer. Here it was called Altweibersommer, Old Woman's Summer. Ludwig III, King of Bavaria, was taking his daily constitutional in the English garden. But by 3 p.m., 100,000 protesters had thronged into the Theresian field. Most of them were workers, but there were a number of students and intellectuals, and at least 1,000 sailors who had been detained in Munich because of the riots up north. The crowd fanned out in front of the 90-foot-high bronze statue, Bavaria, standing sword in hand, lion at her side, the symbol of that proud state. It was more like a country fair than a unified rally, with a dozen platforms from which orators of various political complexions were urging their listeners to stop the war. Erhard Auer, a social democrat, held forth at the foot of Bavaria. As agreed with other speakers, he spoke only 20 minutes, then called for a resolution. Across the spacious meadow, a convulsive waving of red flags was collecting an even larger crowd. On a podium stood a small elderly Jew wearing a black floppy hat, which, large as it was, couldn't contain a shock of wild hair. Epically untidy, Kurt Eisner was a living cartoon of the bomb-throwing Red. He had already spent almost 9 months in prison for his wartime strike activities, but the Bavarian police regarded him as a little more than a coffee-house intellectual. He passed most of his time at the Café Stefanie in the student section of Schwabing, writing theater reviews, playing chess, or talking politics in a grating monotone. Now his monotonous voice, raised to an almost hysterical shriek by a faulty loudspeaker, was working the crowd to a tremendous pitch of excitement. "The time had come for action," shouted little Eisner. His lieutenant stepped forward, waving a red flag, and gestured toward the Guldein School, a nearby barracks. Linking arms, Eisner, his assistant, and 2 comrades marched forward, followed by vociferous sailors and a laughing, swearing mob of civilians. Eisner, gazing fixedly ahead, with passionate solemnity, half anxious and half bewildered, led the way to the barracks. Here the revolutionaries confiscated rifles before continuing across the Donnersberger Bridge to another barracks. A delegation forced its way in. A minute or so later a red flag fluttered from a window. Those inside had joined the revolution. Ludwig III of the House of Wittelsbach was still strolling in the English garden, unaware that revolution had erupted. A worker advised him to go home, and by the time he arrived at his palace there was such a crowd at the front gate that he had to use the back entrance. In front, the guards cowered under a barrage of shouts and insults, then went over to the rebels. All through the city it was the same. No one, it appears, was willing to fight for the Wittelsbachs. At 8 p.m., 2 royal ministers advised Ludwig that his life might be in danger. Carrying a box of cigars and followed by his ailing queen and their 4 daughters, he made for the garage. Like the guards, the chauffeur had abandoned the sinking ship, taking with him all the royal gas. Cars were commandeered in a nearby garage, and the regal procession escaped through streets filled with excited but controlled crowds. Just south of the city, Ludwig's car, lost in a fog, ran off the road and mired itself in a potato field, an appropriate end to monarchy in Bavaria. Back in the center of Munich, just off the Stachus, the Karlsplatz, the revolution was being solidified in a large beer hall. In the ground-floor dining hall of the Matheserbräu, Kurt Eisner was acclaimed first chairman of the Workers' and Soldiers' Council. Without delay, the council went into action. Trucks filled with occupants flourishing red flags rattled through the city. Eisner's men seized the main railroad station and government buildings. No one resisted. Police looked the other way as rebels set up machine guns at strategic corners. In the meantime, Eisner and his council marched out of the beer hall and, escorted by an armed guard of 60 men and a mob of adherents, straggled down the street to the darkened Parliament building. They roused the custodian and swarmed into the lower house. Eisner stepped onto the president's podium at about 10:30 p.m., collar open, hair tangled, untidier than ever. "Now we must proceed to building a new regime," he said. "The one who speaks to you at this moment assumes that he is to function as the provisional prime minister." The spontaneous applause underlined the obvious. Kurt Eisner had replaced King Ludwig as head of Bavaria. He wrote a proclamation announcing the creation of the Bavarian Republic, then, exhausted, curled up on a red plush sofa like a cat. As he slept, the proclamation was hastily printed in bright red letters and dispatched to all parts of Bavaria. A few blocks away, a revolutionary ascended the steep staircase of the Frauenkirche to hoist a red flag atop one of its famed towers. Revolution had come to Munich, German style, without too much fuss and without a single serious casualty. The people accepted their lot in the same spirit. There was no violent anti-revolutionary action. The people of Munich only grumbled and waited. In Berlin, a delegation of Social Democrats arrived at the Chancellery with an ultimatum. They were neither threatening nor defiant, more like men overwhelmed by a sudden panic that the way power was slipped from their hands. "The Kaiser must abdicate at once, or we shall have the revolution," they said. Prince Max replied bitterly that the foundation of his chancellorship had crumbled. Indignantly, he cut short the discussion. There was now no use in his going to Spa. He dispatched a long telegraph to His Majesty telling of the pressure being put on him to ask for abdication. "In these circumstances, it is impossible for me to preserve the unity of the present government any longer." He begged the Kaiser, in the spirit of the deepest reverence, most graciously to relieve me of my office as Imperial Chancellor. By this time, the German armistice delegation had finally arrived at Chimay. But here they were stopped by a German general who insisted that the roads ahead were impassable. Erzberger persisted, and after several phone calls to higher-ranking officers in Toland, the party crossed the front line at 9:20 p.m., an hour later than French time. A white flag flew from the back of the first car, and a young Lancer lieutenant stood on the running board blowing short blasts on a trumpet. They had not gone much more than 150 yards before blue-clad soldiers halted the three cars. A French captain, recognizing the delegates, got into the lead vehicle as one of his buglers replaced the German trumpeter on the running board. The party was brought to the nearby town of La Capelle. As General von Winterfeldt was apologizing in excellent French to enemy officers for being so late, Erzberger was queried by several soldiers. "Fini la guerre?" they asked. There was applause and several cries of "Vive la France!" but otherwise the poilus were quiet. Amid the flashing of magnesium flares from the press and newsreel photographers, the delegates transferred into French cars. "Nach Paris!" shouted someone from the crowd as the procession bumpily headed west. 7. Not long after 11 on that morning of November 7th, the French Deuxième Bureau, Intelligence, had received an erroneous report that the armistice was signed, and all hostilities would cease at 2 that afternoon. The sensational news was passed on immediately by Captain de Cartuzac to Captain Stanton, the representative of the American Liaison Service. He relayed it to his chief, Captain H.J. Whitehouse, in Paris. He, in turn, telephoned it to the American Army intelligence representatives in Paris, who expressed both surprise and doubt. Whitehouse insisted that his news was absolutely reliable and authentic, but Lieutenant Colonel Cabot Ward was convinced that it was physically impossible for the signing to have come so soon. Accordingly, he telegraphed Pershing's headquarters that a rumor had been received from the French Ministry of War that the Germans had signed the armistice that morning. This, he concluded, is sent with all reserve. In the meantime, Captain Stanton, believing that the rumor was fact, was already relaying it to various French officials, merely as news without stating it was official. It is the rare human who can resist broadcasting good tidings, and these recipients began spreading them around France. The news reached Major Warburton, military attaché to the American Embassy, at 1 p.m. He cabled Washington, while Captain Jackson, the naval intelligence officer in Paris, was telegraphing the rumor as authentic to Admiral Henry B. Wilson, the commander of the American naval forces at Brest. Several weeks later, Captain Whitehouse was relieved from duty as liaison officer. No action was taken in the case of Captain Stanton. By pure chance, the head of United Press, Roy Howard, was paying a courtesy call to the Admiral before his boat left for America. His escort was the Brest AEF adjutant, Major C. Fred Cook, formerly news editor of the Washington Star. While they were waiting in an outer office, Admiral Wilson came out, a paper in his hand. "Here's a telegram from Jackson in Paris saying the armistice was signed at 11 o'clock this morning, effective at 2 o'clock this afternoon." There was a stunned silence of several seconds, then Howard blurted out, "May I use that, Admiral?" Wilson hesitated before replying hesitantly that he supposed so. "I'll see you later," said Howard, and together with Ensign James Sellards, who had volunteered to escort Howard to the cable office, raced down the stairway. "He must have touched only about every 10th step," recalled Cook. The two first stopped off at the local newspaper, La Dépêche, whose leased wire was used by UP to transmit messages to America. The operator typed out the news flash on tape, then pasted it on a cable blank so that it looked like all other UP dispatches being relayed through Brest. Then, since William Phillip Sims was the only UP executive authorized to send collect cable messages via Brest, Howard instructed the operator to add Sims to his own name. It was now about 4:30 p.m., and an announcement of the armistice from Admiral Wilson had just been read out in French and English at an outdoor concert by the U.S. Navy Band in the Place du Président Wilson. As the band played "There'll Be a Hot Time in the Old Town Tonight," the joyous news spread, and in minutes the streets were crowded with shouting celebrants. By the time Howard and Sellards reached the cable office with the dispatch, the censor's room was empty. Everyone had joined the festivities outside. Howard waited in the outer office while the ensign took the message to the operations room. Having transmitted numerous UP dispatches from Paris, the operator assumed it had been censored there. He added a Paris date line and sent it on to New York City. It reached the Western Union cable office at 16 Broad Street at 11:56 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. 3 minutes later it was passed by the New York censor. A moment later it was relayed to the UP office on the 3rd floor of the Pulitzer Building. "Unipress, New York, Paris, urgent. Armistice Allies signed 11's morning." Cable E's contraction for "this morning." "Hostilities ceased 2's afternoon. Sedan taken 's morning by Americans. Howard Sims." No one doubted the message's authenticity, since it carried the name of the president of UP and its chief European correspondent. With the Paris date line, it had to be censored by the French. In seconds, the most important news in years was sent all over the nation. New York went wild on that beautiful Indian summer day, November 7th. There was a din of sirens, factory and ship whistles, automobile horns and church bells. Crowds flooded onto the streets from offices, stores, and factories. Traffic was at a standstill. A storm of confetti and ticker tape descended from office windows. The crowds resolved themselves into informal processions, wrote Mark Sullivan, people forming arm to arm, no one cared who, no one cared where. A melting, exulting, half-sobbing, half-heart-lifting mood seized upon a whole city. Moist eyes looked out above ineradicable smiles. Here and there crowds formed little knots. In front of the sub-treasury, cheers went up for the Allies. The crowd sang before the Waldorf. At Columbia University, students rushed out of classrooms, snake-danced on the campus. The stock exchange closed at 2:30 instead of 3. The curb, perforce, had stopped at 1. Between 1 and 3, the telephone company carried more calls than in any 2 hours of its history. The wave of feeling struck everyone as it did the barber in Park Avenue who left a customer half-shaved, folded his razor, and exclaimed to his assistant, "Finish him and then shut up the shop. Me? I'm going home to cry with my wife. That's where I'm going." There were similar scenes all over America, in small towns and villages as well as in the great cities. In La Crosse, Wisconsin, home of many Germans, Ralph Toland took his 2 children downtown to witness a scene of unbridled joy. Free soda pop was passed out at Began's drugstore, and at the newspaper office a straw effigy of Kaiser Bill was hung out a window and set afire. It was a sight that Toland's 6-year-old son, who had spent much of the past year collecting peach pits for gas masks, could never forget. But several hours later doubt began to spread at UP headquarters, since no other news service had the story. It was too damned exclusive. Back in Brest, Roy Howard had learned to his chagrin that the report was unconfirmable, and he hurriedly sent off an urgent cable to New York. It should have arrived at the UP office about 2 p.m. in time to warn afternoon newspapers to qualify the report, but the New York Navy censor had it sent instead to the Secretary of the Navy in Washington. From exultation, America plunged into gloom. "One of the famous fakes of history," editorialized the New York Tribune. "A sky full of paper, parades, horns, madness. Well, in America it has been a people's war throughout. The people made it, they fought it. Why shouldn't they go mad at the thought of German surrender if they want to?" Later, the same paper printed another editorial, "The Thief of Joy," and noted wistfully, "When the real news of peace arrives, shall we have another celebration as good and joyous as those first hours? Hardly, we think. The edge has been taken off." Chapter 16. The End of the Beginning. November 8th to 11th. 1. It was 9 a.m. November 8th by the time the Erzberger party was ushered into a railway car in the forest of Compiègne. The Germans stood at one side of a large table, behind chairs marked with their names. A few minutes later, Foch entered with Weygand, Admiral Weems, and 2 other British naval officers. After a brief introduction and cool formal bows, the company took seats facing each other. Foch turned to his interpreter to say in a low, icy undertone, "Ask these gentlemen what they want." Erzberger was surprised that there were no Americans, Belgians, or Italians present. In German, he said, "We have come to receive the Allied powers' proposals for an armistice on land and sea and in the air." There were murmurs when the interpreters translated proposals, and Foch abruptly interrupted. "Tell these gentlemen that I have no proposals to make," he said curtly, and half rose from his chair as if to abandon the conference. Count von Oberndorf leaned across the table. "Monsieur le Maréchal," he said urgently, "surely this is too serious a moment to quarrel over words. How would you like us to express ourselves? It is a matter of complete indifference to us." "It is for you gentlemen to say what you want," Foch said brusquely. "As you are aware, Monsieur le Maréchal," Oberndorf went on. "We are here as a result of a note from the President of the United States. If you will allow me, I will read it." He read the note aloud, then said after a pause, "If I understand this aright, it means that you will communicate to us the armistice terms." Weygand began to read out the 18 crushing clauses. Their principal conditions were as follows: evacuation of occupied territory, including Alsace-Lorraine, within 14 days, surrender of all submarines, internment in neutral or Allied ports of 10 battleships, 6 heavy cruisers, 8 light cruisers, and 50 destroyers, renouncement of the Brest-Litovsk and Budapest treaties, reparations for damage as well as immediate return of all valuables and securities removed from the invaded regions. Foch noticed that General von Winterfeldt was very pale and sobbed several times. Tears welled in Captain Fonsalloff's eyes. "Gentlemen," said Foch, "I leave this text with you. You have 72 hours to reply to it. Meanwhile, you may present observations on details to me." "For God's sake, Monsieur le Maréchal," pleaded Erzberger, "do not wait for those 72 hours. Stop the hostilities this very day. Our armies are a prey to anarchy. Bolshevism threatens them, and Bolshevism may gain ground over the whole of Germany and threaten France herself." "I do not know in what state your armies are," said Foch. "I only know in what situation mine are. Not only can I not stop the offensive, but I am giving orders to continue it with redoubled energy." General von Winterfeldt, still distraught, intervened. "Monsieur le Maréchal, it will be necessary for our staffs to consult each other and to discuss the whole of the details of execution." He then read a prepared statement pointing out the large number of people who would die while the armistice terms was being studied. But Foch was adamant. "The governments have stated their conditions," he said. "Hostilities cannot cease before the armistice is signed." Erzberger asked for permission to send radio messages in the clear to Prince Max and to Hindenburg, but Foch insisted nothing be transmitted except by code or special courier. He also refused Erzberger's request for an extra day to get the reply from Germany. The answer must come, he said, before 11 a.m. November 11th. After conferring, the Germans asked that a wireless to this effect be dispatched to both Berlin and Spa. Their request to send Captain von Helldorf to Spa was also granted. He was instructed to tell the OHL that it was not likely they would be allowed to make counter-proposals on anything essential, but that they would do their best to get what concessions they could. Helldorf set out at 1 p.m. Throughout Germany, the flames of orderly revolution were spreading. In Friedrichshafen, workers at the Zeppelin plant formed a council. The factory workers in the Stuttgart area, including the vast Daimler works, struck, and, led by socialists, made similar demands. Sailors engineered the revolt in Frankfurt am Main. Backed up by soldiers, they organized a council and forced the mayor to recognize their authority. At Kassel, the entire garrison, including the commanding officer, revolted without benefit of bullets. There were a few shots fired at Cologne once the garrison of 45,000 went red, but order quickly settled over the city. A civilian revolt in Hanover succeeded even though authorities ordered troops to use force. Instead, the soldiers joined the rebels. It was the same in Düsseldorf, Leipzig, and Magdeburg. Regime after regime throughout Germany collapsed as workers' and sailors' or soldiers' councils took control. Berlin itself was practically under siege, with communications so deteriorated that it was impossible to sort rumor from fact. Police were certain that a full-fledged revolution would soon break out in the capital, but officials could not agree on how to stem it. The military governor of the city, upon learning that trainloads of red sailors were converging on the city, sent up planes to bomb them. The Minister of War hastily cancelled this order, and the governor resigned. Officers on leave were ordered to report to the Ministry of War. As they converged on the building with full field pack and sidearms, the government panicked, fearing that this congregation might be taken for a white counter-revolution. The confused officers milled around without orders before gradually dispersing. Berliners thronged around the bulletin boards of various newspapers, waiting for news from Spa. Would the Kaiser abdicate? At the Chancellery, Prince Max drafted a message for His Majesty, which was telephoned to Spa. It was vital, he said, to keep the rebellious Social Democrats in the government and prevent the masses from joining the extremists. The Kaiser, therefore, must at once announce that he would abdicate as soon as armistice negotiations allowed the election of a constitutional assembly. Until then, His Majesty should appoint a deputy. But when the message was delivered to Wilhelm, he said evenly, "Tell the Imperial Chancellor that the Kaiser is not thinking of abdicating." Prince Max agonized all that afternoon. Upon learning that the officer in charge of defending Berlin against the rebels had resigned, and that other cities were succumbing to the Red Revolution, he decided to make a personal plea to the Kaiser. "I must speak to you as a relative," he said over the telephone in the second-person singular. "Your abdication has become necessary to save Germany from civil war and to fulfill your mission as a peacemaking emperor to the end. The blood that is shed could be laid on your head. The great majority of the people believe you to be responsible for the present situation. The belief is false, but there it is. If civil war and worse can now be prevented through your abdication, your name will be blessed by future generations." He went on for 20 minutes, but the Kaiser would not yield. He vowed to restore order in the country at the head of the army. The necessary instructions had already been issued. Utterly dejected, Prince Max begged the Kaiser to dismiss him immediately and name a new chancellor. "You sent out the armistice offer," said His Majesty curtly. "You will also have to accept the conditions." Deputy Hansen was working his way with difficulty through the crowd in Potsdamer Platz as an infantry regiment wearing steel helmets marched across the square. Machine guns were stationed on the street corners up towards Potsdamer Strasse, and on Lutzowstrasse a few battalions were already prepared for battle. He went back toward the center of Berlin. Everything was seething with unrest. Here and there large and small groups were gathered about speakers. It was evident that the storm would soon break. Just before the Chancellor retired for the night, he was urged to take a step that might force the Kaiser to abdicate, while keeping the workers and troops in check. He would simply issue a notice to the press. "I am convinced of the necessity of abdication. I have demanded it and will force it through. The people must be patient until the armistice is concluded." But he recoiled. It was clear that what was being proposed to me was nothing less than a coup d'etat. I answered that I would do nothing against the Kaiser. 2. The following morning, Saturday the 9th, was cold and foggy. Prince Max wakened to more bad news. During the night, the independent socialists had issued a call for a general strike in Berlin. The prince's main hope was the Social Democrat leaders, Scheidemann and Ebert, who intimated that they would try to halt the demonstration if the Kaiser would abdicate. Unable to sleep, Scheidemann telephoned the Chancellery before 7. "Has the Kaiser abdicated?" he asked. "Not yet," was the answer, "but any moment." "I will only wait 1 more hour," said Scheidemann. "If he is not out by that time, then I resign." Just before 9 he called again and was told, perhaps at noon. "I don't need that much time to make up my mind," Scheidemann exclaimed. "Please inform the Chancellor that I am resigning. Within a quarter of an hour you will have my resignation in writing." "Why such a rush?" he was asked. "I shouldn't be in a hurry. I beg your pardon, one should never put off anything until it is too late." About 15 minutes later, former Foreign Minister von Hintze called the Chancellery from Spa. The Supreme Command, he said, had decided to tell His Majesty immediately that the army could not and would not support him in any civil war. "In these circumstances," replied Under-Secretary of State von Schaffe, "there is no alternative left to abdication." Getting no contradiction from Spa, von Schaffe promptly telephoned Ebert asking him to hold up the demonstrations. The Kaiser was going to abdicate. "Too late," said Ebert. "The ball has been set rolling. One factory has already come out on the streets." He promised to do what he could, but within an hour thousands of unarmed workers were marching toward the center of the city with placards reading, "Brothers, don't shoot." A telephone call to the chief of police brought more disturbing news. The rebels had attacked one of the soldiers' barracks and blood had already flowed. Minutes later came a report that destroyed Prince Max's last hope. "The Naumberger Jäger battalions have gone over to the insurgents." At the Reichstag, Hansen found spirits very low. One could no longer doubt that the storm hung directly overhead. The last hour of the monarchy was at hand. A friend rushed up to him. "Machine guns have been put at all street corners," he said. "A bloody battle is about to take place, but the outcome cannot be in doubt. The Republic will soon be proclaimed." Hansen went out into the lobby to find out how the meeting upstairs of the majority socialists on the floor above was going. At the stairs he met Ebert coming down. He was as calm and poised as ever, greeting Hansen with his usual friendly little nod and winning smile. He went past sedately, but his fellow Social Democrats were nervous and tense. "Well," one named Schüplen told Hansen, "it's all over now." "Have you withdrawn from the government?" "Yes, there was nothing else to do. We were obliged to jump into the revolution if we did not want to lose leadership of the masses." The Minister of Finance joined them. "But that is terrible," he shouted excitedly, his knees shaking. "Was that necessary?" "Yes, it was absolutely unavoidable," said Schüplen. "We cannot control the masses any longer. They have already ceased to work and have walked out of the factories. They have had enough of the swindle. That fellow just will not go." "We expect the voluntary withdrawal of the Kaiser any moment," pleaded the other. "If it does not come before noon, he will be deposed. For God's sake, withhold your decision for a few hours." "No, our decision remains fixed and cannot be shaken. The only problem is to prevent the spilling of blood." The finance minister was desperate. "We will proclaim the dethronement of the Kaiser immediately. By all means, do what you can to have the decision recalled." "No, the decision cannot be recalled," said Schüplen. "The die is cast. What the Kaiser does or does not do is immaterial now." At the Château de la Freineuse in Spa, His Majesty had risen early that morning. He knew that today would determine his fate. The clang of telephone bells downstairs had gone on all night and still continued along with the almost constant hubbub of officers and orderlies, the clank of sabres, the clink of spurs. A thick mist lay around the chateau as he set out for his morning walk, his face grave but with no trace of nervous agitation. He told the guard that he would be in the neighborhood in case the field marshal asked for him. Just then his adjutant, Major Niemann, joined him. Raindrops were falling gently from the trees together with the last leaves of autumn, and this atmosphere seemed to revive the Kaiser. He spoke of the outbreak of Bolshevism in Austria-Hungary and Germany. "In face of a peril which threatens the whole of Europe, it would be absurd to continue the war," he said. "Such mania must be confronted by solid ramparts. It is to be hoped that the enemy will ultimately see the danger to the whole of European civilization if Germany is delivered over to Bolshevism." At the Hôtel Britannique, Admiral von Hintze was bringing Hindenburg the latest dispatches from Berlin, warning that unless His Majesty abdicated at once, revolution would sweep away the monarchy. The field marshal's face became a sickly gray as Hintze persuaded him to inform the Kaiser of the hopelessness of his position. Dejected, Hindenburg went to the quartermaster general's office. Clenching his fists tightly, eyes red as from weeping, he hoarsely told Gruner that he was now convinced that immediate abdication was necessary. It was up to the two of them to recommend this course to His Majesty. The usually composed Gruner was shocked. Why the sudden turnabout? He personally could not accept such a complete change of policy. Hindenburg apologized that he had not been able to find time to tell Gruner earlier. On the drive to La Freneuse, the two were silent. Hindenburg's lips trembled, and he bit them in an attempt to regain his self-control. They were received at 10 a.m. in a closely curtained room overlooking the garden. It was chilly, for the only heat came from a wood fire in the grate. The Kaiser was leaning against the mantelpiece, shivering from cold and anxiety. He asked for a report on the situation, but Hindenburg's voice choked. He could not speak. Tears ran down his cheeks, and he begged leave to resign. It was up to Gruner to say what Hindenburg could not. The situation of the army was desperate. The fatherland was in the hands of revolutionaries. Some troops inside Germany had already gone over to the rebels. In Berlin, civil war might break out at any moment. It would be impossible to lead the army against the revolution. In fact, the army was no longer in condition even to hold the front lines, and an armistice must be concluded on any terms as soon as possible. Both General von Plessen, the Kaiser's elderly adjutant general, and General Count Friedrich von der Schulenburg, chief of staff of the Crown Prince's army group, protested that the majority of the troops were still loyal, and there was hope a civil war could be avoided. But Hindenburg and Gruner insisted that the army didn't even have provisions. The case was hopeless. "His Majesty cannot simply and quietly capitulate to the revolution," exclaimed General von Plessen, who had endeavored to shield Wilhelm from unpleasantness for 40 years. Soldiers from the front must be immediately sent against the revolutionaries. To Gruner this was nonsense. If an order came to fight against the home front, he said, the soldiers would fight among themselves. The result would be utter chaos. This impressed the Kaiser. Above all, he wished to spare the nation a civil war. "I shall remain at Spa until an armistice has been signed," he said, "and then lead my troops back to Germany." His Majesty could not realize that the entire revolution was directed against himself. "Sire," said Gruner, determined to speak candidly, "you no longer have an army. The army will march home in peace and order under its leaders and commanding generals, but not under the command of your Majesty, for it no longer stands behind your Majesty." Until then, Wilhelm was composed. Now his eyes blazed with anger. "Excellency," he said, "I shall require a statement from you in black and white, signed by all my generals, that the army no longer stands behind its commander-in-chief. Have they not taken the military oath to me?" "In circumstances like these, sire, oaths are but words," was Gruner's sad reply. This infuriated Count von der Schulenburg. Forgetting he was in the presence of His Majesty, he shouted that neither officers nor men would desert their monarch in the face of the enemy. "I have different information," said Gruner. Silent until now, Hindenburg felt obliged to come to his support. Like the quartermaster general, he said, he was also unable to take upon himself responsibility for the trustworthiness of the troops. These words dissipated the Kaiser's anger. Uncertain and shaken, he asked that all the commanders-in-chief be queried as to the morale of the army. "If you report to me that the army is no longer loyal to me," he said, "I shall be prepared to go, but not until then." He adjourned the meeting and led the others into the garden. Here the discussion continued as he walked to and fro, followed by his generals. The Kaiser appeared entirely self-controlled and argued at length, but it was evident that Gruner's statement had made a profound impression on him. He was obviously undecided, recalled Baron von Grünau, who managed to spend a few minutes alone with him. His general demeanor was that of melancholy resignation, and betrayed that he had realized the possibility of abdication, and would steel himself to this hard decision. He assured Grünau that he was ready to abdicate if such was the will of the German people. "I have reigned long enough to see how thankless is a monarch's task. I have no intention of clinging to power." It was now up to others to show if they could do better. But Schulenburg and Plessen were still trying to convince His Majesty that he should stand firm. When the first learned that the Crown Prince had arrived, he hurried out to recount the morning's conference. He begged the Crown Prince to prevent his father from making a hasty and irretrievable decision. The Crown Prince, frozen to the marrow, entered the garden to find his father surrounded. Never shall I forget the picture of that half-score of men in their grey uniforms, thrown into relief by the withered and faded flower-beds of ending autumn, and framed by the surrounding mist-mantled hills with their glorious foliage of vanishing green and every shade of brown, of yellow, and of red. The Kaiser, passionately excited, was addressing those near him with violently expressive gestures. Catching sight of his son, he beckoned him to approach and himself came forward a few paces. As the Crown Prince stood opposite his father, he could clearly see how distraught were his features, how his emaciated and sallowed face twitched and winced. The Kaiser scarcely gave his son time to greet Hindenburg and the others before he began to spill out that he could not return to Berlin because a revolution had broken out, and that he would abdicate and turn over command of the army to Hindenburg. The Crown Prince tried to comfort him. All was not yet lost. If abdication as Kaiser were really inevitable, then he should at least remain as King of Prussia. "Obviously," said the Kaiser. Schulenburg grasped desperately at this idea. His Majesty should gather Prussian officers and men around him. They would support him to the end. "Will they fight for their king against the people?" asked Hintze. Deflated, Schulenburg had to confess they would not. But in any case, the Kaiser must remain King of Prussia. The Crown Prince then urged his father to go to the front with him and march back at the head of his army group. Together they could win back Germany. This fantasy dissolved once Colonel Haye arrived with a report from 39 important officers. They had been asked 2 questions. First, could the Kaiser lead his troops and reconquer the fatherland by force of arms? Only 1 replied in the affirmative, while 23 answered in the negative, and the rest were ambiguous. To the second question, would the troops fight the Bolshevists on the home front? 8 said yes, 19 no, and 12 were uncertain. "The troops are still loyal to your Majesty," said Haye, "but they are tired and indifferent, and wish only rest and peace. They will not march against the country at present, not even with your Majesty at their head. Nor will they march against Bolshevism. They want simply and solely an armistice, and soon. Therefore every hour is important." "Would the troops march home without me?" asked the Kaiser. Schulenburg swore that they would not break their sacred oaths and desert their sovereign and chief warlord in his hour of need. At this Gruner merely shrugged his shoulders. "Military oaths? Warlords?" he said bluntly. "Those are, after all, only words. Those are, when all is said, mere ideas." Schulenburg bridled. Such statements, he retorted, only proved that Gruner did not know the heart and mind of the men at the front. The army was still true to its oath and would surely not abandon its Kaiser. This dispute was ended by Hintze, who said he had just talked on the telephone to Prince Max. The situation was so menacing in Berlin that only the immediate abdication of His Majesty could save the monarchy. Silent, the Kaiser looked appealingly to Hindenburg. The field marshal stood motionless and mute, with a look of despair. The Kaiser finally spoke. His voice sounded hoarse, strange and unreal to his son as he instructed Hinze to telephone Prince Max that he was prepared to renounce the imperial crown if thereby alone general civil war in Germany were to be avoided, but that he remained King of Prussia and would not leave the army. There was a long moment of silence, and as Hinze started for the telephone, Schulenburg pointed out that it was essential to make a written record of such a highly significant decision. Thanking him, the Kaiser then instructed Hinze to draw up a declaration for him to sign. "After a good lunch and a good cigar, things will look better," remarked the Crown Prince, and went off to luncheon with the Kaiser and his entourage. It was a painful affair, with scarcely a morsel eaten by anyone. 3. All that morning Prince Max had waited patiently for news from Spa, and every time he rang La Freneuse, the chateau's telephone was busy. Just before noon he was confronted with the choice of either waiting and doing nothing or taking action on his own responsibility. Knowing full well that he had no authority to do so, he sent a statement to the Wolf Telegraph Agency. "The Kaiser and King has resolved to renounce the throne. The Imperial Chancellor will remain at his post until decisions have been made on questions connected with the Kaiser's abdication, the Crown Prince's renunciation of the Imperial and Prussian thrones, and the creation of a regency." No sooner had this news reached the streets of Berlin than Prince Max was besieged by a delegation of Social Democrats with a demand that he turn over the government to them for the preservation of peace and order. "In this matter," said their leader, Ebert, "we have both our party and also that of the independent socialists solidly behind us. Even the soldiers have been won over to our side." Prince Max and his ministers withdrew to discuss their answer just as an army truck flying a red flag and armed with a machine gun rumbled down the Wilhelmstrasse to the raucous shouts from the crowd outside the Chancellery. The conference was short, for Prince Max recognized he had no alternative but resignation. His ministers did not try to dissuade him, for they too felt only a sense of relief. The Chancellor called in Ebert and asked if he was prepared to accept the office. "It is a difficult post, but I will take it over," he said. "Are you ready to be head of a government within the framework of the Constitution?" asked Zolf. He was. "Even with a monarchical constitution?" "Yesterday I would have answered yes, absolutely. Today I must first consult my friends." "Now," said Prince Max, "we must solve the question of the regency." "It is too late for that," said Ebert, and his followers chimed in like a Greek chorus. "Too late, too late." While the new Chancellor remained in the building to interview prospective members of his cabinet, his associate, Philipp Scheidemann, hurried to the Reichstag to tell party comrades that Ebert was the new leader of Germany. Then he had a lunch of potato soup at the Reichstag restaurant. This was interrupted by a group of workers and soldiers who rushed in to demand that Scheidemann address the large crowd gathering outside. They said that Karl Liebknecht, leader of the leftist Spartacists, was already making a speech from the balcony of the royal palace and was planning to announce the establishment of a Soviet republic. To forestall the Spartacist plan, Scheidemann, dropping his spoon, rushed to the reading room. He went out to the balcony, followed by Hansen, who happened to be in the library. "It will have to be here," the deputy heard Scheidemann shout. "I must be on the balustrade." As he climbed up to it, he noticed Hansen and said, "Hold me by the feet while I talk." There was a din from the great crowd outside, but as soon as Scheidemann began to speak, there was quiet. "Fellow citizens, workers, fellow party men, the monarchical system has collapsed. Many of the garrisons have joined us. The Hohenzollerns have left." Then spontaneously he shouted, "Long live the great German Republic!" There was a storm of applause, and Scheidemann, having proclaimed a republic on his own initiative, returned to his soup. Hansen made his way outside through the crowd to see what was going on. Endless processions were marching along every street leading to the Reichstag building. Men and women were carrying red banners. All the streetcars were carrying red banners. Red flags were hoisted on nearly every house. The gods only knew from where all this red cloth could be procured in such a short time. Large trucks carrying riflemen and machine gunners whizzed through the streets and engaged in battle with the troops which still offered opposition. But most of the soldiers seemed to have gone over to the revolution and made common cause with them. Down at the palace cannon were heard, and here and there machine guns rattled. In a few places the streets were barricaded because fighting was still going on, but on the whole the revolutionists seemed to have won all along the line by early afternoon. The opposition of the old order was apparently completely broken by the first thrust. He saw a group of young brutes stop a cab and pull out an elderly general. "I am no longer active," he protested. "I have taken an honorable part in 3 campaigns. Give me leave to drive home." But his entreaties were in vain. His decorations were torn off and tossed onto the pavement. His helmet went the same way. His sword was broken. The chevrons ripped off his uniform. At the Reichstag restaurant, Scheidemann was still eating his soup when Ebert joined him. "You have no right to proclaim a republic," the new chancellor said angrily. The thoughtless proclamation had invalidated the existing constitution, and the nation was technically without a government. "What Germany is to be, a republic or anything else, is for the Constituent Assembly to decide." Ebert left in a fury, but was forced to reconcile himself to his comrade's impulsive act. Thus it was that the German Republic came into existence, born in a decidedly informal and almost accidental manner. After lunch, the Kaiser and his entourage proceeded to the drawing-room to discuss the draft of his announcement. Admiral von Hintze was in the next room telephoning the news to the Chancellery. But as he began to read the declaration, Under-Secretary of the State Wanschaffe interrupted. "That is of no use. Complete abdication is to be pronounced, and Herr von Hintze must listen to what is now being telephoned to him." Hintze insisted on reading the Kaiser's declaration first. Then he was informed that Wilhelm's complete abdication as Kaiser and Prussian king had already been published by the Wolf Telegraph Agency. Shocked, Hintze exclaimed that there had been no authorization from the Kaiser for such a step. At that point, the ex-chancellor, Prince Max, grasped the telephone and took responsibility for publishing the abdication as well as the renunciation of the crown prince. Still holding the telephone, Hintze called the Kaiser and told him. He was stunned and walked back to the drawing-room in a daze, wondering if what he had just heard could possibly be true. No one could speak for the next few moments. "The ground seemed to give way under our feet," recalled the crown prince. "It is a coup d'etat," said Schulenburg, "an act of violence to which your Majesty should not yield. The crown of Prussia belongs to your Majesty, and it is absolutely necessary that your Majesty, as warlord, should remain with the army. I guarantee that the troops will remain loyal to your Majesty." "I am the King of Prussia," intoned the Kaiser, "and I will remain king. As such I will stay with my troops." He left with as much dignity and poise as possible, but soon returned in a different mood. "Treason, gentlemen!" he cried. "Barefaced, outrageous treason!" Feverishly he began scribbling on telegraph forms a manifesto of protest. Yet when his son begged him to resist and promised to subjugate the revolutionary elements at home with his troops, he refused to listen. He would have no war of Germans against Germans. At 3:30 p.m. his councillors held a meeting at Hindenburg's villa. The generals asserted that they did have the military means of forcing Berlin to repudiate the published abdication. Then Hindenburg insisted that the Kaiser seek safety in some neutral country. I cannot assume the responsibility of having His Majesty taken by mutinous troops to Berlin and surrendered as a prisoner to the revolutionary government. Somebody suggested Switzerland, but Hindenburg insisted on Holland, since it had a monarch and was only 60 miles away. The group, with the exception of Count von Schulenburg, returned to La Freneuse about 4 p.m. "My God, Herrje!" exclaimed the Kaiser. "You back already?" He told them that he had instructed his son to inform the troops that he would remain as King of Prussia, but that he had abdicated as Emperor. Then he turned to Quartermaster General Grüner rather sulkily. "You no longer have a warlord." It was now up to Hindenburg to admit that the army was not strong enough to put down the revolution. "I must advise your Majesty to abdicate and to proceed to Holland." Plessen protested. Above all, no flight, he urged. The other generals argued that it was difficult to guarantee the Emperor's safety. The assassination of Nicholas II was in the back of everyone's mind. Might not a similar fate threaten the Kaiser? Hinze interrupted the argument. In any case, he said, plans should be set on foot for the Kaiser's journey to Holland. Such negotiations took time. At this point, according to Hinze, His Majesty was suddenly convulsed with rage. "Do you by any chance think I am incapable of remaining with my troops?" he said. Hinze said nothing while the Kaiser paced the room. Finally he stopped and quietly told the former foreign minister to take the necessary steps with the Dutch government. Admiral Scheer and his staff were then admitted to make their farewell. "I no longer have a navy," Wilhelm told them, and left the room. Hindenburg sadly returned to the Hôtel Britannique, unaware that he would never again see his monarch. In Berlin, neither the announcement of the Kaiser's abdication nor the assumption of power by the moderate socialists appeased the extreme leftists who called themselves Spartacists after the slave who had led a rebellion against the Romans. They took to the streets to make a real revolution. This was no gemütlich Munich uprising. By mid-afternoon, the center of Berlin was a truculent mass of humanity on the verge of violent action. Occasionally a shot was fired, and in all a dozen people were killed, but nowhere did the mob get completely out of control. Princess Blücher was watching the scene from her residence. In between the dense masses of the marching throng, great military motor lorries, packed with soldiers, and sailors waving red flags, were cheering and shouting vehemently. Forced their way, the occupants apparently trying to stir up the strikers to violence. A characteristic feature of the mob was the motors packed with youths in field-gray uniforms or in civil clothes, carrying loaded rifles adorned with a tiny flag, constantly springing off their seats and forcing the soldiers and officers to tear off their insignia, or doing it for them if they refused. They were mostly boys from 16 to 18 years of age who looked as if they were enjoying their sudden power immensely, and sat grinning on the steps of the grey motors like schoolboys out on an escapade. This, however, did not prevent their occasioning a good deal of harm in the course of the day, for of course some officers refused to obey them, which led to bloodshed and even death. The intrinsic feature of the rebellion lay in its elemental force, according to Richard Müller, leader of the shop stewards. It was as though the millions of workers and soldiers had been guided from a single spot, but there was no direction of that kind. To another eyewitness, Dr. Hjalmar Schacht, it was a bizarre sight. People passed by the lorries looking depressed and indifferent. They did not even glance at them. The Red Revolutionists shouted, brandished their rifles, and generally threw their weight about. In among them, before and behind, the usual midday Potsdamer Platz traffic carried on. A very curious, significant scene, expressive of Germany's disrupted condition. Revolution in lorries, apathy in the streets. Near 4 p.m., Liebknecht, The Spartacist leader was still addressing the crowd from the corner window where the Kaiser had several times addressed his people. "The day of liberty has dawned," he was shouting to those below. "A Hohenzollern will never again stand at this place. I proclaim the free Socialist Republic of Germany, which shall comprise all Germans. We extend our hands to them and call on them to complete the world revolution. Those among you who want the world revolution, raise your hands to an oath." The answer was a choral roar of approval as a forest of hands shot to the air. The events of that afternoon had brought about the actual, if not the technical, end of the Second German Empire. It had begun in France on January 18, 1871, with the proclamation of Wilhelm I, King of Prussia and grandfather of Wilhelm II, as the first Emperor of Germany, in the Hall of Mirrors at the Palace of Versailles. Probably the greatest shock to Germans was to find Friedrich Ebert sitting in the Chancellery. In a single day the Hohenzollern regime had evaporated, and a man of the people, a former saddle-maker, had taken command. How could it possibly have happened? Ebert himself was uneasy in the seat of power. He realized that his presence would be an insult to those raised in imperialism. Moreover, he did not even represent the radical spirit of the streets. Whom did he represent? He was so panicky that when Prince Max appeared at dusk to say farewell, Ebert begged him to remain in Berlin as administrator of the empire. Prince Max had sense enough to know that his time was over. "Herr Ebert," he said, "I commit the German Empire to your keeping." "I have lost 2 sons for this empire," replied the new chancellor sadly. The news of the abdication came as a blow to such ardent patriots as Corporal Adolf Hitler. He had suffered temporary blindness from gas and was recovering in a Pomeranian hospital when a dignified elderly pastor arrived to tell the patients that the Kaiser had abdicated and the fatherland had become a republic. As the aged speaker eulogized the services rendered by the Hohenzollerns, so Hitler recalled, he began to sob gently to himself. In the little hall the deepest dejection settled on all hearts, and I believe not an eye was able to restrain its tears. The pastor went on to say that the war must now be ended, that all was lost, and they had to throw themselves upon the mercy of the victorious Allies. To Hitler the revelation was intolerable. It became impossible for me to sit still 1 minute more. Again everything went black before my eyes. I tottered and groped my way back to the dormitory, threw myself on my bunk, and dug my burning head into my blankets and pillow. Out of his black despair came a decision. The great vacillation of my life, whether I should enter politics or remain an architect, came to an end. That night I resolved that if I recovered my sight, I would enter politics. Early that evening the Kaiser, after vacillating, decided to go to Holland and sent word to that effect to Hindenburg. A few minutes later Hintze arrived and, without preamble, informed His Majesty that all arrangements had been made for his trip. At about 7:30 p.m. the Kaiser was driven to the imperial train. On the way he told 2 officers accompanying him that he had agreed to leave in the heat of the moment. Now he felt he should stay, even if only a few men remained loyal. "I will fight with them to the end. And if we are all killed, well, I am not afraid of death. I should be deserting my wife and children. No, it is impossible. I am staying here." The last-minute hesitations continued at the train. In the space of the next hour he changed his mind thrice, the last time striking a table in the dining car with his fist, then exclaiming, "I am staying here. I will not go away." Dinner was a melancholy function, and there was little conversation. As Wilhelm was leaving the dining car, Baron von Grünau informed him that the foreign minister had just telephoned that a definite decision had to be made. If their departure for Holland were delayed, the element of surprise in the plan would no longer come into play. His Majesty reflected momentarily. "Very well, but not before tomorrow morning," he said, and without a single look behind, strode off to his private compartment. This time he meant what he said, and he explained why in a letter to the Crown Prince. "My boy, as the Marshal can no longer guarantee my safety and can no longer vouch for the troops, I have decided, after a severe inward struggle, to leave the disorganized army. Berlin is totally lost. It is in the hands of the Socialists, and 2 governments have been formed there, one with Ebert as Chancellor and one by the Independents. Till the troops start their march home, I recommend your holding out at your post and keeping the troops together. God willing, I trust we shall meet again. General von Marschall will give you further information. Your stricken father, Wilhelm." He ordered the train to leave next morning at 5 o'clock. The new Chancellor was still in his office, pacing the floor in his shirt-sleeves, desperately attempting to conjure up some means of bolstering his fragile authority. Who would support him? What if the military turned against him? A telephone on Ebert's desk rang. It was the direct wire to the Supreme Command in Spa, and he knew his fate depended on what he heard. His hand trembled as he picked up the receiver. "Grüner speaking," said a martial voice. Was the new government willing to protect the fatherland from anarchy and to restore order? "Yes," said Ebert unsteadily. "Then the Supreme Command will maintain discipline in the army and bring it peacefully home." He revealed that the Kaiser was fleeing to exile, leaving Hindenburg in full charge. "What do you expect from us?" asked Ebert. "The Supreme Command expects the government to cooperate with the officers' corps in the suppression of Bolshevism and in the maintenance of discipline in the army. It also asks that the provisioning of the army be guaranteed and any disturbance of transport and communications prevented." Ebert almost wept with joy. What had seemed hopeless a few minutes ago was now reality. The army was behind him. Perhaps the most fateful day in German history had come to its conclusion. It had marked not only the demise of a great empire, but the end of an era. 48 years earlier, Bismarck had achieved his dream of unifying Germany, and in so doing had created a new image of Germany and Germans, an image of solidarity and permanence that had abruptly vanished. Overnight, the foundations on which rested the security of the Junker landowners in East Prussia and the great industrialists had crumbled. Overnight, the political philosophy on which the majority of Germans had based their conservative and patriotic way of life had apparently disintegrated with the lowering of the imperial flag. 4. At 2 o'clock on Sunday morning, the Kaiser's chauffeur, Warner, was wakened and ordered to lead a procession of some 10 cars to a small railroad station not far from Spa. Warner was to remove the usual flag and any other signs that this was the imperial car. The cortege proceeded through the dark, foggy night at a moderate pace. 2 hours later, the Kaiser's entourage collected in the railroad dining car. His Majesty came in, looking self-possessed and calm, and as usual gave each man a friendly handshake. Half an hour later, while they were having breakfast, the train started ahead of schedule without any signal, bearing with it a section of the imperial bodyguard. The train stopped at the designated station where the Kaiser and 3 officers transferred to Warner's car. It started off at once, preceded by 1 vehicle and followed by 2 others. A little after 7 they reached the Dutch border near the village of Eisten. It being Sunday, there was no frontier guard on duty, and it took repeated hooting of horns to rout a drowsy sergeant from the custom house. Seeing German uniforms, he refused to lower the chains which barred the road. His demand for passports only brought out identity cards of illustrious personages. He was not impressed. The foreigners needed passports. While the Kaiser and his adjutants stood about in the chill smoking cigarettes, arrangements were finally made by telephone to receive His Majesty properly, and he was escorted to the railroad station. A few casual onlookers at the platform recognized him. "Ah, Camarade Caput!" shouted several. Others called out, "Vive la France!" The embarrassment ended only when the imperial train rolled in and Wilhelm reboarded it. While he waited impatiently on a siding at the little station, the Queen of the Netherlands was summoning her cabinet. In short order it was decided to give the German monarch asylum, and Count Bentinck, a fellow knight of the Order of St. John, agreed, after persuasion, to give him sanctuary at his estate. Berliners awoke that morning to find that the usual words of loyalty to the House of Hohenzollern no longer appeared on the mastheads of royalist newspapers. The Berlin Local Anzeiger was now Die Rote Fahne, the red flag, and Die Norddeutsche Allgemeine Zeitung was Die Internationale. At noon, Chancellor Ebert met with advisers, including men from the outgoing regime, to discuss the armistice terms and the request of the OHL that the Allied conditions be accepted without delay and without change. There was no doubt what had to be done, and instructions were telegraphed to the Supreme Command in Spa to inform Erzberger to accept Foch's terms. At the same time, a plea was sent to President Wilson asking him to use his influence with the Allies to mitigate the fearful conditions Germany had been forced to accept. In the railway car at Compiègne, Erzberger only knew that the Kaiser had abdicated and a new popular government had been formed under Ebert. Erzberger and the other delegates were bewildered. Was it a monarchy or republic? Would Ebert accept without delay the harsh conditions of the armistice? What about the Supreme Command? While waiting for official information from Germany, Erzberger and Oberndorf walked through the forest. It was a beautiful sunny day, and they were allowed to wander in a spacious fenced-off area. The hours dragged slowly, and it was not until about 7:30 p.m. that two messages finally arrived. One from Berlin, signed The Imperial Chancellor, 3084, read, "The German government accepts the armistice conditions offered on November 9th. The other, from the OHL, authorized Erzberger to sign the armistice, but instructed him to point out that the terms would cause famine in Germany, and, if possible, to negotiate for better conditions so the people would get adequate food. The two messages were transmitted to Paris. Clemenceau was annoyed at the second message from the Supreme Command. "What are they waiting for before they sign?" he said, and ordered Foch to demand immediate action. General Weygand showed the two messages to Erzberger. Were these the final acceptance? "Yes," said Erzberger. The number 3084 attached to the Chancellor's signature made it authentic. But the rest of the German delegation refused to sign the final terms until they received a message from Hindenburg, which was coming in code. About 9 p.m. this message finally arrived. Hindenburg asked for modification of a number of terms, but if the Allies refused, they were to sign. Now that he had authority to conclude the negotiations, Erzberger wired the OHL a recommendation to request Wilson to institute without delay negotiations for the conclusion of a preliminary peace so as to avoid famine and anarchy. It was 2:05 a.m. by the time he at last informed Marshal Foch that the German delegation was ready for the final meeting. Informed that the signing was about to take place, Colonel House cabled Wilson suggesting that he read the terms of the armistice to Congress and use the occasion to give another message to the world. "You have the right to assume that the two great features of the armistice are the defeat of the German military imperialism and the acceptance by the Allied powers of the kind of peace the world has longed for. A steadying note seems to me necessary at this time. A word of warning and a word of hope should be said. The world is in a ferment, and civilization itself is wavering in the balance." In London, Bonner Law was asking Lloyd George if he wanted to go down in history as the greatest of all Englishmen. "Well, I don't know that I do," he replied, "as I shan't be here at the time. But tell me your prescription. Do you mean to retire into private life now that the war has been won?" Yes. Lloyd George took it in good spirit. "You're right," he said. He himself might take to farming and make just an occasional appearance on great occasions when he had something important to say. 5. It was 2:15 on the morning of November 11th by the time the final armistice session began. "I tried with each separate article of the armistice to get even milder terms," recalled Erzberger. "But the liveliest argument came over the article which provided for the continuation of the blockade. For more than an hour Erzberger and his colleagues pleaded. In detail I pointed out that by means of this article an essential part of the World War was being continued, namely England's starvation policy, under which German women and children suffered the most. During this argument, Count von Oberndorf explained that this was not fair. "Not fair?" exploded Admiral Weems. "Why, you sank our ships without discrimination." Even so, the British representatives promised to inform their government of the German wish to have the blockade lifted. It was also agreed by all the Allies that they would supply Germany with food during the armistice. At 5:05 everything was settled, and to assure hostilities ceasing as soon as possible, it was decided to type the last page of the text immediately for signatures. Foch and Weems signed first. Again tears were in the eyes of Winterfeldt and Vanseloff as they forced themselves to sign. The last signature was affixed about 5:10, but it was agreed to set the time officially at 5 so that the armistice could come into effect 6 hours later at 11 a.m. French time. Erzberger then asked to be heard and read a declaration from the 4 German plenipotentiaries. It called attention to the short time allowed for evacuation and the surrender of essential means of transportation. This might make it impossible to execute the conditions without its being the fault of either the German government or the German people. The latter had held off a world of enemies for 50 months and would preserve their liberty and unity despite every kind of violence. A nation of 70 millions of people suffers, it concluded, but it does not die. "Très bien," said Foch, and declared the session ended at 5:30. As the 2 delegations parted, there was not a single handshake. Foch at once sent a message to commanders-in-chief on all fronts by radio and telephone, ordering a cessation of hostilities at 11 a.m. Troops were not to go beyond the line reached at that time until further orders, and all communication with the enemy was forbidden until receipt of instruction. It was 5:45 by the time General Mordac in Paris got word of the signing. He was at Clemenceau's by 6. He found the Premier already awake, for he had been sleeping fitfully. He hugged the general for a long time. They both were so moved that neither could speak for several minutes. Mordac finally said, "The great work is finally accomplished. It was superhuman, and I hope that France will appreciate all she owes you." "Yes, to me and others," said Clemenceau emotionally. While Mordac left to inform President Poincaré and Colonel House, Clemenceau strolled in his little garden. It was just getting light. The sky was dull, and the autumn fog enveloped the trees. He loved this kind of weather, for the heavy mist and fine rain reminded him of his beloved Vendée. House already had the news from an American major. "Autocracy is dead," he cabled Wilson in their private code. "Long live democracy and its immortal leader. In this great hour my heart goes out to you in pride, admiration, and love." The colonel was still in pajamas at 8 when he received Mordac, resplendent in formal uniform and medals. "I have come to tell you, at the express orders of the President of the Council of Ministers," he said portentously, "that the armistice terms have been accepted and signed. Monsieur Clemenceau wished that you, who have contributed so notably to the happy result of the negotiations, should be first advised and by word direct from him." House's 2 aides, Bonsall and Fraser, were delighted by the acting performance of their chief. Pretending the news had come like a bolt from the blue, House thanked the general warmly and patted his hands affectionately. He would have been mortified, House explained after Mordaunt's departure, if after deranging himself at this early hour he had seen that the news he brought was a twice-told tale. At 9, Clemenceau, now at the Ministry of War, penned a warm note to House. "My very dear friend, in this solemn moment of great events in which your noble country and its worthy chief have played so fine a role, I cannot restrain the desire to open my arms to you and press you against my heart." Half an hour later, Foch and Weems arrived to give Clemenceau the details of the signing. "The tiger made no attempt to conceal his joy," wrote the Admiral, "and taking my right hand in his left and the Marshal's left hand in his right, Foch and I, joining hands equally, we all warmly congratulated one another." According to Foch, Clemenceau irritably asked, "What have you yielded to the Germans?" Foch handed over a copy of the agreement. At 11, he said, guns should be fired in Paris to announce the end of hostilities. It is unthinkable that the Parisians remain in ignorance of it. "Well," said Clemenceau, "let the guns be fired at 11 o'clock. "My work is finished," said Foch crisply, preparing to leave. "Your work begins." Lord Derby arrived at Clemenceau's invitation just before the Marshal left and warmly congratulated both men. "Foch very much moved," Derby wrote Balfour, "though I feel in his heart of hearts he regrets the armistice coming quite as soon as it did, as he told both of us that within another fortnight the German army would have been completely surrounded and would have been obliged to lay down their arms." Foch next headed for the home of Poincaré to inform him that the Tiger had abandoned his plan to keep the signing a secret until the meeting of the deputies that afternoon. Then he added, with the same disappointment that Derby had sensed, that the Germans accepted the conditions that he gave them, but that they did not declare themselves vanquished, and the worst is that they do not believe that they are vanquished. Along most of the Western Front there was a miserable drizzle. Georg Bucher, who had fought since 1914, was awaiting another American attack. The Yanks were as full of fight as crazed animals and didn't seem to know that the war was about over. Bucher's unit sat huddled in their overcoats talking of the armistice, the homeland, their imminent collapse, and the possibility that they would be attacked again. A little after 7, their company commander came rushing along the trench. Bucher thought he had gone mad. "Cease fire at 11 a.m., he was shouting. "Pass the word along. Cease fire at 11. So he wasn't mad after all. Bucher began to bellow the news, and everybody took up the cry. A young recruit named Walter, wounded slightly but painfully a little earlier by a bomb from a low-flying plane, began to sob. "I shan't really die now that there's an armistice, shall I?" Bucher assured him he wouldn't die from such a tiny wound. "Is it really true? About the armistice, I mean?" "Yes." Bucher trembled violently as he answered in a choking voice. "Your damage is nothing, and at 11 the war's over." But all he and the others thought of as the minutes passed was, could they survive until then? At the prisoner of war camp near Friedrichsfeld, there was joy among the prisoners that morning. Overnight, some bold spirit had nailed a Union Jack and French tricolor to the tops of 2 arc-light poles. The Jerrys were furious about this, remembered Corporal Arthur Spite, a British infantryman captured in late May near the Chemin des Dames. But I don't think they ever found out who did it. There was a distinct change of atmosphere now. Nobody would take any orders from the guards, and some of the guards, especially those with the machine guns, packed up and went home. The German officers did not have much hold on them now, and this led to a visit by the officer commanding the lager, who was an old dug-up general or something. He was furious at the slipshod way everything was being done, and when he was standing near our hut he was about purple with indignation. He drew his sword, waved it around his head, slammed it back in his scabbard, and began to spit at anyone who was near. I know because I was standing in the doorway of the hut. He was the nearest approach to a comic turn that I ever saw over there, with his sword and scabbard dangling in front of him. Lieutenant Pat Campbell heard the news from Major Cecil, who rode up frantically waving a sheet. It announced that hostilities would stop at 11. "Do you believe it's true?" asked Campbell. Cecil insisted there was no doubt. The official news had come through while he was at headquarters. Campbell looked at his watch. It was 10 o'clock, and there was no possibility now any of them would get killed. I felt excited and happy, but in an uncertain, subdued way. I did not want to shout or to drink. There was nothing to drink anyway. I wanted to be with my friends, but none of those of my own age were left in the brigade. He felt alone and walked about in the lines, but without going anywhere. All along the line, men were stunned and bewildered. There were few cheers. The one thought was, stay alive for the next hour and then go home. At 10:30, George Marshall, operations officer of the American 1st Division, thought he had been killed when he was suddenly blown out of his chair by a bomb landing in the garden outside. Luckily, he had been saved because of the thick walls of the house. A few minutes later, a young aviator hurried in to see what had happened, and he explained that he had been out in his plane with some small bombs, all of which he thought had been released, but it seems that one stuck to the rack, and as he sailed down just over our roof to make his landing in the field beyond our garden wall, the remaining bomb jerked loose and fell just 10 yards outside the window. At American headquarters, everyone was sitting around, talking and glancing at watches. Pershing was alone in his office as Lloyd Griscom entered. He imagined the general must be experiencing some sense of exultation, but neither a gesture nor a word betrayed any hint. Pershing walked to the big map on the wall. "I suppose our campaigns are ended," he said, "but what an enormous difference a few days would have made." It was just 15 minutes before 11, and the British troops who had taken Mons were east of the city. Moments after charging some German machine guns, a private galloped toward them. He was wild with excitement, had lost his cap, and couldn't stop his horse. "The war's over!" he shouted as he galloped by. The others thought the poor chap was suffering from shell shock. Back in Mons, the advance guard brigade was making the official entry into the city. Here the British had first engaged the enemy in August of 14, and it was appropriate that their advance on the last day of war should be in the historic little city. Correspondent Philip Gibbs watched columns of troops march into Mons behind their bands. Almost everyone had a flag on his rifle, the blue, white, and red of France, or the red, yellow, and black of Belgium. They wore flowers in their caps and in their tunics, red and white chrysanthemums given them by the crowds of people who cheered them on their way, people who in many of these villages had been only one day liberated from the German yoke. Our men marched singing with a smiling light in their eyes. Out front, the battle still roared, for there were still several minutes before peace. The Allies kept on pouring lead into the enemy with no let-up. "These orders," explained one American general, "were dictated by the necessity of taking every opportunity to render certain a complete acceptance by the enemy of the armistice." Georg Bucher's area was undergoing a particularly severe bombardment that had been answered with the utmost ferocity by their own artillery, which was using up the last reserves of ammunition. A sentry in a gas mask staggered into Bucher's shelter, waved a warning, and dashed out again. Bucher jumped to his feet and helped the terrified young Walter put on his mask. I knew that if I left him for a moment he would tear the mask from his face and shriek after me. I could see by the light of the flickering candle the thin mist of poison gas. Abruptly the barrage ceased. He removed the youngster's gas mask and silently held a wristwatch before his eyes. Then I pressed my helmet firmly on my head, pulled my pistol from its holster, snatched up the bag of bombs, and leaped out into the trench. Everyone who could hold a rifle or throw a bomb was standing ready. Were the enemy going to attack us, we were taking no chances. But as we stood there waiting, hope and determination to live flashed in every eye. The final 2 minutes ticked by slowly. Then there was an abrupt silence. They stood motionless, gazing at the fumes which drifted sluggishly across no man's land. Bucher turned around and shouted, "Armistice!" Then he went back to Walter. I couldn't bear to go on staring at no man's land and at the faces of the men. We had lived through an experience which no one would ever understand who had not shared it. The sudden silence was uncanny. Some of the Allied troops came out of the trenches, shouting joyously, but others, like the Scots Fusiliers, remained comparatively unmoved. "A few cheers were raised," recalled Dennis writes, "but otherwise they received the great event with calm. To me it was a supreme moment. I saw the beginnings of a new era for the world and for my country." But after forming his battalion in a hollow square and astride his horse he began to speak, he was overcome with stage fright, and the inspired thought of a moment before had vanished completely, and I could only stumble through a few halting phrases. The ceremony was a failure, but at any rate the guns were silent, the war was at an end, and one could once again make plans for the future. When the firing stopped, A. Cunningham Reed was in the air. As he groped his way through thick mist looking for his new airdrome, he was relieved to see a very light shoot into the air. Below they must have seen him and were guiding him down, but as he descended there was no landing ground, only bursts of colored lights on all sides. He thought he was in a nightmare until he realized this was a celebration. Most of the Germans stayed in their trenches, but the Allies, and particularly the Americans, were romping around no man's land. The roar of voices, according to a correspondent with the Second Army, was like an outburst at some great college contest in America. Then the enemy began to come out. The rolling plain was alive with cheering men, friends and enemy alike. Germans and Americans were coming along the narrow stretch of ground so fiercely fought over, some shyly and awkwardly, like embarrassed schoolboys. The Americans in Bucher's area were glaring angrily and contemptuously at the Germans. They didn't seem pleased that we still had hand grenades hanging from our belts and rifles in our hands, but if one of our men had made use of his weapons without most urgent necessity, he would have got a rifle butt hard across the head. Such had been the company commander's instructions. Bucher and a few others tried in vain to make friends. The Americans were too embittered by the events of the previous day, which wasn't surprising, for they had attacked 3 times and been beaten back with heavy losses. In Mons, correspondent Gibbs was writing, "The fires of hell have been put out, and I have written my last message as war correspondent. Thank God." A submarine moored in the Seine opposite the Chamber of Deputies began firing salutes at 11. Bells rang, and people rushed into the streets of Paris, shouting that the war was over. Then in a twinkling, remembered Prescott French, a doughboy from Arlington, Massachusetts, as if by magic everybody seemed to know everybody else, regardless of nationality, color, civilian or military, or for any other artificial barrier. Parades began forming spontaneously. Our group was caught up in the parade along Avenue des Champs-Élysées, and what a parade! Row on row of civilians, male and female, soldiers of the different Allied nations, often alternating with a soldier, then a girl, then another soldier, all the way across the broad Champs-Élysées, arms locked together. A singing, swinging, swaying, jolly, jubilant mass of happy humanity. A middle-aged woman kissed one of the Americans, to his astonishment, then apologetically said, "You are the very image of my own son killed in this awful war." Marine Major Denig helped his one-armed roommate out on their balcony. The latter waved his stump, and the people in the street below cheered him. Colonel House was also surveying the joyous scene in front of his house. It was one of the pleasantest emotions of my life. On the Rue Royale, flags appeared at every window as the celebration developed with amazing speed. A troop of chasseurs d'Afrique, mounted on spirited Arab horses, came up the street, looking extremely picturesque in their pale blue tunics and red fezes, recalled Ernest Peixoto, with their captain saluting at their head and bowing to the acclamations of the people. Grizzled veterans in battered helmets and uniforms faded by years of campaigning were singled out of the crowds, hoisted on youthful shoulders, and, drapeau en tête, borne careering down the boulevard. Others were seizing small cannon from the Place de la Concorde and pushing them through the crowd. Factory girls and midinettes mixed with the soldiers, and some were hoisted up to American trucks, swathed with bunting and piled high with cheering soldiers. The news reached General Wilson in London at 6:30 a.m. 3 hours later the cabinet met, and it was decided to ring bells and have the bands play at 11. At that hour Michael McDonough, an Irish journalist, was startled by the booming of maroons fired from police and fire brigade stations. It was 6 months since these warnings of an air raid had been heard in London, and he rushed outside to see what was the matter. "The armistice!" shouted several people. "The war is over!" It was grey and chill with a threat of rain, but this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd that spilled into the street. There prevailed everywhere throughout London an irresistible impulse to let business go hang, to get into the streets and yell and sing and dance and weep, above all to make oneself supremely ridiculous. Car horns tooted, handbells rang, tea trays were banged, police whistles shrilled in an infernal orchestration. McDonough saw a colonel squatting on top of a car sounding a dinner gong, and a parson marching at the head of his parishioners, Union Jack stuck atop his silk hat and singing lustily. It reminded McDonough of the wild rejoicing over the relief of the British garrison in Mafeking during the Boer War. But today's orgy of rejoicing far transcended the other in complete surrender of self-control. And why not? The infernal war was over. Disorder had broken out in Winston Churchill's headquarters at the Metropole Hotel. Doors banged, feet clattered down corridors. Everyone rose from the desk and cast aside pen and paper. All bounds were broken. The tumult grew. It grew like a gale, but from all sides simultaneously. The street was now a seething mass of humanity. Flags appeared as if by magic. Streams of men and women flowed from the embankment. They mingled with torrents pouring down the Strand on the way to acclaim the King. As the bells of Westminster Abbey and Westminster Cathedral rang out in a unison of joy, a huge crowd besieged Buckingham Palace. The Victoria Memorial was almost obliterated by swarming climbers. The staccato cry went up, "We want King George!" At last he appeared on the balcony with the Queen. There was a roar. The King laughed without restraint, and the Queen waved a Union Jack over her head. Then, with Princess Mary, they drove in an open car by the Strand to the city, unaccompanied by royal state. "It was quite Old English," commented Irishman McDonough. "It was Bank Holiday on Hampstead Heath on a vastly stupendous scale. The fantastic personal adornment of most of the revellers by means of face masks and miniature flags, as well as the noise, recalled also the sights that were witnessed in London before the war on occasions of football matches and cup finals, when supporters of the rival teams invaded London from the north in the thousands. Amid all the joy there were sober faces. To Lieutenant H.E.L. Mellish, the relief was mixed with regret. He should have liked to do a bit more since the ignominious March retreat. He should have liked to win that M.C. A munitions girl called out, "What's the matter? Cheer up!" He was surprised that he looked as gloomy as that. And at the House of Commons, Lloyd George, who felt strangely depressed, was announcing in a voice broken by emotion, "Thus, at 11 o'clock this morning, came to an end the cruelest and most terrible war that has ever scourged mankind. I hope we may say that thus, this fateful morning, came to an end all wars." The members cheered fervently. "There is no time for words," he said solemnly. "Our hearts are too full of gratitude to which no tongue can give adequate expression." He moved that they proceed in a body to St. Margaret's to give humble and reverent thanks for the deliverance of the world from its great peril. The celebration began in New York City before dawn with shrieking air raid sirens. Lights illuminated the Statue of Liberty. Factory whistles and church bells took up the cry as people came to the streets to form into unruly parades. Crews tied down ship and tug whistles, put on lights, and ran up flags. Some sailors threw calcium flares into the water. The clangor spread all over the city, and no one could sleep. Dawn found Fifth Avenue a mass of merrymakers cheering and waving flags in ecstasy. Men were weeping unashamed. As the great flag was being unfurled at the City Hall, a dozen musicians began playing patriotic songs, with the crowd singing along. Mayor Highland declared a municipal holiday, ordering a parade which grew with every block. There were, according to Mark Sullivan, fashionable ladies jingling cowbells, street urchins yelling and dancing, stenographers in red, white, and blue paper caps, sailors grinning under the floppy picture hats of the girls, and girls flaunting sailors' hats. There were autos bursting with vociferous passengers, one-horse carts, farm wagons full of giggling girls, lifeboats mounted on trucks, sightseeing buses boiling with people. One truck carried a coffin from which an effigy of the Kaiser was hanged over and over again. Servicemen were waving signs. No more beans, no more camouflaged coffee, no more monkey stew. Having gone to bed before news of the armistice arrived, President Wilson didn't learn of it until breakfast. He gave immediate orders that all government workers be given a holiday, and wrote out in pencil an announcement to the people. The armistice was signed this morning. Everything for which America fought has been accomplished. It will now be our fortunate duty to assist by example, by sober, friendly counsel, and by material aid in the establishment of just democracy throughout the world. After breakfast, he retired to his study to write an address to Congress, then left for the Capitol at 12:30. The galleries of the House chamber were filled to capacity by the time he entered, and there was prolonged cheering while he shook hands with Speaker Champ Clark and the Vice President. Wilson seemed the personification of vigor and did not look his 61 years, nor did his face show any effect of the last harrowing days. As he took out the small sheets containing his address, the audience hushed. "In these anxious times of rapid and stupendous changes," he began, "it will in some degree lighten my sense of responsibility to perform in person the duty of communicating to you some of the larger circumstances of the situation with which it is necessary to deal." When he told of the signing of the armistice, there was only faint clapping, but upon revealing that Germany would immediately evacuate the invaded countries, there was unrestrained delight. Applause also came for each of the countries to be evacuated: Belgium, France, Luxembourg. But when he announced that Alsace-Lorraine would also be evacuated, the spectators rose to their feet. Then he said that everything would be done to supply the defeated enemies with food and relief. This brought only faint clapping, nor was there any demonstration after his concluding sentence. I am confident that the nations that have learned the discipline of freedom, and that have settled with self-possession to its ordered practice, are now about to make conquest of the world by the sheer power of example and of friendly helpfulness. By mid-afternoon, the celebration in Paris was at its zenith. Marshal Foch's auto was mobbed on his way to a meeting of the Council of Ministers. It seemed likely they would drag me out of my car. He managed to slip away and get to his destination about the time Clemenceau was being kissed by his old opponent, Poincaré. "Since this morning," remarked the tiger, "I have been kissed by more than 500 girls." Victory, he said, was the work of everyone, and each person, from the highest to the lowest rank, had done his duty. They all headed for the Chamber of Deputies, where Clemenceau was scheduled to read the terms of the armistice. Lord Derby was having great difficulty getting out of the courtyard of the British Embassy, as a dense crowd besieged his car. The Blue Band was playing the national anthem led by Decima Moore atop a taxi. She was dressed in the Union Jack and every so often would shout, "Rule Britannia!" Then everyone sang La Marseillaise and also started for the Chamber of Deputies. Here there was bedlam, with everyone trying to jam into a building already crammed full. At 4 p.m., Clemenceau was given an ovation by the 600 emotional deputies. General Mordac observed that there were tears in almost all eyes as Clemenceau read out the terms. After each clause came a roar of approval. It was truly an unforgettable spectacle. "For me," continued Clemenceau, "after the reading of the armistice agreement, it seems that my work is done." He hailed the return of Alsace-Lorraine and concluded with a tribute to the poilus. "Yesterday the soldier of God, today the soldier of humanity, and always the soldier of the ideal." The deputies who had made so much trouble for him and Foch in adversity now voted their gratitude to both. The Viscountess d'Abernon, a close friend of Lord Derby's, noted that he left the chamber looking less exuberantly cheerful than is his wont. He was perturbed because of Clemenceau's declaration that France had won the war. No mention of Britain's share in it, nor indeed of America, Belgium, or any of the other allies. Later at the Café de Paris, Derby reported to Balfour there had been a great demonstration when an American got up and drank to the health of England, who really won the war. There is no doubt that the Americans are rather annoyed at the very little recognition that is given to our efforts. Londoners were still cavorting unrestrainedly. A fire was started at the base of the Nelson Monument in Trafalgar Square. A huge New Zealander climbed high up on the structure and kept shouting to the crowd, "Come and feed the flames!" The long side signs on the London buses were ripped off and, along with wooden blocks coated in tar, were thrown on the fire. This and other lights kept the city brilliantly illuminated. From St. Paul's to Oxford Circus and down Whitehall to Victoria Station, the streets were thronged from curb to curb with laughing, jostling, happy people. Lloyd George, still subdued, was dining quietly with Winston Churchill and General Wilson at 10 Downing Street. They discussed many things, but principally the coming general election. The Prime Minister did remark that he wanted to shoot the Kaiser. "Winston does not," Wilson wrote in his diary, "and my opinion is that there should be a public exposé of all his works and actions, and then leave him to posterity. Incidentally, he has shown he is a coward by going to Holland." 6. The Kaiser's flight to Holland set in motion the doom of his dear brother and ally, Karl of Austria. 50 minutes before the signing of the armistice, Prime Minister Lamache and Minister of Interior Payer had driven up to Schönbrunn Palace and presented to Karl a manifesto for his signature. In it he promised to take no part in the affairs of state. This meant that the Habsburg dynasty was renouncing its power but not its crown. The agitated Pyre begged Karl to sign at once before the workers massed before Schönbrunn, and then the few who refused to abandon your Majesty would fall in the fight, and with them your Majesty himself and the all-highest family. Lamach was equally eager. The manifesto, he pleaded, was scheduled to be distributed throughout Vienna at 3 p.m. The ministers, recalled Empress Zita, pursued the emperor in a panic from room to room, demanding his signature, and he literally had to shake them off with the exclamation, "If you won't even let me read it, how do you expect me to sign it?" After studying the manifesto, he asked for Zita's opinion. "A sovereign can never abdicate," she said. "He can be deposed and his sovereign rights be declared forfeit. All right, that is force. But abdicate? Never, never, never. I would rather fall here at your side. Then there would be Otto, and even if all of us here were killed, there would still be other Habsburgs." One of Karl's staff explained this was no formal abdication, and urged the emperor to sign, since the document left constitutional paths open for the dynasty in the future. As for the present, he added, madness reigns today, and a madhouse is no place for a sovereign. After Karl signed the document in pencil, the two ministers hurried to their automobile and were rushed to the center of Vienna. It was beginning to get dark by the time Karl finally left the palace after a short prayer in the chapel. He and the Empress Zita went up to the Hall of Ceremonies, where those who had remained were gathering. They bade farewell to the faithful few, thanking them one by one, then went down the stairway with their children. Cars were waiting to take them to a shooting lodge in the middle of the Lower Austrian countryside, which was loyal by tradition. Along the sides of the arcades, drawn up in 2 ranks, recalled Zita, were our cadets from the military academies, 16 and 17-year-olds, with tears in their eyes, but still perfectly turned out and guarding us to the end. They had really lived up to the motto the Empress Maria Theresa had given them, Allzeit getreu, loyal forever. It was dark by now, and a misty autumn night. We got into the vehicles. The Emperor and I and all the children except Karl Ludwig squeezed into the back of one car with Count Hunyadi at the front. We did not risk driving out of the main gate in front of the palace. Instead, we continued parallel with the main building along the broad gravel path that leads to the eastern side gate. We slipped out of this and left the capital by a special route. Late that night, without any trouble or incidents, we arrived at Eckartsau. The streets of Vienna were still filled with jubilant crowds celebrating the downfall of Karl. Officers ripped off the top button of each other's caps, which bore the initial K. These were replaced with buttons covered with the national colors, representing the nationalities that had once composed the Austro-Hungarian Empire. There was no holiday atmosphere in Berlin. As Franz Zelter's train pulled into the Potsdamer Bahnhof that evening, he could hear a wild yelling, then the spitting of machine guns. Bullets swept the full length of the train. The front-line cameramen darted out of the station to find the streets in wild tumult. From somewhere on a roof, bullets were spattering the pavement. Just a few yards in front, at the base of a lamppost, he saw a machine-gun crew firing fitfully at the station entrance. "Haven't you got any trained machine-gunners here?" he asked. "That's not the way to handle it." No one answered, so Zelter jerked the belt and fired. 2 shots. He tried again. The thing was hopelessly jammed. In a cold rage, he walked to the Wilhelmstrasse. He had been infuriated since learning that a republic had been proclaimed from the Reichstag with the silly lie, "The German people have won all along the line." He had been stunned to learn that the Kaiser had fled to Holland. It was all madness. Now he felt more than ever that he was in an insane asylum. Clusters of half-naked people hung on trucks, waving torches and red flags. "Just wait, you dogs," he muttered. "Your time is coming." From his hospital room in Baden-Baden, Lieutenant Binding was marveling at what a curious revolution it was that had come to Germany. In spite of the constant talk of violent convulsions, it was so superficial. If the workmen's and soldiers' councils imagine that they have given the people the freedom they want, they are much mistaken. This movement will soon show itself to be the most one-sided regime imaginable, and reduce itself ad absurdum, after which it will probably give way to some stronger government. As he was writing in his diary, he heard the people in the street. The same fellows who marched through the town 2 nights ago singing the Wacht am Rhein were singing today a new tune which had been produced for the occasion. "We're going behind the Rhine line, the Rhine line, the Rhine line." The one appreciable result of the soldiers' councils was that they had no sweet for dinner today. "I am quite overcome. Is that resurrection? Is that revolution?" On the Allied side of the lines, almost all of those who thought the armistice was just another rumor finally realized the war was ended. A few, like Lieutenant Patrick Campbell, could not believe the horror was over. "Do you think it's real?" he asked Major Cecil, who told him to listen. Campbell could hear only the sound of horses on the other side of the farm. There had never been a night like this. We could hear the silence. It was a little frightening. We had forgotten what silence was. He and Cecil prepared for bed. "It's been a bit flat," said the Major. "I don't know what I was expecting, but certainly not this." Campbell found himself thinking of his dead comrades. Now we should become aware of their loss. We had hardly done so until now. We had still been with them in the same country, close to them, close to death ourselves. But soon we should have to go away and leave them. We should be going home. They would stay behind. Their home was in the lonely desolation of the battlefield. There were thousands of bonfires along the twisting front lines as the men tried to thaw out and get dry. Here and there would be a spontaneous flurry as troops fired off their last ammunition into the air, but most of the men were thinking soberly of what they had been through and what they faced in the peaceful life to come. "Got rid of my bandage," George Patton wrote in his diary. Wrote a poem on peace. Many were thinking of the momentous events of the past months. Had history ever seen such an eventful year? The end of tyrannic rulers in Russia, Germany, and Austria-Hungary. Even England and France would never be the same after the comradeship of the trenches. Rich and poor alike had bled and suffered miseries side by side. Life would never be the same anywhere in the world. But would the changes be for good or evil? Winston Churchill was deeply disturbed by a recent memorandum of Bruce Lockhart urging the Allies either to make peace with the resurgent Soviets or destroy them by force of arms. Churchill decided that now was the time to wipe out Bolshevism in Russia before it gained more strength. In Moscow, Lenin had left the Kremlin for the first time since the assassination attempt to address the crowds from a balcony. There was wild cheering from workers and Red Army soldiers. Radek noticed his excited but profoundly anxious look as he touched off a celebration that lasted until late in the night. They were not cheering for the end of the war, but for the revolution which had erupted in Germany and Austria, and would soon engulf the entire world. The isolation of the infant Soviet Union was at last over. But Lenin's secret doubts were only expressed to a foreigner, Phillips Price. "I fear that the revolution in Central Europe is developing too slowly to provide us with any assistance from that quarter." Lenin was too wise not to realize that the West, now that it had conquered Germany, would try in earnest to crush Bolshevism. That very day the Americans and British had begun a bloody battle with the Red Army not far from Archangel. In Vladivostok, General Graves, the commander of American forces in Russia, was becoming increasingly disenchanted with his country's intervention. He could see no good reason for it and was disgusted by the actions of white commanders such as Kolchak, Semyonov, and Kalmykov, with whom he was supposed to cooperate. Semyonov and Kalmykov soldiers, under the protection of Japanese troops, were roaming the country like wild animals, killing and robbing the people. and these murders could have been stopped any day Japan wished. If questions were asked about these brutal murders, the reply was that the people murdered were Bolsheviks, and this explanation apparently satisfied the world. Why, he wondered, was America joining with such rapacious forces in the name of democracy? In Tokyo, Japanese leaders were celebrating the armistice and already calculating the gains they hoped to get for joining the crusade against the Kaiser. The German islands in the Pacific, the Carolines, the Marshalls, and the Marianas. These chains could be fortified into a formidable defense against any future danger from American warships based in Hawaii. In Paris, the Place de l'Opéra was ablaze with lights for the first time since August 1914. Every balcony and window looking upon it was filled with spectators, and a crowd stretched far down the avenue. Then, despite the chill wind, the greatest singers in France came to the balcony of the Opéra so they could sing the Star-Spangled Banner, God Save the King, and La Marseillaise. The crowd took up the choruses, and finally, after clamorous appeals from soldiers, the opera stars sang Madelon. It was a community song festival, the like of which no city has ever seen, reported Stars and Stripes, and the like of which may never come again, though many lingered on the boulevards to cheer the flashing on an elevated screen of the pictures of the marshals, of Le Tigre, of President Wilson, of Sir Douglas Haig, and of General Pershing. The singing brought the great and exultant day to a close. Then a French bugler with a sense of humor blew the berloque, the all-clear signal marking the end of an air raid. And all Paris laughed the laugh of happy children after a day's glad play. At the Rue de l'Université, House's elation was dampened by a cable from the president announcing that he not only planned to participate in the peace negotiations personally, but assumed that he would be the presiding officer. The colonel was deeply disturbed. He had expected to head the United States delegation himself, and he felt he would be much more qualified to press the peace program than its originator. House was becoming impatient of Wilson's shortcomings and feared that he would hopelessly alienate the other Allied leaders, who already had expressed their personal dislike and distrust. Until now, the colonel had stayed in the background, subordinating himself to Wilson. Until now, he had spared the president from hearing anything that might be disagreeable, but he decided that he must tell Wilson that the almost unanimous opinion of influential Americans in Paris was that it would be unwise for him to sit in the peace conference. A just peace must come out of the conference, and House felt sure that Wilson's overwhelming presence would antagonize the Allies into making it a harsh one, and that could create future trouble with Germany. While House's reasoning appeared sound, it was unrealistic to imagine that anyone but Wilson could lead the peace conference, since he was the symbol throughout the world of peace, international justice, and the League of Nations. 7. Already millions of frontline German soldiers believed they had been betrayed by those back home, strikers and malingerers, Jews, profiteers, and politicians. The front had not broken, and they had been retreating in an orderly fashion when the civilians forced the generals to surrender. It was a stab in the back. From his hotel window that night, Franz Zelter looked out on Unter den Linden. Bullets from sharpshooters began spattering to right and left of his lighted window. Zelter switched off the light. "The swine can't even shoot." They weren't even good soldiers. A private army of frontline veterans could quickly put this red rabble to rout, and he would be just the one to lead them. To the east, in the hospital at Pasewalk, Corporal Adolf Hitler, who shared Zelter's convictions, still lay blind in his cot. The shame of the surrender in the forest of Compiègne had overwhelmed him. Life seemed unbearable, until he was abruptly delivered from his misery by a supernatural vision. Like St. Joan, he heard voices summoning him to save Germany. All at once, a miracle came to pass. The darkness encompassing Hitler evaporated. He could see again. He solemnly vowed, as he had promised several days earlier, that he would become a politician and devote his energies to carrying out the command he had received. He would keep his vow, enter politics, and bring Germany from the depths of despair to the greatness she deserved. The next month, Oswald Spengler wrote a friend that the epoch of the World War had only now entered upon a new phase. The master race, which from the time of Frederick Wilhelm I has been bred by old Fritz, by 1813 and by Bismarck and Hindenburg, is faced by a new task to which it is equal. I expect much from the leader natures which today are hidden nameless in the middle-class element and in the respectable working class. Actually, our future lies on the one hand in Prussian conservatism, when it is rid of every trace of feudal agrarian narrowness, and on the other in the working class, after it has separated itself in disgust and pride from the anarchistical radical mob. Much blood must still flow, for decisions of that importance will not be arrived at by national assemblies and party programs, and they need time to ripen. The President and his wife were driving down Pennsylvania Avenue where the peace celebration was at its peak. "I shall never forget how happy he looked," recalled his secretary, Tumulty. The fruits of victory were indeed sweet, but Wilson was already thinking of Europe and the final realization of his ideals, unaware that cold water would soon be doused on this dream by House's answer to his last cablegram. The Wilsons continued their triumphant tour to watch the lighting of campfires which signaled the start of the war work campaign, another sign of a hopeful, fruitful future. Great perils also lay ahead. For better or worse, the world would be dramatically changed by the events of 1918. It was the end of an era in Europe for both victors and vanquished. Gone was the gracious way of life enjoyed by the privileged. What lay ahead seemed a better world for the common man. He could now enjoy the fruits of the astounding technical revolution that had been born of war's necessities. More important, the war had accelerated the emancipation of woman, irretrievably altered the rigid class system, and given mankind the hope of lasting peace through a League of Nations. But perhaps the only truth that would emerge from the cataclysm which had shaken the world was that war inevitably breeds war, that triumph eventually turns into defeat, and that only the brotherhood of suffering endures. The night of November 11th was one of jubilation for the victors and despair for the conquered. But at any rate, the most brutal war of history had finally ended. General Wilson, walking home to Eaton Place from his dinner with Lloyd George and Churchill, was breasting the enthusiastic crowd still swarming in front of Buckingham Palace. In the midst of unrestrained cheer, he came upon an elderly, well-dressed woman who was sobbing in loneliness. Distressed, Wilson said, "You are in trouble. Is there anything that I can do for you?" "Thank you, no. I am crying, but I am happy, for now I know that all my 3 sons who have been killed in the war have not died in vain." This concludes the reading of No Man's Land, 1918, the last year of the Great War, by John Toland. Copyright 1980 by John Toland. This book was read by Grover Gardner. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Brandt and Hockman Literary Agents, Incorporated, and was produced in 2017 by Blackstone Audio, Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio, Inc. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.